Oh fuck, I forgot the stupid Cupsy. My chud son Cupsy. There he is. Oh no! This is annoying as fuck bug on Discord. Oh, he's not gonna be speaking. Okay, he's just gonna be there for more support. So the bug is on Discord, I have to like connect to the call for the voice to be registered. So that's why he's not blinking in response to my voice. Now it's like this, it's not connected. Like it's in voice call. So if you're on a voice call with me, you can hear me. But I don't know what the Fugi website uses to check if I'm on Discord or not. That checkpoint has, whatever it is, that hasn't been met. So this was pseudo reaction. I don't know if we're gonna react to it. We could react to something, but they want to show off a crazy monster from the rush side. Shoot him, F you, but stupid Cupsy. I know. I shouldn't have said stupid Cupsy. He's more my chud son Cupsy. All right, let me see if I can quit Discord and reconnect, and then maybe, because the thing that fixed it last time was restarting my computer. You know, go figure. Hold on, I'm gonna start this, and I'll start talking with chat or whatever. How'd your call go? Shut your ass up. Oh, it's connected. Oh, Jesus. Okay, we see the mountain gear. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Was they asking me if I get myself banned? You're not gonna get banned. If you're gonna ask something, it's probably gonna be yes or no question. I'm just gonna tell you yes or no. Okay, it's connected, but now we have a new problem, which is this stupid gear. Buh. What browser is that? It's Firefox. Let me close some of these tabs. All right, let me see. If you care, yeah, it's Mickey Weekly, but I'll take a look. Mickey Weekly. Oh, fuck. Okay. All right. Hello, last year simping. Hello, Permafeared. Hello, Sunju. Summon Bumage, true. Hello, King John. You're a VTuber now? Yeah. This is actually kind of significant for Mickey Weekly. You can be like, oh, the reason why I make fun of Meta Weeklies, it's not like because it's not prestigious or anything. You can go like 2-1, or sorry, 2-0 or 3-0, and then get to top 16 because it's like single elimination at the beginning. So like the results are very volatile. But for this is like, this is pretty significant. It's not tier 0 or anything, but like there is some conversion going on. Yeah, dude. This is not something I could be like, tee-hee. I mean, like, let's see what happens. But I honestly, there's no like, oh shit. I'm looping this. Okay, I guess we'll have to hear it. I only watched Sunrise, but it was very entertaining. Let's go. I hear I want to play Draco Tail because of the mirror. Hopefully the mirror isn't like. What I don't like, and this is something I didn't like when playing tier, was facing decks that played main D Fissure, Necro Valley, Shifter. They were all playing the branded variant. Is that the best one? It's definitely a safe variant. If you're playing branded, I think the reason to play branded is also Verte. You can see they cut, yeah, they cut it for seals. If you're not playing branded fusion, you can play seals just fine. Seals and the Spirit of Eyes Blue. This is a really, yeah. I think the question is what non-engine you use. I've seen people play Valor. Yeah, I've seen people play Valor because you can actually dump it in and add it back with Arthalion. I think you can dump Nib, but it's kind of troll. I think you have to play Titaniclad. Okay, that's probably okay. You can dump Nib and add it back. That's actually strong. Add it back. Is that the one where you smile while playing ladder? That's good. That's good. No, this deck, I do like this deck a lot. I don't know. No. I saw Pittsburgh. I was watching TCG. I didn't fall asleep while watching Draco Tail. So that's like a nice thing. Well, when Yummy shows up and Yummy or Mitsurugi or Yummy Mitsurugi, even K9, I'm just like, bruh, normal summon Noroi. I don't know. It's pretty crazy to see. Pittsburgh was pretty entertaining to watch. Malice is on the TCG. More. So this is pretty. It's arbitrary. Like what my criteria for decks. It's just vibes. Fimena's art's so good it made me. Bro was watching his Draco Tail opponent combo instead of scooping. I wish I didn't make Orcus if we're gonna play Draco Tail now. Yeah, honestly, I don't blame you though because Orcus has its issues. But no one, there was maybe 2 people, one person in my Discord who was expecting Draco Tail at this point. I was thinking January after the Duelist Cup. Like it was really surprising me that Duelist Cup was like, they bring this shit in the Duelist Cup. His abs, Lucas got me acting on the wide. Ah, dude, I was like, people were like hoping that this was a girl, and then, like it's nice to see a girl with abs representation, but this is definitely guy coded. Unfortunately for I don't know depending on who you ask. If you like femboys, you're probably happy. But if you wanted this guy to be femme, well, check Ketsu art. All right, fine. I'll go. Draco Tail Ketsu. Androgynous Yu-Gi-Oh card. I think it's definitely Yubel. I think it's Yubel. There's some good ones though. Baylor is pretty good. Actually, I don't know. I have to ask Genmu. Genmu usually knows about this stuff. But I think Genmu refers to Baylor as a girl. To be honest, it doesn't matter. Like. But Baylor does strike me as androgynous stuff. Look, I think they put Draco in this to get more new players trying to get the branded stuff. Oh, huh. I was gonna say Baylor's good. Do you see the bug where you can also test? I saw the bug. Timing is right before the branded structure giveaway. Yeah. Now, yeah, I think that makes sense. I was pulling out like 1 a.m. and it kicked me out of the. Yeah, me too. I did a 15-minute stream. Pulling 20 packs and I got kicked out. And I was like, you know what? Stream's over. I'm going to sleep. And I was going to go to sleep anyway because today I had like a whole event. Yeah, I think all the puzzle pieces are like... I think the Draco Tales conspiracy is... Okay, back to this list. But yeah. 2 Urgula. I've seen this before. Some people... 2-2 of the little dogs. I've seen 3-1 before. I've seen 1-1. And I think that's crazy. Don't do 1-1. I think 1-1... I don't think treating these cards like bricks makes sense. Because I don't feel like there's a good Draco Tail card you want to fuse off. Besides, I think 2 Urgula is needed. Okay, so at least minimum 2 Urgula. I don't know what Jesse prefers. Jesse, he's played the deck before. Wait, why does this have Monarch stats? Excuse me? My Draco Tail didn't work out, but I have 3 copies. I have 3 copies of Power Trade too, and 2 Midius. So I actually have a decent chunk of the Draco Tail stuff within the first 3K, but I think I can play Archmage. Draco Tail more than Lizard Tail. I think 2 doesn't make sense because one should be better than the other, and a chance you draw 2 of. Yeah, that's true. I was thinking 3-3, but that's me probably needing training wheels. Brand Region can send Pan for Titanic Lad. Lizard. Oh shit, yeah, level. Why is this Monarch stat? Why does this have fucking Monarch stats? Do you see this? 2400, 1000 defense. Who cooked this? Well, what do they want me to do? Reveal this with Tacity and like 5 mana on the opponent's turn? What is the fusion called? Oh. Are you talking about Nerva? Or Diactorus? Nerva's cool. I got one too. Nerva or Diactorus? Diactorus isn't bad either. But Nerva was cool. Nerva? Okay, okay. Gotcha. This is all the army cards immediately for detail fodder. I don't dust, so I'm stuck with them. I dusted all army. Bro said fart mage. I'm building Draco fail. 3 is a bit much. Yeah, you probably need like 1 at most. I kept Medius because I want to play Elven Notes. I heard Elven Notes has had some success. Why did Konami make a boss monster a cute boy? Who are they catering to 10 female Yu-Gi-Oh players? Unfortunately for you, I think there's a lot of female Yu-Gi-Oh fans that don't necessarily play the TCG, but will still like engage with Yu-Gi-Oh because of like Medius. There are like how do I describe it? I don't think you need to be a player to be engaged with Yu-Gi-Oh. So yes, I think they if they ever release merch or some shit, you best know that they're gonna come out. The manless become more degen by the. I don't even want to think. I'm just gonna scoop every time I face those guys. I'm shocked Yu-Gi-Oh is popular. I don't know anyone who plays IRL. I mean, at our age, there's a lot of well, okay, there's a couple things. At our age, there's a lot of competing hobbies, and you can also say that what's it called? Besides brand recognizability, it's not like it's probably not playing the game. It's more. I'm thinking of like people from the OCG. Those guys represent Yu-Gi-Oh. They come out in full force. I'm going to decide I would eventually try Art Rage. Let's go. And you're taking the whole day to become a shifter deck? Okay. I wouldn't say this is standard. Well, 90% of this, there's like the only thing I would think about is what non-engine to play. Like Bell is pretty strong. Extra deck. You need sort. I've seen Philia Regis before. I know Titaniclad is used. Do they literally dump Nibiru with Titaniclad for the out? For the Liger out? There's no way. You should look at the twink abs. Alright. Right here. There you go. Instead of building Art Mage, I finally bit the bullet and created 3 Lordly Load and played Odeon instead. Nice. Lordly Load feels like it pays the dividend. Valor. Valor seems like a decent choice. I don't know how good Valor is. The one benefit I could see, like, you can add it, you can loop it pretty convincingly with Arthalion, but it not removing bodies kind of sucks too. Valor is goated, nice. This deck out's Liger Dancer, just one. You can this is the supposed Liger out Titaniclad. It gives you send Nibiru, you get 1100 attack, or wait. No, 5,000. I'm stupid. You can theoretically, if you play, what's it called, Spenta, you can kind of get away with killing one Liger Dancer. That would be like, it would be like Borreload Savage equip La Bubba Dubai Chocolate. I don't really know what it does except if you're boarding that boss monster. Pretty much, yeah. It just outgrinds you. Like, these traps are the lifeblood of the deck. They all do a different thing, but like the thing they all share is you place 1 Draco Tail from your graveyard or banishment on the bottom of your deck, then draw 1 card. That's huge. And there's 3 cards that have that same effect. So if you set 3 of these traps, and you resolve all of these traps, you get to draw 3, you get to recycle, your resource loop gets to continue. And you also have this fusion that's like Firewall Dragon in the sense that it targets monsters in the graveyard or field and bounces them back to hand. So you have a very strong resource loop. That's why I think the best way to beat Draco Tail is just to prevent the resource loop. Like, negating these traps is big. The graveyard target is cuttable like TB11. Nah, I think Sting seems strong. I think you want that in the mirror. Theoretically, Horn doesn't seem very strong, but I was watching Jesse's video and he's mentioned like this has the hidden effect of making everybody summon in defense. So even if you can't like pop anything with this card, you're still forcing your opponent in like an unfavorable position where they can't push. Why do they have to Massacre Malice? Malice is still playable, but you would probably have to play D-Fissure or Shifter. You cut Sting as well? I don't believe in cutting Sting. Meta sheep don't stand a jab. You could say it's cuttable, but I don't know. Just like release Malice IDK. There's too much Shifter now. I'm not playing this for stupid ass Shifter decks. Board looks small, but it's impossible to beat. Yeah, I think if these traps resolve, you pretty much are in a what's it called? I think it's these cards that like. I'm not saying if you ban them, the deck dies or anything, but like. That's why I don't believe fucking when Judeo was saying Exiton solos Draco Tail. Like you can just resolve the traps. Maybe not Horn because they just summon in defense. But like you just, I don't know. I've played Malice before, and they exit on my board, and I don't die, and I get all my resources back, and I cook them. So I imagine it's gonna be a similar type thing. And like you need a way to beat Ketu and Rahu and shit. Cooked and now chopped. What's next? Boiled. Right. Baked is kind of nice. I don't know. Baked has like a nice brown texture. It fills the room with aroma. I don't know. Have you ever had someone who bakes like regularly, or like maybe every once in a while? Maybe there's a roommate or somebody's house that you've been into and they bake. It's really nice to be baked. I don't know. Oh, I guess you could think of a baked like getting high. Half baked is bad though. That is true. Half baked is bad. You don't want to be half baked. Secretary is actually such a cool card. Okay, I don't even know. That's the other thing. People say that this card will floodgate what's called Draco fail, but like you have Malulu, which has a grave effect to negate this card. And I've seen all the TCG players talk about like in their bliss, their profiles. They were talking about how the reborn effect of Secretarion is like more valuable. Though I don't think it doesn't come up or anything. I mean, I'm sure you're gonna floodgate White Forest when you get the chance. I fucked up by going first in the mirror and it gets cooked so fast. My deck lists are half baked. Don't worry. If we use Paladin of Storm Dragon effect, it summons Firewall Phantom from our deck, and we use Phantom Grave effects. Wait. Let me read Paladin of Storm Dragon. I imagine it's Paladin of Storm Dragon. If it either cannot activate. Oh, it's like Halka-Fibrax. You should be able to. Pretty sure when it's in the graveyard, it's no longer the same card. Oh. I'm pretty sure, yeah. It's like Halka-Fibrax. This wording. And you summon, like, a lot of stuff with grave effect. We make Artifact Scythe great again? Or... That shit was rightfully banned. Okay, so he cut Sting. That's fair. What? What is this? I don't believe in this. Whatever. Who am I to question? Alright, 2-2. Retaliating. One retaliating C? One contact? What is this goo? It's time to ban Sanctifier. It's overdue. It's overdue. He's retaliating. See. You can't combo really show me how to detonate the Link one with. Oh, no wonder people are talking about that. There's DK has a lot of reach in terms of his like videos. He's not like some nobody. Like, you know how people say like Tasuku is the reason this deck is like. So does DK also has influence. I don't get why Konami looks Sanctifier so much. I don't know. Branded is like, I don't know. You don't even log with it, you just combo. The reason why I don't like the Sanctifier lock, because you need to, by the time you get to the Sanctifier part of the lock, you already resolved Albaz and Seals and potentially your traps, and you're just like, okay, I floodgated you after leaving you on nothing. And I got all my resources back. Okay, yeah, that's cool. Like, like, okay, after cutting off your legs and arms, you're getting Sanctifier locked. Like, okay. What else? What else? Oh, you know. Are you talking about Spirit Plus? Yeah, Spirit Plus Sanctifier. Yes. Like, you can do it. It's not, like, I'm not going to stop you from doing the play. There are people who use 5 mana to make windows on your opponent's turn. And they'll play the bricks for it. I can't stop you from doing that. Okay. If you're saying minus in the Duelist Cup, minus 3,000 aura, okay, I can see that strategy working out. Oh my god. 3 traps, Baylor, Ualos. Dude, they're kind of saying, okay, 2 Pan, 1 Urgula. Yeah, I would say Branded is the safest build. The Magistus stuff, I think, needs a little bit more exploration. It's not terrible. Because what I like about Magistus... Okay, what I think is terrible about Magistus is... Let me see if I can find it. Is Indeed Almost New Year? I've been blasting this song since New Year. Ever since I heard it, I was like, this song slaps. I feel a bit like I'm appropriating it because when I heard it was when I feel bad about listening to it because I feel like I'm appropriating it a little bit because I heard it when Genmu was celebrating her Chinese New Year, and I was like, this song is sick. And I've had people question me, why the fuck are you listening to this song outside of New Year? And I honestly don't know. Half Latino, half white, half Chinese. Three halves. I just think when I'm talking about broken monsters and need more hard. Yeah, it's true. That's true. Sanctifier could probably use some fatter summoning conditions. Maybe 3 materials. Crowley and Art are so cool together. Yeah. Let me see if I can find the Spenta's a good card. What I do like about the Magistus engine is you can make Sanctifier. Sorry. Borreload Savage Dragon. And if you're really worried about retaliancy, you can negate it before you commit. What I find Troll is what is this stupid checkpoint? I don't need no Discord checkpoint. Just like Northern Lion. Northern Lion actually has been to Korea. He knows some Korean. He's not like, but he's taught English in Korea, so respect. What does it do? Let me see if I can. Let me go find the half Colombian, half Vietnamese. Oh, Retaliating Seat? Oh, yeah. Okay, I could pull up Retaliating Seat for you. Oh my god. Holy shit. When your opponent activates a spell card that includes an effect that special summons a monster, you can special summon this card from your hand. If summoned this card while this card is face up on the field, any card sent to the graveyard is banished instead. So yeah, it's basically macro. You can use it on... Draco Tail can adapt to... Draco Tail has adaptations to beat Retaliating Sea. But right now, people are just playing the safe builds. Searching Maxi is so cringe. Yeah, it doesn't even matter though, because like, okay, you know, here's the thing. This deck can actually beat Retaliating Sea. It's just chopped. You have to make Chaos, Star Source Chaos Mage. Chaos, Star Source Dragon. To pop it. You have to make Lubellion, shuffle back 2 guys, and then Chaos Star Source. Might pull up the DC with King of the Swamp to go into Dragoon window. Yeah, you can't, there's no named material for King of the Swamp. Malfires are making usually to search Floodgates. Yo, when fucking K9 comes out, if Noroi, I think Noroi's likely, you could probably do that. Actually, that might actually be a thing. I'm not going to lie, folks. That sounds like something, some Glorp shit. K9 house. They search Maxi? Yeah. But luckily, Draco Fail, I mean, can combo with 1 Maxi draw, so it's not a big deal. Reginald, yeah, I saw your ad. I'm sorry. Okay, why do you associate me with Mega Ampharos? I would like to know that. I am a Mega Ampharos merchant. I have 6 of them. But how did you find that out? I can't wait for K9. Altaria pack is so cursed. Oh, okay. If you're saying fuck you for voting for Altaria pack, okay, I'm not the only one. Fabio, this is what Razor is like on my ass about. She pulled this Mega Ampharos. You're a fake fan? I have 6 Mega Ampharos. What are you talking about? I'm the biggest Mega Ampharos merchant. But yeah, unfortunate. I only got 1 2-star, nothing else. Sag. Yeah, so okay. You can use it against Branded Fusion. You can use it against Ketu. You can use it against Rahu. That's what Retaliating Sea. They have adaptations. There's Draco Tail Malulu, which is Cartesia. It's basically Cartesia. They can also play Cartesia. Phimena is also not a spell that meets the activation requirements. I thought we were on Power World. Nah, I haven't. I know people who are into Pokemon that play Power World. So, like, I just never hopped on the train. I don't care about Power World too much. But it is a bit cringe when people use Power World, prop up Power World to, like, neg Pokemon. Like, I don't need to neg Power World to enjoy Pokemon. So I don't know why it has to go both ways. Why it has to go the other way, you know? I get why people say it, okay? Because they saw a fucking tree in Sword and Shield and were like, Power World is the Pokemon killer. I get that, but I don't know. If Power World is a really good game, it should be able to stand on its own. It does not need, yeah. Apparently you're my most watched streamer. I don't have any greater shame than that. What does that mean? Well, okay. I'll let that one slide because you're ours. I don't fuck with Shuckle. I had 1k gem and got 0 yards. That's painful. People think Nintendo's greedy, so they take any of our... Yeah, I mean, but I will just neg fucking Nintendo because they're a piece of shit for doing lawsuits. And okay, the Power lawsuit, okay, fine. But that has little to do with the Pokemon games, okay? That's Nintendo being a piece of shit. I think they lost that lawsuit, though. So they got fucked. Get fucked. Oh shit, White Forest. I will say, I'm still not a huge fan of this package in White Forest, but in Azamina control, this is kind of cool. Honestly, in any deck that mills, I really like the way the Vengeance White Witch interacts because of Curse of Diabell. But whatever. I guess you could just pitch this. with white force, so it doesn't matter. He has to play 2. And it's an OTK under Fua, so I can kind of understand, but... Yeah, Bruh. Bruh. Where's Protos? Yeah, there you go. Alright. Unbreakable Xyz barrier, bruh. Oh my god. Gimmick Muppet. This deck is still around. I forgot about that. I forgot this deck is still around. They didn't even hit this deck, by the way. Low to the ground control decks. Yeah, the man, the Odeon Rashid deck is pretty cool. Draco Tail I would slot under that too. I have opinions on Nintendo, but I won't type them out on phone. I mean, yeah, that shit's valid. The Senpai Duelist Cup special. I don't know why this is here. I guess you don't care. I don't know. I'm just gonna assume this is just chilling. Oh, yeah, that's true. This has Impulse. Oh, it looks like he's using it as a cross-out target. He's not. But yeah, that's true. You can play Impulse, and Impulse has favored metas. Oh, this is Dragon Maid. This is a cool. Someone asked, like, what if I played Draco Tail in Dragon Maid? And what I said was kind of mean, but I hope it was a joke, because like I didn't like. Well, what I said was like playing Dragon Maid and Draco Tail is putting a what's it called Sora AI logo on hand drawn art. I consider that quite mean, but this is a cool variant. Like it probably what Dragon Maid kind of needs. The man, yes, the man. Are you running Draco Tail this season? I think I'm gonna play Chopped Malice until I get the gems for Draco Tail. On my alt account, I'm like 3,000 gems deep. I can probably craft the rest of Draco Tail, but I kind of want to spend at least the Duelist Cup gems, Sage 1 gems, to before I be like, I'm already committed to Draco Tail, but before I actually craft anything. What is the man thing? Like, what does that mean? Let me show if I should. Man. Horse meme. So if you've seen this meme where someone goes, man, and, you know, this guy is supposed to be like, you know, it's supposed to elicit, like, you know, exhaustion or exasperation, or just, like, you know, life hits you hard, so all you can really say is man. That's what this meme is. Man. Konami released Man with the Mark. Man horse meme. Shut the fuck up. Man with the Mark is just the guy. Well, he's the guy from the anime. But people associated both guys, both memes together. Like, oh man, yeah. And so now he's become man. So the horse meme where the horse goes man, and this guy who's just called man became fused as one. And so I don't. It's not deep. It's deeper than 6-7 meme. You know, 6-7. It's deeper than that, but it's not that deep. It's just people just associated a meme, existing meme with something you feel related. Man. Yeah, 6-7. Oh my god. 6-7. Yeah. So that's the man. 6-7 it covers the meaning of life. It's true. Maybe I was wrong about not calling it deep. I've seen people cut call by in this deck. I wonder if people will put it back in. I wonder. Every time callback gets cut, someone brings it back. Okay, he's on 3-3. Yeah. No callback crossout. You could probably just get away with it. But I have a feeling there's gonna be some fucking like awful trap or I don't know, shifter or something. And people are just like, fuck shifter, I need something. I don't know. That's just a Mitsurugi, Ryzeal. Which deck isn't mega impressive? Draco Tail? Or, there was a tweet by Bronus or Jonas. I think officially his name is Jonas, but his screen name is Bronus. Where he said he streamed right after Draco Tail? Yeah. I mean, its engine is super strong. Let me see if I can find Bronus. Let me see. I'm following him. I'll just look up my follows. Bruh. Come on. Well, anyway, his tweet was basically like right after he only faced he didn't face any Draco Tail after 4 hours of streaming, which is kind of funny. Oh, you found it. Okay, thank you so much. It's 1v9 Jonas. I see. Oh, it's just Jonas. Yeah, I managed to face 0 Draco Tail today in 4 hours of streaming. And he streamed right after the... Like... High rated is still all Malice? Nice. Yeah. And I can see people playing Malice because you can actually, like... I guess with the exception of Bell, most of the non-engine is still not good into you, and you can actually play like counter traps. 1v9 Gigachad, yeah. I wonder if it's like a league name or something. Mitsu, Ryzeal. Oh yeah, here's the Spenta stuff. I think this needs more exploration. There's like number of ways you can play this. I don't think I'm gonna explore it myself. I think I'm gonna play the safe deck. Actually, you know what deck I'm gonna play? I blame the folks and Josh Cord. All right, how bad could it be? What do you mean by blame them? Is this what the fuck is it? Oh my god! So they gave you the idea. They gave you the idea, and you're just like, you know what? I'm gonna act on this impulse. You know, instead of like, you're not gonna play Yummy? Nah, I don't think so. I mean, if I have the resources, I'll go ahead and try for it. But I think Draco Tail is gonna sap some resources, and I'm gonna be like, I think I'm gonna dedicate them to K9. Who's gonna be the Giga Chat playing Mathmech this soon? Okay, let me I'm gonna play Mathmech. I had like, I was doing that yesterday. I was like misplaying a lot earlier, and then I got deranked like 3 times, and then I hit a bad streak where I couldn't make any progress. K9's gonna make this game Israel. You can always count on me for bad deck Mathmech. Yes. Pig American bad deck Mathmech. You didn't add XDD. I did add XDDing. What? I added it. Okay, I didn't add it when you told me, but I added it everywhere afterwards. I added it. Yeah, it's here. What are you talking about? Okay, I'll be fair. Hold on. Give me a second to restart the client because it's not going to show up on Okay. Rabba. It didn't show up. Are you kidding me? Yeah, I still resent people glazing K9 because it would Konami did everything possible to make K9 as insufferable. So okay, it's not even people's fault for being optimistic. I was just skeptical that it was gonna pan out the way people thought it would be, and I was right. So K9 Ripper. We don't have Rabba yet. Rabba is just not showing up. Raha. Oh no, it's Raha. I'm stupid. It's Raha. Rabba is some. Okay. Someone will need to make Rabba. I don't know what's gonna be because they thought K9 would. Yeah. People say X will fix the game. Konami will find some way to like make it. I mean, I'm not really gonna place blame. The point isn't to place blame, but like, they're not really interested in a balanced game the same way people are. So, I'll make Rabba. She's hiding. Okay. So we all have a mind fucking defect, but Rabba could work. We just gave someone the idea to make Rabba. Okay, this is kind of based. What the fuck is with Saruk? Based because pile. Doesn't want to bounce. There's no way they do. No, they don't. They don't ban problem cards from like 20 years ago until they become problems. Like Sanctifier's still around. It takes so long for these old ass cards to get banned. The TCG is getting aggressive in banning them. Okay, I will give them that. We're so brainwashed we credited a fried emote to a butt emote. I think so. Engine pile, we love it? Okay. Here's another look. Yeah, it's over. Anyway. What are the comments saying? I can't. Okay, we can see the comments. All fusions lead to Albaz. Absolute cinema. This tournament gave us a glimpse of what Yu-Gi-Oh! Could be if it was full of interactions without floodgate turbo genesis. Alright, don't get your hopes up, brother. Early formats is always hopeful. When there's a deck that's full of interactions, the best way to beat that deck is floodgating. Alright? We saw that in the TCG. Malice best deck. Some of these mirror matches for actual peak Yu-Gi-Oh! Oh, that's nice. Insane grand finale. Best grand final to showcase the decks. Also, why that 5 mana looking AI upscaled. I think that is an AI upscale. Whatever they're using for the 5 mana, I think that is AI upscaled. When the Shifter Nation attack, Meta Week that fun duel, that's great. That's great. That's good to hear. I'm just saying, Duelist Cup might be miserable. All right. The type of interaction is not negate. Yes. That people do prefer that. So. They added a police archetype and now everyone goes ACAB. Are we surprised? Holy smokes, we are so back. Fuck, I didn't have much background on Draco Tail other than the fact that I knew it was good, but holy shit. Dang, no Malice in this tournament. The hit is kind of work or Draco Tail is too good. This looks like everyone's more interested in playing Draco Tail. It also a better deck overall because Malice is a lot worse going second and lose multiple hand turns instead of just Lancia. Yeah. We have 1 nice, 3 funny, 6 love, 2 woes, no angry or sad. Alright. This is the only one tournament? Yeah. I mean, I'm looking at Duelist Cup mostly. Obviously, Duelist Cup is a different format that rewards different strategies. But I would say DK tourneys aren't also the best metric either because you can go 2-0 or 3-0 and get top 16 and a single elimination. So, what was it about AI upscaling? Whatever they're using for this AI for this this render, it could be AI upscale. Unless that's I don't know. It does look kind of whack. Let me see if that's 5 mana. What event? Oh, let's look at the you know what? Let's look at the Josh Challenger Cup actually. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like there's more features. Despite, am I like tripping? It does look upscale. You can see her, the blue in her eyes. It's still obscured because, you know, I think people just get the rip from YG Org. The color's removed from her eyes. Huh. Well, whatever it is, I think there are like AI upscales. She's a spellcaster who has a dragon sails. Interesting. Yes. They post the AI upscaled images. Ah, okay. I mean, it is what it is. Okay. Okay, we can look at the Josh 3v3. There's a YouTube video, right? Have you how Bistro proof the deck is? Damn.
This group live. Better call it a
shut the fuck
live.
up. Grab the images from DeviantArt. No, I go DeviantArt. DeviantArt is the cheat code for all my images. I don't know. Those are probably AI upscaled, but that's my cheat code. Remember Team Duels? I know we used that on Master Duel. Last time, I think it was like 3 months ago. Last time it was like I couldn't find anyone to play with, so I had to ask chat to like join, and it was still chopped. So yes, the same people who do images for YG Org. Nice. Challenger Cup 3v3 Joshua. Oh, this is 5 months ago. 8 hours ago. Okay. Okay. This was actually really clean. I couldn't watch much of it because my headphones died while I was out of town. But like they have Josh on the casters
flavor as well. Yeah, I mean that's why we're here a little bit early just
okay.
before round
I'm gonna go
because,
watch the finals and work my way back.
Some of the things that have changed in Master Duel as of today, of course, with a new selection pack as well as a new FNL list. So why don't just try to stop the first thing, right? Hoping that.
Yeah. If it wasn't clear before, Josh is an industry plant now. I'm kidding. There's people who actually believe Josh influenced. I mean, he does have some influence. Like, Konami likes him. But he's personally behind all the ban list decisions. You heard it here first. Bros at Windsor? Nice. Actually, 3v3 viewing experience. It's kind of chop. I want to ask, can you Twitch for Josh to unban me? I don't think that's going to help. I'm pretty sure policy-wise, I think policy-wise, I'm pretty sure Josh is the sole decision maker in terms of unbans. Why did you get banned? Oh, I mentioned this before. You were there when I leaked I took a screenshot. I forgot where I saved it. Actually, maybe I found it. Maybe I still have it saved. But basically, I think Josh was just having a bad time laddering with like, I think it was versus Malice or something like that. And he was playing like Bistio control. And Sun Sunju was like, please lock in or something like that. Okay, there's okay, I have logs where I accidentally banned Genmu. I didn't save this. Okay, maybe let me check. Oh my, I might have to scroll a bit back because But basically, Sun Sunju said like, please lock in, and then got banned because I think he just caught like Josh in a bad mood. Yeah. Something like that. It was something like that. Either play a real deck and lock in or something like that. But he did not like it. I think I have it saved. I give me a second. Hold on. This is like when you're in the group chat and you have a fire GIF and you take like 30 minutes to find it, and then the moment passes and nobody gives a shit. Thoughts on Odeon? I think the deck is fine. I heard it's very weak into Droll, and of course you have to like be able to go second with the deck. But it can play Shifter and Defissures. Don't count it out. Okay, I can't find it. I can't find it, brothers. Josh is a night, but why perma, bruh? I think you just caught him at a bad time. I know what you mean, but like, it's Josh's channel, and then you can just change the rules no matter, like, depending on the, you know what I mean? I don't know. All right, why did I save this? Oh, I saved this. I saved this. Good deck eagles can play floodgates. You guys know Ball? You guys know who he is? Then you know Unk still got it. That's all I'm gonna say. Let me see. What did you leak? This is Hatano Kiyoshi following me on Twitter. Miyuki? No, it's Kiyoshi. I actually don't know the kanji for this, but yeah, the kana is Kiyoshi. He's I don't know if you've seen the Eldlick and Dragon Laundry Dragon Maid fan art. He's the guy who does all those. He streams too. So I became acquainted with him through streaming, and I guess he found me on Twitter. Is he your Yoshi? Nah, he's the homie. I can't find it. But basically, Sun Sunju said, lock in, played real deck or something. And then, yeah, and then Josh just said, nope. There's no way. I lost it. Okay, I do have this. All right. I think it was Judeo first found my channel. And I think in this stream, oh man, I should have archived it. I think this is where Judeo found out he was on Billy. Let me see any other blackmail that I have. Why did I save that? What is Billy? It's like the Chinese YouTube. But it's like the analog. Okay, we have this. More blackmail. Zesty Tasku. this one resurfaced. Okay, I don't know what the comments are saying. I think this is Tieba. This looks like Tieba forums. Could be wrong though. All right. Here you go. All right. Anything else? Nah. What do you mean nah? you didn't think Tasku was like that? You don't think he got it like that? He just looks like a freak. You don't think he put that shit on? Damn. I don't think he like Lucius, bro. Lucius is copying his fit. What are you talking about? This is Lucius. He came before Lucius. This is dated like years before Master Duel was a thing. I think this isn't even like 2024. Who was it that reposted it? I forgot who else reposted it. But this is the one, the guy who the Chinese leaker, right? Or who like. There was someone else who reposted it though. All right. Okay, let me see if I got any more blackmail. This isn't really blackmail, but this is me and Ray. That's not my arm, by the way. It looks like my arm, but I have my arms behind my back. this looks like my arms. Let's see what else. What is this? Your weight race security guard. I know. Friendly sneakers. I see you. This was the hotel where we had a bunch of Fuwawa stickers. You received the World Championship underwear. I did not receive that. Do you think he hates that image? I don't think so. Tatsuya does not seem like some guy who regrets what he does. Zesty Tatsuya is... Bruh, he hella zesty. I can't find it. I lost the Sun Sunju. I used to have it though. So sad. It's okay. You can replace sleep with coffee? Hell nah. I don't drink coffee. Oh, I was looking for like the Magistus engine. Like there were some combos that I think I can find it. Okay. Oh yeah, we were looking at the 3v3 cup before I got like he should make it his LinkedIn image. Good. Oh, I think the channel was like tail. There's like one combo that I don't believe in. What's it? Rogue to competitive. Okay, it's these two. Is these two videos that someone shared in chat. So you have Spenta. This card discards a card, puts himself in the graveyard, adds no, my time in college taught me differently. Lock in. Oh yeah, my time in college told me to lock in and study. You know, that's what my time in college. Lock in, study with people. What's it called? This puts itself in the graveyard, adds a Magistus card, and the Magistus card you add can equip a guy, and then when you equip to him, he revives Spenta. I forgot. Okay, so Spenta add, just like I said. Zoroa summon. Zora will equip from extra deck. Then that triggers his effect. Conveniently triggers his effect to revive Spenta. And then, okay, I don't know what you do after this, but... Okay, yeah, this is just a simple Savage combo. Okay, so this isn't terrible. I guess... Yeah, that actually is not bad. Oh, what the hell is this Omega shit? Oh, no. The bounce and summon Lulu. Okay. I was thinking of just using Retaliating Sea. But... Alright, let me close these. Get rid of these. Robert. Oh, this game looks peak. I'm going to play this on stream. I was going to gatekeep. This game looks like peak. I need to play this on stream. I was going to gatekeep. Because you guys do not know how peak this game is. It's called It's called Call of Ponchi, Mahjong Warfare. Look at this. The fucking bamboo. The bamboo, the bamboo from the Mahjong tiles forming the Modern Warfare logo. There's no fucking way we're not playing this game. I was thinking you can play 3 Spencer with Crowley. Okay, why can't I just see this trailer? You guys must understand. You please understand. No Zoro main deck? Nice. Bro, the Ricci stick. Look at this. The problem with this game though is I don't know. I can't read kanji. So we're gonna be. Look at this. Look at this sumo. Sumo is when you like basically top deck a tile and you have the completed hand. Okay, I don't know what the fuck this shit is. This is so overstimulating. Look at this. The baseball / not Yu-Gi-Oh! / brawler acid gombo Jitsuruki powerful Yakugan slugger Yamada. Look at this. I was gonna gatekeep this game, alright? But I did share it with people. But if you see other people play it, it's because I leaked it, alright? I leaked this goo. It's only $1. Look at this, 99 cents. Can you explain the No Zoro main deck? I was Oh my god. Okay, let's just restart streamer bot. All right. Rabba. All right, it's up. Rabba. If you don't know, okay. Last year sipping or Vampire Grimstone, whatever username you prefer. There is a. Do you have 7TV on your browser? 7TV is how you can see these emotes. You have to add the extension to your browser. But if you're on mobile, I don't know. IDK what 7TV is? You'd have to Google it. Actually, I'll just show you. You have to install an extension, 7TV.app. So this is just some like extension people install so they can see the emotes that I enable on. There's other Twitch channels that enable 7TV bullshit, but thanks in advance for short 8-hour stream. Yeah, if you're interested in seeing these emotes, you can kind of see it in the Twitch, the overlay on the stream. I'm a mobile Andy, sadly. Okay, so you'll probably have to rely on people. You have to rely on the overlay on Twitch showing it then. There might be a... Yeah, 07. It's a huge part of Twitch culture, too. Okay, this... Okay, we're gonna ignore this. Okay, I need a... Oh, yeah, we're gonna look at this. Okay. So this was the final, right? 3v3 final?
Draco Tail, oftentimes it's just a good approach.
Okay, I'm really waiting out the timer. Okay, never mind then. Oh, you know, there was another Magistus combo. Okay. Oh, is it just... Okay, that's new. Oh yeah, this combo I think is trash. Because it's supposed to be a bridge into Draco Tail. You're supposed to pop the Omega, and then Omega will summon any spellcaster. But it just doesn't seem practical. It's like a lot of engine requirements on like a very specific, like you requiring you to draw no other engine. You know, I feel like you could like the what the hell monster is that? Are you talking about the evoked, or do you need me to go back? Or are you talking about like the synchro? It passed? Are you talking about this guy? Zoro the Magistus Configurant Calamity? Or like the Xyz equip? They're all Magistus cards. They're not the beginning of stream. Oh, I'm not sure. Oh, are you talking about Spenta? Hopefully. Okay, Lucius. Oh, what the fuck is this, bruh? Photon Lord. I don't know. To me, it's like too many moving pieces, but we'll see. Magistus still needs exploration. Can't really count this shit out. I think it's kind of, I don't know. The reason why it's like impractical, like the freaking there's like that Fiendsmith combo that gets you to Ryzeal cards if you play Chorozo and Lina, and that just feels like really impractical. I don't think rank 8s are the worst thing. No, I mean that's fair, but you still need a detach. It's still kind of annoying, obnoxious. But whatever. I know what you mean, right? Because the Artholion, yeah, you get to cycle your Artholions. No, I mean I've been thinking about like rank 8s, but I think it's more like, is there like a rank 8 that actually detaches? There's Felgrand. That used to be Felgrand's niche, like a rank 8 that doesn't hog all the materials. But I don't know if that niche has been like, I feel like they've been designing around that. That's like another weird thing Konami does too. With exception rank 4s, but I feel like cycling Xyz material, there's some ranks that don't have like a guy that detaches really easily, so you can cycle the cycle the Xyz material that get banished. But whatever. Okay. All right, click on that. Dragluxion. Oh, that's nice. Okay, yeah. Finally. Okay, finally. Let me close. Is there a lock on Dragluxion? I feel like there's like some attacking lock on that shit. There's no locks on this shit. That's so funny. Wait, that's sick. I think Dragublion has a lock, I think. Yeah, Dragublion has a lock. What the fuck? Get the fuck out of here, bro. Okay, I mean, it took this long for that to happen. It's not trivial. Like the fact that it can do that, it took a fucking long time. Okay, finally we're gonna watch the live stream.
And here we are for one last dance, the finals of today's
I'll put him at 3 times
freebie
speed.
free challenge competition. We brought it down to only 2 teams remaining.
I can just pause if I need to,
one
like...
last exciting best of 9 set that we're about to see. The two teams we've gotten are T2 and UWS with similar lineups in terms of best.
I mean, yeah, I do think Draco Tail as well as Malice as well as a Ryziel version of both teams. I think that's what the main difference between the two. I think on the one hand, on Team UWS we are seeing a Ryziel meets Ruby deck, whereas on Team T2 I believe Boy is a automatic Ryziel leader. So that's where the difference comes in here. So for both teams we're basically on with Red Ransom.
All right, I stopped being interested. Okay. Blue-blooded Oni, you needed to make F-Zero to detach the materials? Bruh. Bruh. Plain black teachers or U2 uniform? Yeah. They can't steal Charlie's fit from Penguin Zero. They can't steal his fit, so they gotta adjust the color. Buh. At 3 times sounds like Josh is talking normally? That's crazy. Josh is kind of like a slow talker. I feel comfortable listening to him at 2 times speed. When he talks, that's why I can't really stand his streams. I don't really like watch his streams that often because I mostly watch his VODs. Because when he it's not that maybe I'm just brain rotted and I'm used to ×2, but ×1 is hard for me. I think it's because he's German. I don't even know what that means. What other language does Josh speak? It's German. He doesn't really have a German accent. He doesn't really have one. But maybe because he's like, I mean, he is. I don't know. He's talking English. He doesn't seem to like have an accent to me. Swimming in Poon RN. Okay. We have. Yo, Gendu, what's up? How was the climb? I think you lost it doing content. That might make sense. Yeah. I mean, if you have practice speaking it, I assume it goes away. I thought he does, clearly. Yeah. Oh, all right. What's up, Genmu? We were just talking about you. And by just talking about you, I was trying to find image. And then I came across D rank back to 5. Oh, man. I was laddering for 12 hours yesterday. And I got to Diamond 3 pretty fast. Then D rank back to Diamond 5. Got back to Diamond 3 really fast again. And then I D ranked back to Diamond 4. And then I was on my D rank game, and I managed to win it at the last minute. So I'm stuck in D4. But I will say, the first time I D ranked was kind of my fault anyway. Actually, all the D ranks I think were my fault, but like I was really hard stuck. D ranking is new ranking up, true. Diamond in the rough. I mean, okay, we'll be fine. Okay, like I was playing really badly. I cheated with... That's not cheating. If Red Ransom is legal, just fucking run it. Oh, yeah. Anyway, let me complete my thought. We were just talking about you because I was trying to find an image. But I ended up finding this. I came across this. I saved this. The goat following me. And then I also saved, hold on. Okay, now I can't find it. But it was just when Judeo showed up. And then you were like, oh, there it is. There it is. There it is. What were you talking about me? We were just looking for an image, and I go to the server where I save things. And I couldn't find it. So I was just, the goon, what goon fight? Disgusting. Holy shit. Oh my god. That's crazy. No, this was funny. I think this was a stream where Judeo found out he was on Billy. That was good. Or maybe it was I think this was a stream where he found out he was on Billy. That's crazy. That's what I'm saying. We do not. No. Dude, okay, there was like an uncomfortable moment during YCS Anaheim while we were eating I still think about this. There was a comfortable moment where where I was eating hot pot with Genmu and a couple other people. And then one of them was like because Genmu never mind. I'm not gonna bring it up. Actually, I'll bring it up. But basically they implied we were dating, because we were talking about significant others, and in their head they were thinking about, I don't know what it was, but like I was like, bro, this is not like that is screenshot. Do you have you doxing Walter? No, I don't. It's not true, because we were talking about significant others, and he thought I was like, we were like, we were covering. We were like, that was our alibis or some shit. I'm like, bro, what the fuck? Like, no, this is like not true. That said, I was gonna say something like, anyway, here's Tasuku in a Christmas outfit. But yeah, that was not cool. That was not cool. That said, I was trying to get my ESO like on like what's called on stream. It's kind of hard though, because a lot of her interests aren't the same as mine. Yes, we eat together. Yeah. Does your girl know? I was telling their child, they said you doxed him. I did dox him. Yeah, I did dox him. Enough of this Tasku pig. What do you mean? Everyone is being engaged right now. Even more respect, Tasku. Yeah. Damn, Tasku. What do you mean? This is Christmas time. This is the perfect time to reveal the Tasku pig. Just 5 more seconds. It's good. It's just, yeah, exactly. It's literally Christmas. Merry Christmas. I don't know how old this photo is. This is before Master Duel, I think. You need to use that for a thumbnail cover? Okay, fine. I might actually do that. Oh my god. Enhance? You know what? Shut the fuck up and just do it yourself. There. Only complaint his haircut is too basic. Yeah, it's not. He could style it a bit.
Probably the worst case scenario for Rico here, as we are.
Wait, what do you mean by dox Walter? Like when he showed up during the karaoke stream, and I was like, "Reveal yourself. Are you Walter Jewell?" I did not say that in that tone, but I like to think. Never mind. He has slippers on. I wanted you to zoom in on feet. Well, it turns out everyone else is disappointed.
Okay.
He didn't say who is what. Well, okay, I kind of suspected him though. Like because I've seen him in other streams, but no one really. I don't know. There was like a DB Grinder video where he was in with that username, and he was referred to as Walter, I think. But I couldn't find the DB Grinder video to like confirm. But that was my suspicion, and so I think I saw him in another stream, and I remember screenshotting, and like, dude, I'm 90% sure this is Walter, like a month ago. And like obviously that didn't mean anything because I didn't have evidence. But then like, yeah, when during the karaoke stream he showed up with Christian Urena, and it was like they were trolling a bit. But thankfully they were pretty funny to hang around with. What's it called? Yeah. And then I told I basically said, I'll sing a song for you if you tell me if you confirm. And yeah, we dox his ass. Walter's pretty funny though. Whenever he shows up the chat to like drop some copy pasta bullshit, he does that to you too, right, Gavin? He just shows up and says some random one-liner, and you're just like, what the fuck? Oh my god.
Okay, Shane the Maxi. Okay, a little bit of hope here for.
Okay, Shane Maxi is talent.
Okay, well, I guess we're gonna take a look here.
Yeah.
I think this point. I think that's what we're gonna see here. We'll probably just get rid of the Bureau here, leave the flawless in hand, it won't do anything, probably, and then just pass over the turn. I mean, it's a little risky. You could draw into K2, you could draw into Lugius, you could draw into Rahu. There's things definitely that we can draw here, but it also depends on titles. Of course, they have any other Ash Blossom or anything that I think is pretty safe.
Something that's also somewhat interesting.
Wait, this is fucked up. Did he just pass on an Ash Blossom?
What's crashing the Aramasa into the
I heard that happens a lot. Chopped hand, yeah, chopped.
You don't want to be able to make link too, because knowing about the makes it a lot easier. But I think if we actually got rid of the Wallace here, we're definitely going to push this turn. Yeah. Okay, so setting 2 cards from Kaito here, and now it all comes down to this draw for Abu Hamud. Are we picking up best case probably a K2 Draco Tail or
10 times speed? Yeah, this is 3 times.
I'm not gonna lie, I didn't even mention that one, but that is also very strong for a multitude of reasons.
I know it looks like 10 times for you. Some people can't handle 3 times. I know. I'll put it at 2 times speed if you guys want to hear their commentary.
Yeah, it really is, because the Lugias is also still around. So we have 2 options here. We can either fuse into a Draco Tail fusion. I mean, 2 options.
I'll be honest, I didn't even think they'd be talking.
But we can either use the Lugias or the Malulu from the field. We use the Lugias, which is going to preserve the Malulu on the board for a fusion summon on the opponent's turn, potentially. And here comes our Thalion. So we're going to activate that Lugias in the graveyard as well as do our Thalion on the field.
That's what KBG calls
still trying to find words for
Scorpion guy.
Kaito not using that Mitsubishi players on his own turn. Like, just touching that effect seems so appealing.
I think what they were trying to do was just look at the hand and then just activate.
Again,
that also guarantees a play, right?
You're not committing to Draco Tail, right? You're just learning it from the Worlds guy.
Well, yeah, I guess that does make sense. But we would have, when Drone Lockbird resolves, we would have already searched twice, because Aramasa and the players would have both resolved already. Sure, then we kind of cut off our Mitsubishi ritual possibly, because I can't go into the Saji search anymore. But definitely an interesting decision. Let's see how that works out eventually for Kaito. As with that Malulu top deck, Abo is certainly back into this game. I thought about it more, and I'm pretty sure that Malulu might have just been the best card to draw. Like, I think if you top deck K2 Draco Tail, it searches for that Malulu probably. So the only difference here is that we can still activate K2 now because it's once per turn. We add Maxi back to the hand for the next turn, and we already know that there was no answer to it last turn. So that is going to put Kaito in a very, very dangerous spot, because next turn the Maxi is going to come down again, and Draco Tail really one of those decks that you really don't want to push into
draw
Maxi
didn't matter too much.
They have the Fury in the deck, they have Mana in the deck, so many dangerous things they can draw into if you push into those Maxi.
Right, like
yeah, I mean the beauty
either
about
way,
also, it's just
they're both monsters in hand,
which is a huge upside as well. Of course,
your second Maxi, yeah.
But then you already have established quite a bit up until that
like here,
point.
for example, right? The K2
to be honest, this is a mid off, so it does matter.
Successfully, the Malulu is still on the board, threatening more fusion summons next turn, and we have a Maxi back in the hand. So very, very scary. And this is going to be a fusion summon of Secretarion Dragon that is going to be triggering 2 Draco Tail effects.
Is it not just game anyway?
Snowballing out of hand. I mean, it's also like, what is this set card from Kaito here? Because it was not Infinite Impermanence or Dominus Impulse. Those would have definitely been used already.
Yeah.
So it must be at least a reset. It must be like a
great purification.
It could be great purification. That'd be the worst case scenario, because that couldn't even be activated right now. Could also be.
I feel like it's a game.
I'm not sure how popular that is in Raziel Mitsurugi.
Not necessarily that popular, but could still be, of course. May always be an opportunity, a possibility. But has Abo found a new law? We know he knows every single brand.
Also, I just did not pay attention to this duel at all. What's going on here? Okay, this is Malice. Secretary on his game? Yeah.
Side and out, but he's going after the next fusion deck now with putting all of his time and effort into the Draco Tail strategy. And apparently that is already going quite well on day 1 of that journey, as he's already in that final here. Tonight,
no quick effect to...
And actually, off of just that Malulu, we've established a board of over 8,000 damage. This is potentially enough to win the game on the spot. Quite literally the perfect draw, enabling Abo to win this game. And it's an important one as well, because as we see, there's already been 1 win for Team UWS on table B here, so this is going to be the equalizer.
It was the great purification that was destroyed there in the meantime. Doesn't look like there's anything to stop those attacks.
The Malice game looks like it's going well.
Drawn Malulu win this game.
Crazy draw, really. And now we go into
I
the
didn't pay
last game
attention
of the first
to
round
what
of the finals here, as it is Malice by Grass taking on
Malice
from Team UWS.
Draco Tail.
And it is an interesting game state, as we do have a lot of monsters on the side of Grass, which are just ready to be
the guy has
and that is exactly what Grass is going to do here as well, as we're joining them, going into the hot scripter. And I'm saying it's an interesting
I don't know if
game
there
state.
was any other
super favorable game state for Grass if you're thinking about it.
Yeah, so once again, we are joining at the time when Malice is in a winning game state. However, I will say Team T2 on table A it won, right? We had Nikki Boy with Onomat Raziel taking down Malice from UWS. So Malice winning this game, but didn't win that one. So I guess we'll find out which team is going to walk away with a lead here. Currently, it's looking good for Team T2 as Malice is walking towards 8,000 damage.
Thinking about it more, no. Nikki Boy must have lost, because Abo was the one winning for T2. So Nikki Boy must have lost against Malice. So seemingly Malice, also here in the finals, somewhat unstoppable. Yeah.
Malice is kind of no, you're right. Yeah, I mixed it up because I think UWS was the blue team in the semifinals.
Yes,
that's that. Yeah.
Still, we have that access code talker now on the field, and by using a hot scripter for it as material, that is a very, very, very easy way to make it happen here if Gera has no further interruption, and it really doesn't seem like it. Using the effect now, hot scripter in the banishment, bye-bye Aphalion, and hot scripter ready to return. Is that the lead here once more for Team T2?
It's looking likely. I mean, the only card to prevent it would be
I don't really have to say that. I pointed it out because this Arthalion is really weird. If I understand Arthalion and Gulamount wording, if you like detach 2 Xyz material, or you link off 2 monsters, or if you fusion summon 2 monsters in the hand, that triggers like their revival effects. So it is very weird. For me, the unintuitive one is the detaching Xyz materials, but I heard it does trigger the revival effects of Arthalion. But
battle phase, but then we have no cards left, and there's a big token on the other side, and there is no Nibiru even, and that is a win for Malice once again. So we have both teams.
But that might come up.
Malice decks in the finals here,
someone might
with
fuck up and
a pretty decisive
play into.
But this is day 1 of the format. Yeah, maybe. I mean, it's a different variant of the new toy syndrome, because very often people are just going after the new thing because it's more exciting. They want to try out something new. That would mean they're playing Draco Tail. Yes, that is mostly the case here. But maybe also on that same train, people have over prepared for the Draco Tail matchup. They're like, okay, the format changes. There's new cards, so I need to address them. And that may be the reason why Malice is so strong, is people are kind of forgetting or not valuing it, honoring it enough anymore? What do you think?
That's, I mean, it's a good point. We did see cards like Retaliating C, making
for example.
and that card is not very good against
I mean,
Malice.
personally, I
we saw
think
people play a lot of
also
Golden Lockbird,
it's
maybe
probably
because
that
they were expecting more
and
Ryzeal, more
Malice
Mitsurugi, now that the new list was in effect. So
ways
maybe it's true, maybe people didn't
metagame
respect Malice as much as they apparently needed to. But also, like, I mean, it's not like Malice is showing up here and there today. Malice is like, Malice is here. You know, Malice is showing up.
It's in the building with us.
Malice is winning. Malice is in both lineups in the finals. Malice was winning these games in the finals. So it's a very, very dominant performance. I would be surprised if it's just due to the fact that a couple of people are playing with Malice.
Sure.
Because on the same note, we see a lot of Draco Tail decks with Nibiru the Primal Being, which is a very good card against Malice. We see people playing Ghost Bell and Haunted Mansion, which is also decent against it. So I don't think it's just a matter of people aren't prepared for it, but
you talking about Malice? Yes,
we're talking about Malice. It's something that we're really going to have to respect when it comes to the Duelist Cup later this month. First things first, though, we have our two Ryzeal enthusiasts going up against each other. We have Nicky Boy on X Ryzeal here, with, of course, representing the Automat Ryzeal deck, whereas Kaito is representing the Mitsurugi Ryzeal deck.
Dangerous infinite permanence trying to completely cut off
I think
the
Malice
entirety of
is
the Ryzeal.
good.
We've seen this Automat Ryzeal deck play. It can just bring out so
one of
many
the-
level 4
oh,
monsters,
so
and
okay,
it's
Automat.
immediately a super easy way, sending another copy
One
of
of the
the
crazy
graveyard.
What does that mean?
Maybe
Drawn,
must have drawn the Kage, yeah.
Or the gloves as well, right?
Both of them, maybe, yeah.
Both of them, really.
I mean, if you
Apparently, there's a lot of decks in raiding duels right now
Kaito,
that
once again,
are
really been opening
building
that
against.
walls a lot, but so far it hasn't really helped that much.
Sure, that's true.
Because
what's
they just happen to run into hands that just dealt with it very well.
Draco
there it
Tails.
is, one of the two targets.
Good call.
So they're playing
Summon here, and
D-Fisher.
Nicky Boy
You've
here
seen
gonna
that
have
in
to
the
choose
Malice
carefully what to go
list.
into
They're
under
playing-
this under this
Shifter. There's
Could be.
other,
What
you know,
the
like
approach so far? I mean,
the
a lot of times
Odeon
you saw
deck,
completely committing into it, saying, hey, if I have my full field, you can also have my
man
2 cards,
or
and it really
whatever.
doesn't matter that much.
Yeah.
Or
That's
you
also
go for something
another
such as
one that's been
but Puska is
popping up
in.
with.
Oh, wait, Puska is no longer legal in Master, so that wouldn't be an option. But
what's it
wait,
called?
I don't think Nicky Boy's playing Full
D-Fisher.
We've never seen him search it.
I don't know.
Shifter.
Okay, you know what? I actually don't mind this either because I think we're going to summon Star, get Ryzeal Cross, and then make Detonator.
Yeah.
And then we just have like the good old Detonator plus Cross setup. And we've given 2 draws for that, which isn't the end of the world. Also, I want to bring your attention to, I believe it's table A that I wanted to take a quick look at because we see Abo going first once again. So let's take a look at duel
I think
A,
like
where we're
3
performing
man,
some
no Draco
fusion
Tail.
summons.
Oh, Falion on the field
Yeah,
there,
apparently
indeed. First turn steal.
there's a
Gera.
tweet.
Is this an
Fuck, I gotta
player?
find the
Gera is
tweet
also a
again.
Draco Tail player
Where the
of
guy's like, I've
EWS
only
team.
seen.
I think yes. So that means this is the round of mirror matches, right? I think we have all mirror matches. Ryzeal versus Ryzeal, Malice versus Malice, and Draco Tail versus Draco Tail. So really, that is I think one of the most important set of games because of course when both players have the same decks, then the mirror matches feel very important. And we have Abahamud going first here, K2 Draco Tail, going to try and search for another Draco Tail monster. That's going to be Urgula, and then usually what you try to do is use 5 mana, fuse the Urgula away, and then Urgula adds the 5 mana back, so you have access to.
Basically, he was streaming for 4 hours
Duel
after
C,
the
as there
pack,
was one
and
dominant
he
impulse
didn't
coming down
run
the mirror
into
match,
Draco Tail.
making sure that Nas was only able to pass on a singular
Oh,
SP
it's
Little
turn 2
Knight.
already. Yeah, he passed the turn.
But
then
with
he
Little Knight,
ran into the
believe it or
man deck
not,
3
not
times.
and
Not really, and also not that great against Malice if you're not really trying to banish Malice monsters necessarily, but we have the banishment of the Malice monster there because Grass gets that
I
desired
didn't
turn
expect it to get popular, but there's probably a reason to play
He
it.
has gone for Ryzeal Detonator, but he has not stopped there. He has also now gone into Ryzeal Duo Drive, so maybe he's going to aim even for a bigger field.
Oh, the Ryzeal trap card there.
That's a good explanation, right?
Alright, SP Little Knight here banishes the Dormouse, and as it's already
I don't know if I
returned
call
to
it
Malice, it's not going to
popular,
return
but-
once more, but it is going to resolve and banish another Malice from the deck, which
I'll find out.
White Rabbit and Jessica are the most likely ones here.
Maybe also trying to make our field empty early on, so
Could
possibly
be.
indicating a Molchami Full Loss on the side of Nas.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be
Which would
surprised by
indicate
that.
that it would be the shared card, right? Because we've seen Kaito on
True.
Molchami. I've been paying
I
attention.
like how
to
they
that. I couldn't quite
switched
make out which
after
card is
the
shared card here.
Ryzeal players just like
in these
comboing
two lineups here, but I mean, if we
Oh,
do see a
under
Molchami from
Fula.
Nas here, it'd be a pretty good
Okay,
indicator.
but
Unless they
still,
decide to split them between the decks,
Under
maybe
Fula
we
is
can-
very
yeah, but we've definitely seen
like
double Fula
I don't think it
so
does
that's,
anything to
that's
Draco
something.
Tail. Sorry, to
Absolutely true. So
Ryzeal.
White
I think
Rabbit
Ryzeal can
and
combo
how far does
comfortably
it
under
get that
Fula.
White Rabbit?
And
Because
like,
we have already used the banishment effect of White Rabbit, so
Yes,
banishing
you know.
TWC not particularly appealing,
Like,
but there is a
okay, he has
confidence
Maxi,
following
and
it
he
up,
searched
so
Nibiru.
you don't need to make
How
it
the
happen
fuck
with
are you
only these
gonna
two
break
cards.
this?
We also
Instead,
we haven't normal summoned yet, and also I mean it seems like Grass just does not concern themselves with the forbidden abilities. So we've just drawn the one of Field Spell and the one of Gold Sarcophagus. So
Nice, that's good.
off
Very
to
good.
a good start,
Malice.
yeah.
Okay,
Must
what
be
is
nice.
duel
Activate
8?
March here.
let's bring it
What
out.
is the
Also,
Draco
Jessica
Tail
Cat
mirror and we're
also
fucking
from the
missing
hand,
that?
right?
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
casually
We're
open
missing the
Gold
Draco
Sarcophagus,
Tail
Malice
mirror. Are you
Underground, and
kidding
Jessica
me?
as one does.
Plus the Dominus Impulse to stop Nas from building a field, really.
Yep.
So that was nice, but also we have now found the end on duel B of Nicky Boy's turn, as he has also added a Gallant Granite to the field, resulting in Nibiru in hand,
Okay.
which is
Does
against
not concern
Mitsurugi
themselves?
Ryzeal of all decks.
Yeah.
How good is it, really?
Wait, what did they
It's the
say?
only thing you have to worry about. That's the Mitsurugi
What
card.
doesn't
Typically
concern
have no problem.
themselves?
Cat, which is also limited.
From the hand, you're right.
Yeah, no, does not. Yeah, we just casually open Gold Sarcophagus, Malice Underground, and Jessie Cat as one does.
Plus the Dominus Impulse to stop Nas from building a field, really.
Yep.
So that was nice, but also we have now found the end on duel B of Nicky
Yeah,
Boy's
what
turn,
did
as he has
they-
also
what did
added
they say?
a Gallant Granite to the field,
Oh,
resulting
Nibiru
in Nibiru in hand,
Okay.
which is against Mitsurugi Ryzeal of all decks.
Yeah.
How
Like,
good
did they
is
say
it?
the Ryzeal does
It's-
not
if it's the
concern
only thing
themselves
you
on
have to worry
Bulas?
about, that's the
I
Mitsurugi
wasn't
player.
paying
You
attention
typically
because I
have
was
a
just talking
because
about
all
that.
of the Mitsurugis, like if you just play carefully, you can just leave their effects open so they can still come back from the graveyard after the tribute, so that's okay. Or the Ryzeal.
Oh,
versus
Malice
Ryzeal
doesn't
Cross.
concern
However,
themselves.
if you
Yeah,
pair it
okay.
with the fact that we have Ryzeal Detonator, Ryzeal Cross of our own, and Ryzeal Plasma
Okay,
face down,
okay.
you just might be able to use those disruptions carefully, and like if you use them in the right spots.
Oh,
then
to
it'll
drawing
affect
one
you
of.
versus
Oh, I
Because It's one thing to
see.
play around in the bureau when you're
I
going first and
see.
you're just comboing. It's another thing to play around in the bureau when your opponent already has a board set up.
Ooh, early Ryzeal Cross Negator on the graveyard effect of Saji,
Got
making sure Kaito cannot search for a Mitsurugi spell card here. Judging by the hand size of Kaito, though, I don't think it's super unlikely.
Someone should do like
maybe a
the
Praetor Ritual or
Artholion
something eventually now, and that is not going to be answered. Tributing Habakiri, which obviously was there in the hands.
That's like straight up easy to fucking.
That's
okay actually. That's alright.
I'm gonna sell the rights to it right now.
We would have definitely not liked to
whoever is
the effect to destroy the entire board. Now,
oh my god,
is going to activate.
I'm getting all these shares from like
not the worst case
pocket from all these like Japanese
still have
players.
detonator pop available as
So
well
now
as
I have all these
it's gonna be a big moment with the detonator because when we activate Mitsurugi Ritual here, now possibly just training detonator to destroy the Futsu could lead to them not being able to resolve the ritual even anymore. Is there another way to make this ritual summon possible is the question here. Any response to the right detonator? There is Mitsurugi prayer, so we can just tribute off the Futsu and search for something to make the ritual summon still resolve. So that was perfect from Kaito. He was just asking for that right detonator chain.
Really strong Mitsurugi prayers here from Kaito, searching for Arumasa from the deck. 800 life points, bringing back that Futsu immediately because we want to tribute it for the ritual. So that's going to be the tribute to summon a Murakumo from the deck.
In the meantime, though, I mean, we see that Duel A was decided in favor of T2, and we also see that Duel C has just ended, and therefore I believe this should be a 4-1 overall score right now in favor of T2, putting them on match point here.
Which means that if Nicky Boy is able to convert this game into a win, they will be taking the entire tournament 5-1 here.
We'll see
as the aggregator is attempting to stop Murakumo from destroying the entire board. It is a massive chain link forming here from Kaito's end. But here's the thing, right? This is what I was referring to earlier. This could lead to a massive Nibiru eventually, which we know is there.
Actually, aren't they supposed to reveal another
Mega? That you use, this Nibiru might potentially hit even harder eventually. We search for Mitsurugi here, but that's already been activated.
No, I think it was
Mario, so we cannot use that again. Futsu is going to return, but has now already used.
Yeah, the DLC is coming
to bring itself back
in 5 days for
so
Legends
that will not
CA.
activate after the Nibiru is eventually going to be used by Nicky Boy.
Yeah, it should be 5 days.
Available at any point to not just destroy a monster, 2 monsters actually, but also reattach a material to this detonator.
Okay, we have found.
Yeah, the DLC is in 5 days.
Surprised with how many we're seeing how many cards Kaito had in his opening hand due to the
Okay, so
It's not the best Ryzeal to start with because
fair, yeah.
normal summon Sword Ryzeal means you're not going to be normal summoning Ice Ryzeal ever this turn. And since we started with the Mitsurugi cards, we have non-level 4 monsters on the field, meaning X Ryzeal cannot search.
True, but we still search for the X Ryzeal here with Sword Ryzeal, so maybe there already is an Ice Ryzeal also in the hand. Wait, if there was
pretty
we would have thought about normal summoning that one.
That's a good argument to be out there. I agree, but Kaito really has to make sure the aggregator that is being sent here is really not that big of a deal right now because we have used all of our face-up cards there already. Okay, yeah, right across is negated, but it has done
December 6th, 7th,
also well done for Nicky Boy to make sure that happens early, and now immediately before we can even go into the first rank 4 monster, we go with the Rise of Plasma Hole, destroying not only the Sword Ryzeal, but probably just
so I'll probably
I think it's got to be the Murakumo because it's too big, so it can attack over the detonator, and it also hasn't been tribute this turn yet, so it can still come back after you activate the
This shit gonna be so big. I hope it's peak for you, just for you.
Very interesting indeed. So those go off. We do get a material underneath the detonator now as well, which obviously is super strong. Actually, maybe a little bit of a misstep from Kaito deciding to gate the right across there earlier on.
December what? 6-7 weekends
in the battle phase, and that's going to be the Utopic.
Is it okay? But
the Zexal.
It's 10, right? But is it
Zexal? The future is now, and T2 wants to win another tournament.
December 10th, 9 p.m. PST, or December 10th,
but also in your opponent's graveyard, and they send the
12 a.m.
That alone gives it.
That's what I want to find out. Because if it's 9 p.m. PST,
they pushed into the Molcharmi going first with Ryzeal
for
on the
December 9th, the day before, I'm fucking.
But they're looking very fine here. I'm gonna respond with Utopic Future Zexal.
Oh, guess what? That is another monster is going to get even bigger in just a moment.
Okay, so if it's 12 a.m. December 10th, then
so we're gonna
that's
trigger
gonna
Murakumo
be
to negate and destroy the Utopic Future Zexal. However, Ryzeal is
you know what I
online
mean, right?
to detach off of that detonator to stop
Okay, you
Murakumo
got
from coming back from the graveyard, which is a really big deal. And I think Nicky Boy is in a prime position to close out this game and actually secure a win without even having to go to a third set of games for Team T2
in a final match in the final round of the tournament, making it happen without even having to go to that.
Negating that Murakumo.
Either way, I'm dedicating 9. Yeah, I did say December 6th.
And at this point, Kaito still needs some real help from the cards in hand. And so far, one thing we know for sure is that there's no
have that one for free.
Absolutely true. Nicky Boy does what he does best throughout the entirety of this tournament, and that is going into the extra deck and fishing out another rank 4 monster. That is going to be Ryzeal to a drive, and Kaito
go ahead and have no interruption in the hand, and we throw the towel in. T2, very commanding finals, 5-1, well played. Not the easiest games, to be fair. I mean, under that Molcharmi Fuwalos, going up against that 7 or 8 card hand from Ryzeal Mitsurugi, definitely scary.
Okay, so it can unlock early. Yeah, it is 8 p.m. December 9th.
Also explaining why we weren't worried about the Murakumo.
Yes.
Utopic Future was hilarious. That was pretty awesome. So congratulations.
I only pay attention to that
our
because
winners of this 3 vs 3 Challenger Cup, but also of course,
when
congratulations to Team UWS.
came out in Amazon Prime or The Boys, we would get it like the day before.
It's been a pleasure to
like 3 hours before midnight.
As always, and very happy to be joined by Lampion.
I'll do 10.
It's been a great day.
All right.
I just gotta say, what kind of a 2 days Nicky Boy had.
Yeah,
yesterday
I'm gonna definitely
for the in-person final in
I'm probably
March
gonna
by placing top 4 yesterday, and now he won the tournament to
9 for
as well, making sure that his name is to be heard in the community. And then also, of course, we knew his one teammate Abo, but he was joined by someone else.
Okay, that's perfect. I think, yeah, so 9/10th, I'm just gonna do DLC. And then 11th is the Game Awards,
maybe didn't have a chance
so
to
I'll probably...
join today because maybe you didn't have teammates or any other reasons tomorrow and the entire weekend. There is one last Challenger Cup for the season, as there is a big open event, a 2-day Challenger Cup essentially with big pricing. So
yeah, I ended up getting tickets to the Game Awards, so I'll just... I already invited.
There you can find all the information on that and how to register. I would absolutely recommend it to you as it is free to enter. It's big time fun, and you can also have your favorite.
Me and Reggie are in the same time zone.
And with that, thank you all so much for tuning in.
I've been very clear about me coming from.
We had a
blast casting with the pack, yes.
Of course, we're also going to use it and take some notes for in anticipation of the duelist.
I mean, I offered them to you if that was before I got picked, but I just assumed you had other things to do. I didn't know if you were interested if I got picked, but yeah. Do they show new games at Game Awards or just announce awards? They show new games actually. For the most part, it's pretty fun in person. Streaming is fine. But I didn't go the year where the fucking the guy rushed the stage. I didn't go that year. I went the year after. I'm not a gamer, that's why. Don't worry. Don't worry, we found someone to take your place, so. But yeah, I'm mostly there for the performance. When they did Promises, the Final Fantasy VII Rebirth performance, and the Alan Wake one, that was the best part. Wait, it just ended? I was just yapping about what a fucking.
In the graveyard, but also in your opponent's graveyard, and they send the Logic aggregator to
doing this thing. So that alone gives it 4,500 attack. And I mean, that's.
It's decided by this fucking game.
Oh my
God.
That's pretty weak to cards like the Molcharmies.
Can you guys take pick when you guys in the menu? Yes, I can. I actually have pictures. I have to find more, but I do have pictures.
Even bigger in just a moment.
Okay. I don't know if I'm allowed to, but I did it anyway, and no one said anything. So, but yeah, I'll take photos. I'll show them on stream too.
We have the purification to counter it though, so we're going to tribute the Murakumo to negate and destroy the utopic future of Zexal. However, Ryzeal Cross is online to detach off of that detonator to stop the Murakumo from coming back from the graveyard, which is a really, really big deal. And I think Nicky Boy is in a prime position to close out this game.
So it just ends like this. This is how it ends. Goblinberg.
In the final match, in the final round of the tournament, making it happen without even having
to
negating.
Pocket already won Apple game. Oh yeah, I saw that.
So powerful. Still able to draw now off of the Ryzeal Cross. Going to go back to 2 cards in hand. And at this point,
I don't know. I didn't pay attention to the awards. Okay, I don't give a shit who wins. All right. I just want to see the musical performances. They probably tell you when you go in or something. You can't take pick. I don't remember them telling me anything. Maybe it was in the you know, like when you download the ticket info. Maybe it's there, like the terms of service or something.
Sure is that there's no maxi.
Which you know you're supposed to read, but
does what he does best throughout the entirety of this tournament, and that is going into the extra deck and fishing out another rank 4 monster. That is going to be Ryzeal. Do a drive.
Okay, that's it. Okay. 4-1. It basically was like what? 1-2 into 5-1. That's crazy. All right, I don't know. Okay. I'll just move. I think I talked enough about Draco Tail. Oh, I actually the only thing I'll share is this. I might troll around with this build. I'm not saying it's the best build, but it was very funny. It was very funny. Yeah. Oh shoot, there was a replay redeem, and I didn't even look. I don't have Master Duel open, so I'm not even like. All right, so 10 win streak. This deck must be good. Cap Shell, Beast, Dissolver. Dark End Evaporation Dragon. This guy fucking hates Retaliating Sea. I thought this was fun. This looks like fun. This card and this card both draw you a card. When you fuse with them. Oh, but he's not playing. It looks like he's not playing Horn. That's unfortunate. And he's doing 3-1. All right. You want me to look at a replay, bruh? Okay, you're asking. You know, I would play that roguelike game, Identifile, but it always crashes on me. So I don't think it's good stream content. I mean, I don't expect people to show up to watch me play a non-Yu-Gi-Oh game, but you know, at least don't crash on me. Hello, Goxar. How's it going? Okay, I'll open up Master Duel. Bruh. Okay, I just saw Peak Disney Villain Cafe. Okay, the real ones showed up for Disney Villain Cafe. How's new deck? I haven't played too many new decks. I still need to scrape the gems. I mean, people in chat were saying Draco Tail is pretty cool though. Yeah, Disney Villains Cafe was peak. I have another game that someone gifted me that I will have to play eventually. My Cute Commissar. I don't know how that's gonna work out. Play Man. I think I might. Okay, like, oh yeah, I need to. I need to get the bundle. I don't have the bundle. I need to get these too. Okay. Okay, I'll buy this. My what? Here, let me see if I can find the... someone gifted me this game. Okay, I have Call of Ponchi Mahjong Warfare. That I want to play eventually. You not showing MD, by the way? Don't worry, I'm not... hold on. Who the fuck queued up?
Big Roach about how much you like the hotel.
Alright, who queued up Has Been Hotel?
There's an endless stream of passion filled in hundreds of plugs. If you love this intro, just wait till you smell our rugs. 'Cause people want
Oh yeah, this was a tweet. I managed to pay 0 Draco Tail today in 4 hours of streaming. Skull emoji.
hypodermic needles left all over the place.
So he streamed pretty fast. Okay. Here's the game I was talking about. My Cute Commissar. Oh, what the hell? This is like fucking... So someone gifted this to me, and I don't know what I'm gonna do. When I'm... Oh, man. Is this fucking Unipop bullshit? Are you guys gonna show up to this? If you guys show up to this, I'll do it. I'm kidding. I don't care. I want... what's called? I want to play Call of Ponchi, though. Mahjong Warfare. What is this? If you know fucking Unipop, it looks like some dating sim. Based in 1920s Russia. Like, look, they're Stalin. And, okay, I guess that's Cyrillic. I don't know how to... I might, depending on my schedule. Bro's gonna... This... Okay, I showed you this game. This game looks like P. But, okay, this is a problem. English language not speaking. Holy shit, CSGO! Look at this! Anyway. Tanks with soldiers, but yeah. Okay, I might have trouble with this because I don't know how to... I don't understand like kanji. 10 out of 10? So which piece is Chandra? It's the Chun, the red dragon. Here. Okay, I clicked on the roll. Okay. Is this one? Is this one right here? Whenever you type Genmu, that's Chandra. I think it's... No. That's why I chose. Oh, that one? Yeah. Okay, what was I looking at? I got distracted because I was like, this is peak. Like, I think my favorite part is like, I forgot, where's the logo? Here we go, the logo. This is peak, bro. The bamboo forms the Modern Warfare logo. That's insane. Wait, I don't get it. It means Chun. But Chandra is derived from... Well, it got localized to Chandra because of... they wanted to make a pun with dragon. But the real name is Dora. And Dora Mahjong. I'll be honest, I can't explain it, but that well. But it's just a Mahjong term. But this, like, kanji is Chun. It's a +1. Yes, it's a +1. Exactly, +1. Like, it adds value to your hands. And the more Doras you can rack up, the more points you earn, basically. Is this the game? Mahjong's the game, yeah. Mahjong is the game. Yeah, Mahjong's the game. It's real. They made Chandra real. Yeah. I don't know what I can do to drive the point that it's Japanese Mahjong. Yeah, so these tiles. I don't think I'll even understand Mahjong. I don't either, but I play an online simulator that's basically click the yellow button. I mean, I only played like 3 times. But it wasn't so bad. Like, it's nice when the simulator takes care of everything. If you were to ask me to play in real life, I'm good. But yeah, in JP, Chandra's name is Chundora. And Chun is the red dragon. Like this guy. Okay, where was I? Dude, I got on a tangent and I got another tangent. Oh yeah, I was talking about Draco Tail. Orm is that game from Yakuza. Yeah. The tourists be like, yeah, I played. That's insane. That's like when people say, oh yeah, jazz music. It's. Persona. When they associate jazz music with Persona 5. Oh my god. Fuck, what was I gonna do? Oh, replays. Yes. Okay, finally I get to the replay portion. Orm. Let me... Bruh. What do you think about my suggestion in Discord? Oh shit. I don't think I remember seeing it. Let me look at it. I don't see the suggestion. For a stream near Christmas, whether that's Christmas Eve of a little... Could you watch all the Christmas classics? I'll be honest. Okay, first, I don't think I'm gonna be around for Christmas Eve. I think I'm gonna be out of town again. Actually, let me see my plans. Okay, I'm gonna be out of town same day next week as today. I think I'm gonna be out of town Christmas Eve. What Christmas classics do you... If you have a playlist, like, I could look at it. I was thinking of also doing a New Year's, like, karaoke. I can make one? Okay, I can. Are you talking about, like, all the Rankin Bass, like, Christmas stuff? It would have to be before Christmas. I'll think about it. If it's all the Rankin Bass stuff... Oh my god. Alright. Okay, replays. Oh my god, replays. Alright. I don't know. I don't really want to look like Medius. Oh, I forgot. I need to buy all these freaking wallpaper. I need to buy all these. Bro, it's chopped. I don't think we can keep up with all the... Okay, I'll get you. I don't know if I want to look like Rashid. Okay, replay times. Alright, there was any duel live as well as... Okay, I'm gonna watch your replay. Never My Life first. Oh, Tasuku's playing. Buttman. Yeah, Buttman. I'm thinking, okay, I'll watch some replays and I'll probably look at some videos. Spectate the Go? Yeah, well, that's why we're watching Never My Life's replay. Oh, I'm already following Never My Life, so I don't know why I'm typing this in. Why does Rashid look like Max DD if he was serious? I never thought about that way, but... okay, top replay. The dude Never My Life replay, okay. First Tasku, what? Nice hand, but this looks really playable. Alright, X. What am I supposed to look at, brother? Bro's gonna be like... give my opponent 4 draws under, You're just gonna give him like 4 to 5 draws under, Fulos and still win. Bro's not even scared of Nib, that's crazy. Hello, Samidari. Bro's decided I'm not gonna give a shit about Nib. No rock. People have been telling me, the streets are saying Nib sucks right now. I haven't thought about it yet, but I think I'm close to agreeing. You know what? I'm not even gonna say you made a bad choice or anything. I'm not even judging. I'm just, yeah, XDD. The streets are saying Nib sucks. Or like there's better cards you can play over Nib right now. No more BB Blue, yeah. I'm crying. You can't see my camera, but I'm upset. So you can change Malulu, but don't you just chain pop, or do you? Oh, okay, Plasma Hole. Dude, Plasma Hole's so nasty. Wait, you might be goated, bro. Tell him Nib sucks so I can always turn without caring about it. I think in my recent, I played like 400 games in the last week, and I don't think I really got nibbed. I think I could count on my fingers how many times I got nibbed. I'm not saying no one played Nib because there's always the one copy that lurks in people's lists, but the amount of Nibs that I disrespected was so much. I just stopped giving a shit about Nib. I mean, I respect it a little bit, but the people who actually could punish me, actually there were people who had Nib and I just made allied coach negate it. But then they scooped after it. You should play 3? That's true. You're telling me to play 3 after the streets are saying it sucks? The streets are safe for Lingariba and Blumage to pull up. Did you get Nib, Genmu, in your games? Did anyone show up with Nib? If at least 3 of your games were versus the man deck, I have a feeling you don't play Nib. Yes, today? Okay. So this, okay. Maybe the streets aren't safe. I just, never mind. Yeah, I got Nib. It didn't matter. Maybe the streets are right. Maybe I'll have to... I'm so sick, man. All the deck don't have rock. Yeah. I mean, I don't think Nip is bad unless you're in high rated. It's full of Draco, Gemini, and Ryzeal. But like all the high rated players, actually I don't know. But I imagine this extends to individual high rated players, at least. Okay, Sting. They don't even have cross out? Damn. Oh, you know why? I think it's because of D-Fissure. D-Fissure, like if you activate D-Fissure, it forces out their hand traps early. It depends on your hand with Malice. But D-Fissure fucks over shit like, I mean, it doesn't stop Nib, for what it's worth. Alright, Exciton Knight. There's no way they're... Why are they doing this? No. Do you know why they did this? They thought Exciton was a quick effect, so they were gonna like burn their whole hand. So Exciton couldn't activate. Oh my god. I think they didn't need to activate 5 mana. What are they doing? I mean, Exciton is very strong here, but they just made it easier for you. Yo, Blaze! Thank you for the raid. How was Master Duel for you? Yeah, fire. Are you doing the Exciton them a second time? Because they didn't learn the first time? Hello, Shin, how's it going? You're just gonna Exciton them again! Okay, nah. Master Duel was diabolical? Damn. He's negated. Oh, he's negated by Malulu. I'm stupid. Okay, Malulu negated him. Sorry. You see I post my deck list? You got Giga sacked? How far did you get on your climb? Okay, thanks for pointing out. Yeah, Malulu negated this. Okay, I don't know why they did that then. Diamond 3? Nice. Damn, this is a very extended game. But I can imagine Draco Tail forces that. DU2 by ID rank? Or... Yeah, I got, I already mentioned this before, but last time I got to D3 pretty easily, D rank back to D5, win streak back to D3, and then D ranked back to D4, and then narrowly avoided another, but got stuck hard D4 for a long ass time. That's when I feel like I got really unlucky, when I got hard stuck D4. I spent like a long ass time there, and I'm still not out. The other times were kind of me trolling, but oh well. You just make Malice go nuts? What are you doing? 60 card Malice? Malice gone nuts. How do you like the update? I haven't had much time. I had to go out of town after the update, and all I did was open packs. I won't have enough for Draco Tail, but I'll wait for Duelist Cup gems. Back in Diamond, I long how Texas. Yeah, my friend, he goes to school, as opposed to like, I don't know, the point is, he doesn't have time to rank up. And then he'll often ask me to accompany him while he ladders through silver and plat, and he just feels it takes him forever to get through all the ranks. It does take a long time, even if they're like super simple games. All right, purification. Draco 13 UR plus UR Brandon is really expensive. Yes, that is true. Oh, that's insane value. Wait. Okay, never mind. I don't know why I thought this was still unnegated. I forgot Mululu's perma negate. Were you fishing for something, or was it just like oopsie? Draco feels like a cockroach deck. What do you mean? As in like Max C is at home in that deck, or the fact that they won't die like a cockroach? Yeah, Mululu perma negate. Yeah. Honestly, my opponent would respond to X's. Okay, I mean, that's not a bad play. Not gonna lie, that's not a bad play. I wouldn't have thought of that. Oh shit, the plasma hole. Arthur keeps coming back is why I'm calling it a cockroach deck. That makes sense. Arthur is, the Artholion does not concern himself. I don't know how to. Someone needs to workshop. The Artholion does not concern himself because it's there's something is there, but I'm not good enough. What is that Maxi name again? Maximum C. Are you talking about like the one that counters Draco Tail, or do you just want Max C's full legal name? People call it Maximum Cockroach. The one set on the field. Retaliating Seas? The one that banishes? The one that summoned itself set on the field is, yeah, Retaliating Sea? Okay, okay. I see. Wait, never. Did you know Artholion triggers when you detach too? Retaliating Sea? Yeah. Yeah? Alright, you might be the GOAT. That one is not like... It's unintuitive to me, but it does make sense. I see Draco Tail play with this. Yeah. It's probably for the mirror. Alright. Oh man, my gems are chopped. It's over. Well, Armage we could. There's a fusion they're missing that's actually pretty solid. But I'm not an Armage player. I mean, it's like a decent Genesis deck. It's not. To me, that just means it lives on the shadow of, under the shadow of other good decks, you know? Because, I don't know, I see Genesis as, like, advanced light. Never. Solving was never crazy. Okay, that's fair. I'll show you my Malice rate. I just need 10 more. Does anyone want to sponsor Shin Asuka's Malice replay? Please indicate through text that you want to sponsor it. We had 5 people redeem the same fucking redeem for 1 person. Kind of breaking a lot of hands item 1 hand trap. Isn't the field spell like capable of okay? Alright, no one redeem more. No one redeem more, okay. Do not redeem. Do not redeem more, okay? Genmu's always faster? Okay. Alright. Where are you? There you are. Okay, is it top replay? Top replay. Term on top one? Okay. Oh my god. I see Dark Magician Girl, okay? I have a feeling this guy's gonna get good. I just want to play the Magic Academy animator. I mean, it'll get decent. Like, we're definitely missing that fusion, though. I feel like that, I don't know. I don't know Armage that well. I read that card, and that card looked crazy to me. You don't need red ransom? Don't worry. Okay. White binder, Nabibu. Oh wait, he's cooked. You just chain TB11. Okay. Honestly, you didn't even need a chain TB11. Actually, you do. You did, because you used Splash Me. I forgot, Druid's Worm's locked out. Because you used Splash Me. Yep, it's over. Dormouse, vanish. You even have backup if you didn't even have to do, yeah, okay, circular. I see you. Okay, you drew the equation. Anyone say Malice die? I saw a few people say Malice is dead. Don't worry, I'll give them their contact info. Chihuahua. Doro Mouse? Yeah, Doro Mouse. Dude, I'm 90% sure I'm gonna scoop the fucking normal summon Dormouse all the same. Nice IP. I assume you're gonna make, I have no idea what you're going to make. Oh, Griffin? I see. I understand now. Everything is so clear to me. Okay, then he's cooked. Oh, that's actually kind of funny. I didn't even think about that. You can set. Does this stipulate the? You can theoretically activate this still. I see. Rip. I mean, what the fuck? What the hell, bruh? I forgot this was a Dark Magician deck. Or something. What happened? Did your opponent fall asleep? Wait, this might be cooked. Because he can fusion summon. Abuaka, yeah, Abuaka. Never mind, you have Baldrake. Bruh. Oh my god, you messed up the chain links. I was gonna comment on the replay, but if you make this guy chain link 1 and your access code chain link 2, he can't respond to your Druid Swarm. But that's the only thing I will say. Alright, GG. replay. Okay. Before I log off, I realized what I want to look at before I log off. No need red ransom? Yeah, I think White Binder does a lot of things. Heavy lifting. You end stream already? It was supposed to be a short stream. I just felt like just logging on and yapping. I wasn't planning on streaming, but I just got back home and I was like, you know what? There's some Draco Tail, I don't know, to catch up on, I guess. Second one, rip. I didn't see you had another one? Don't worry. But I kind of want to sleep today. But the thing I wanted to look at, might take longer. I think I saw this before. I think you only give this guy one draw off the Chihuahua. Yeah. You don't give him any draws actually, because he drew into the low. I post my deck list in Genmu MB Discord. Okay. I will look at the list. Ah, I see the list now. Okay, it's very hard to miss now that I look at it. I see. Malice will never die. Oh. I'm pretty sure you just straight up give him no draws, and then Sugar is really good at Malice. Yeah, you just negate this. I don't know what else he used. I think he links ones and then you Sarvis. Red Ransom hit did a lot to the goon ability of the deck. You like Red Ransom? You're not a Cryptor or White Binder? Oh my god. I was wondering, cause like this is kind of tough, because if he knows how to play around Sarvis, this might not be enough. Just don't blame me. Don't blame you. You're gonna be the reason Circular gets limited. All right, just queue up to Josh like 10 times in his streams. That's how you guarantee it.
It's fun to stay at the Chandra DC. It's fun to stay at the Chandra DC.
Oh, I'm going to guy, but none of the other guys have the kind of step on me energy that Red Ransom
You can summon Hydra. You can OTK.
I know what you're talking about, but
it's fun to stay in
I'm gonna hold back on saying anything.
Chandra DC.
I know what you mean.
Chandra
but...
DC.
Oh my god. I'm dead. Ermy.
You seen the foundation, holding up a ragged nation. You know it in your mind what it's like.
Alright,
You want the right resolution, the right to get another portion.
no need Red Ransom, make Malice good, we got Splash.
Ready for detonation.
Splash is pretty strong. Splash helps.
Reality is full of immorality. Rich kids
Hope you sleep well. I'm not ending right now. There's one more thing I gotta do.
what they like. Complex going on and on. Insanity means nothing within vanity. Good creatures, they wallow with their holly on now, sweetie. Go kiss the king.
Sorry, I'm reading something on the Discord.
You seen
A chatter came in to yell at me for I guess I'm responsible for them pulling Mega Ampharos, and they pulled a fucking. Okay, you know what? I can just pull it up on. There's Duelist Cup 1, 2, kill Mal. I think it might get hit again. I don't know if it's because of Duelist Cup. But it would be a good opportunity. I don't know. I kind of have trouble seeing Malice in the. Sorry. Don't jinx it. It's completely possible, but I don't know. I'll just say it. Like I have trouble envisioning that like Malice will make top 10, but I'm sure they'll place in like top 100 or something like that. And it's probably not because of their engine though. It's probably because of like, you know, taking advantage of people playing Draco Tail or something like that, with like Keyfish or Floodgates or whatever. I don't know. Point is, I'll believe it when I see it. But I would not be surprised if he gets hit again. Let me find the thing I wanted to look at before I go to sleep. This will take longer than. Okay, this is the one thing I'll take a look at. How to Play Yu-Gi-Oh! By MBT. I saw the replay. Sorry, the trailer for this. And I like clicked X as soon as it started doing like the meta commentary Monogatari cut-ins or some shit. Well, it wasn't really Monogatari cut-ins, but there was like these annoying ass cut-ins they were doing for the trailer. It was like, oh my god. You ask the TV line fucking dies if I don't have extended. Rip. That makes sense. If Konami say play Nightmare Griffin, I want to say they will get. You good chat. Alright, get Nightmare Griffin shit out of here. Alright, yeah, so how to play Yu-Gi-Oh! It seems like a serious, I'm approaching this, because the way, MBT promoted this, it was like an actual, like, project he was working on, you know, he was pretty proud of this, so I'm going to take the approach this as serious as possible, because he seems to be pretty serious about it. One thing I'll say about how to play Yu-Gi-Oh! It's probably going to touch on, like, the pretty complicated aspects of the game. What I find interesting about new players is some of them just need their handheld most of the time. And it's not even because Yu-Gi-Oh's a hard game. It's more like, here's an example. Read. Here's an example. If you ever have a guide with like, here's the sample deck list, and then the format changes and the card gets banned, like a new player will be like, what card do I change for this? And that is like, to me, that's kind of like, we kind of take that for granted because we like, oh, you know, if ban list hits a card, we can just replace it with another card. But like a new player will freak out, and I'm not like freak out, but like they'll be like, am I doing things right? You know, and like let's say like Callback went from semi-limited to limited, they'll make a big deal about like that missing card, and they'll be like, not refuse, what's the word, but like they'll have like, they'll need guidance after that. So it's not even like about the complicated rules, okay? It is helpful to be able to explain them, to have a resource for that. But new players are concerned about very, 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 very simple things. The most basic of things we take for granted. Like that, and I don't know if he's gonna recognize that or anything like that. A lot of people miss that. Like, the only reason I ever kind of learned is because the person went through every single card in combo with the format, updating all the deck. Yeah. And like, that's the other thing. Like with like spreadsheets help or whatever. But people, like, you have to be very explicit when describing to a new player, because they're not like, a lot of people will be like, oh, pop spin, you know, there's jargon confusing people and stuff. 90% of all deck profiles are enough. You have to be you literally cannot miss anything. Because once a new player runs into something they don't recognize, and I mean this in basic combos, If they run into something they don't recognize, they stop. Their progress stops. They need guidance. They're gonna be like, what the fuck do I do here? Like a new card shows up in a combo, and even though it's like you can be like, oh, you don't need this card. You don't need this card at all. Don't worry about it. But they're gonna worry about it. They're gonna ask you a question, and it's not gonna leave there. Yeah, like I didn't know I could set a spell and use it like unless you can. Like you can. There's a lot of things that are in the rule that's not on the card. Yeah. And people miss that a lot. You actually have to be very explicit. You cannot miss anything. Because as soon as something unfamiliar comes up, they'll freeze. And they don't have the tools to figure it out on their own, unfortunately. So this extends beyond Yu-Gi-Oh! Being a hard game. Yu-Gi-Oh! Has a lot of things to keep track of for sure. But I don't know. I've interacted with a lot of new players, and a lot of their concerns seem silly, but it's just natural. Like like after you talk with new players, you see it all the time, and it's just like the only reason I argue is because he was a teacher IRL, like middle school or something. Yeah. Okay, now I'm getting on a tangent, but a lot of people think they can coach or whatever. But they skip steps, and you're not supposed to. You do not skip steps. Like maybe for the ease of explaining, it's easier to explain something to someone when you skip steps. But when you're teaching somebody something, this doesn't have to be Yu-Gi-Oh! When you're teaching somebody math, if you skip steps, they're gonna be, what the fuck did you just do? And you have to go back, and then you have to be patient and all that shit. I'm just saying, 90% isn't enough. Really, you can't make a guy to give so much niche interaction. They don't even care. What I'm saying is the niche interactions rulings don't even matter when it comes to getting into Yu-Gi-Oh! It's the very simple basic stuff that new players trip over all the time. And we kind of take that for granted. It's not just like, oh, you don't know what missing the timing is. It is bullshit when you run into it as a new player. But like, there's simple stuff in this game that like are like how many normal summons you're allowed. Yeah, like what's called hand size limit, I guess. I don't know. That's not that big a deal, but like if you tell somebody to deck build, they're not gonna have a clue. Like even telling somebody to change a card, it's like it's not like when I'm a baby. We're not playing on Doom. MD already take care of a misplay stuff. Yeah. My first time in Yu-Gi-Oh! I see played 2009. You played longer than me. I think for me it was like 2011, 2010. I first started in Dueling Book. I had no idea what the fuck I was doing. People kept quitting on me too because I was so like I didn't know what I was doing. Like I couldn't resolve pot of duality. People would quit on me. It took me like I don't know how I did it. I thought you were 1999. Yeah, I was there when Kazuki Takahashi was. GX come out. How OTK come out? RIP. Okay, so anyway, that's my little preamble about new players. This is fine if this is just touches on like the the more advanced stuff about Yu-Gi-Oh. I think that it kind of misses the mark because that's not what new players are concerned with, in my opinion. But I think it's hard to get in. It took me like 3 weeks to understand why we do it. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. I don't think it's advanced. All right, we'll see. We'll see. It's like 101. Okay, 101. All right, fine. I forgot what.
Let me guess.
He does these skits.
You saw my last video, picked up a stack of singles, and decided to give Yu-Gi-Oh! A spin. You made a mental note that high-level monsters require sacrifices in order to call upon their great power.
Just need Genesis. Genesis does not help new players. Genesis does not help me. There's less to keep track of. Mid? Wait. Shit. Fine. Okay, thank you for letting me know, because that was embarrassing. Wait, what the? Okay, that's the video. Okay, that's a video. Okay, see, that's the video. That's not. Okay. Okay. When I started playing, I couldn't understand a single one. I seen an in-depth guide with someone talking me through it, but after understanding some new mechanics, I can just make up the combo without watching a video about it.
Let me guess. You saw my last video, picked up a stack of singles, and decided to give Yu-Gi-Oh! a spin. You made a mental note that high-level monsters require sacrifices in order to call upon their great power. And you rolled up to your locals or your Polycules game night armed with 3 minutes of knowledge and $8 of cardboard.
Why is he talking about MTG? 10 vids about fluke combos? Yeah! And people will say fluke combos so easy, brain dead. Normal summon Robina, tee. But like, they need motivation because he doesn't care about anime, so that's actually true. Like, having the motivation is like big plus. I literally started playing TCG because of fucking Zexal. That was my motivation. Like, I wanted to be like Yuma and like summon Utopia and shit. I thought Utopia was the GOAT. Alright? I didn't care about Utopia Ray C39 not being good in the game. Like, I just wanted to summon him or like just pick up cards and overlay. Blue Mirage is one of the most interesting mirrors in the game. Damn, don't even... I'm not even gonna... I wouldn't survive in a Flu Mirror. People say Branded is easy, brain dead because of Branded Fusion. Okay, that's just haters. Haters... Because they see Branded Fusion doing your taxes. But yeah, Branded is hard. You know, someone holds your hand, you need to have the will to be better. That's why I said Edison doesn't mean anything. Yeah. People love anime card deck, but what made Konami decide to ban the anime card? Sometimes they'll avoid the anime cards. I think they'll try not to ban those. I think Firewall Dragon and Ancient Fairy Dragon are very unique for being banned. And Ancient Fairy Dragon and Firewall just came back with the erratas too, so it's not even like. I wish I was good at Yu-Gi-Oh! I'm too dumb. I was gonna say I wish I was gay too. But I didn't know how else to... I didn't have a punchline.
And you got destroyed. You watched aghast as your opponent made move after move, wall comboing you into your chair Broly style, far past the point where your Gemini Elf would have been any help. You grimaced as they summoned monster after monster without any sacrifices whatsoever. And you couldn't...
Okay, this happened to me when I was in Dueling Book, okay? But I didn't care. Like, I was like, what the fuck just happened? I had no idea what I was doing. That was what I was more worried about. What the fuck am I doing? Like, okay, like, just to give you my Dueling Book experience was like normal summon Elemental Hero Ocean, and then my opponent, like, I didn't do anything, and my opponent just summons like Hieratic Seal of Tefnuit, goes into Atom like 3 times, Red Eyes Darkness Metal Dragon before the errata, summon first problem, why you got local randomly? Yeah, I know, right? Like, I wasn't even at locals. Like, I didn't even go to locals until I met people who could, like, take me. Like, I don't know if I would go to locals independently. It's really, that's a lot of steps. But whatever. Well, for the sake of, I'm going to suspend my disbelief for this. There are new people who show up at locals, though. But, like, they'll have a parent or something like that, you know? So it's, I don't know. I don't,
When the game ended on their very first turn, you couldn't help but think, what happened? Did I miss something in the tutorial? And then, a horrifying realization. What if you didn't? What if what you just experienced wasn't the result of an SEO-driven lie I perpetuated? What if this was how every game played out? How and why would anyone ever enjoy this? Well, don't worry. I'll tell you. The Yu-Gi-Oh! You inferred is dead, if it ever even really existed at all. And from the sun-bleached bones of a marketing tool designed for babies over the course of a weekend has sprouted new flesh in never-ending fractals, building upon themselves a divinity of complex, a mass of corner cases and contradictions, not unlike your own transformation to adulthood. As you've grown, it has too. A culture in cardboard, lightly played on TCG Player. Explaining why people choose to play this game above all others is remarkably similar to explaining how to play it. I can give you a glib, unsatisfactory answer. People play Yu-Gi-Oh! Because there's nothing like it, but that'll likely be about as helpful as the 3-minute overview you just sat through. So today, I'm going to try to teach you both. What follows is an incredibly long and detailed primer on the idiosyncrasies of the card game, alongside an incredibly long and detailed love letter to the people, events, and mythologies that are just as important. My hope is by the end of this video, you'll not only be an expert at Yu-Gi-Oh!, you'll be a fan. Let's begin at the beginning.
Okay, you'll be a fan. All right. That's a lot for a 1-hour video, but we'll...
Yu-Gi-Oh! Began in 1996 as a smash hit in Shonen Jump. It told the story of a young boy, Yugi, possessed through the Millennium Puzzle with the spirit of an ancient Egyptian pharaoh. This sadistic ancient ruler loved games and would assist Yu-Gi-Oh! And his friends through penalty games, in which ne'er-do-wells would find themselves at risk of losing their lives at his hands.
I feel like... maybe not specifically, like, Season 0 or whatever. I guess he's only including this because he assumes someone who has no idea what Yu-Gi-Oh! Is would like stumble upon his video and he's just gonna be like giving the background. So I'm not like, but I don't think it meshes well with like the proposed scenario of like someone, I don't know. But I'm just thinking it's just like casting a wide net, whoever would stumble on this video or whatever.
These games were gory, gruesome, and usually ended with Yugi's victory. Then one week, as part of an ongoing storyline where Yugi and his pals were stuck in a death machine, the Pharaoh challenged his rival, Kaiba, to a game of Magic and Wizards. Intended to be a send-up of Magic the Gathering, this card game was a hastily produced mechanism to tell a story, combining both elements from popular card games as well as tabletops, both of which were favorites of its author, Kazuki Takahashi. After publication of this chapter, everything changed. For some reason, audiences loved Magic and Wizards and demanded more of it. The manga pivoted. It was drastically retooled, and rather than the story of the Pharaoh's penalty games, it became the story of Duel Monsters, a game of ancient and terrible power. The manga, followed by the anime, were incredible successes. Then they made it stateside to become even more popular. If any of you are familiar with the show, you're probably also familiar with its central problem. Early on, there aren't really a well-defined set of rules for the game. Cards are played, and they generally do things, but those things vary wildly from episode to episode. Parallel to the manga's attempts to find its footing were toy manufacturers' attempts to build a card game from scratch that could be played in the same way as characters that seemed to mostly be making it up as they go.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Is gory? The early manga chapters feature people dying. There's no Shadow Realm. I don't remember it being crazy gory in the early chapters. But it's pretty fucked up. It is pretty fucked up. Like when I read it as a kid, I was like, "What the fuck?" I don't remember like crazy gore. It's more like, I think it's closer to like psychological horror or whatever. Because some of the punishments Yugi does to people are fucked up. On time kill someone on the roof? Okay, so okay. Okay.
Was able to pioneer a way for people to pay.
I don't remember that, but
as we know it,
I know years ago when
season
it
of the
comes
anime,
to...
in which one of the characters releases in universe the advanced rulebook. Basically, we started playing as soon as they did. From the get,
I'll chalk it up to
I base Duel Monsters was ripping off Magic the Gathering, so adapting the game into something reminiscent of the granddaddy of card games, distinct enough to avoid liability, and most importantly, functional, was a challenge. Early Yu-Gi-Oh! And a rules committee managed by American distributor Upper Deck Entertainment did the best they could to make a product that was beloved in its own right. Yu-Gi-Oh! Was a phenomenon, all the way to the end of the anime's run. Once Yugi and his friends' adventures came to a close, a significant amount of duelists sealed their binders away with the Pharaoh's
I wonder
memories.
if he watched the Rubendale video. I'm getting vibes.
A new series debuted that felt a little more kid-friendly, the new cards failed to make much of a splash, and many millennials took their leave. By 2008, Yu-Gi-Oh!'s cultural import had all but evaporated in the States, and the central conceit of the then-airing Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds, card games on motorcycles, became an in-joke.
Also, this fucking aspect ratio and the fucking filter. It's obviously a choice. But
between jaded anime viewers, it looked like this once beloved show would be mostly remembered as a short-lived competitor to Pokemon and not much else, except for one thing. I'm here with a veritable Yu-Gi-Oh! Celebrity. Would you mind introducing yourself?
Static noise?
Sure,
yeah.
sure. My name's
like
Martin Billing.
CRT,
I'm known as Little
right?
Karibo on
CRT
YouTube
TV?
and the rest of the internet at this point. And I love Yu-Gi-Oh!
Never
I've
mind.
loved Yu-Gi-Oh!
Okay.
Ever since I first watched it on the telly. I was trying to tune in to watch Pokemon, and I caught Yu-Gi-Oh! By mistake, and I was like, is this Pokemon? No, it's something else. And I fell in love with it very quickly to the point that I wanted to engage with other fans, and my tendency is to express my love for things by making fun of them, by I used to write like parody scripts just for myself back in the day, and when I found Yu-Gi-Oh! I was like, this is rife for parody, it's so over the top, and I feel like there are people who would never watch this unless it was presented to them in a more humorous context. So it was almost my way of trying to engage in the fandom, introduce myself to the fandom, and also hopefully get other people to watch Yu-Gi-Oh! Wherein I made a series of videos where I condensed the plot of every Yu-Gi-Oh! episode at least to a point.
I don't know MBT's like story too well. I know he started out with like Magic. That's the namesake of his username, Mono Bluetron. But I really don't know MBT lore or whatever. I think he's just played in a bunch of TCGs or whatever. Oh, Little Karibo. I don't know actually. I just watched his fucking Yotas.
Down to about 5 to 10 minutes. That time has extended as the series has progressed, but originally it was about 5 minutes per episode, and it was an abbreviated comedic take on the events of the story of Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yu-Gi-Oh! The Abridged series was incredibly influential not only for Yu-Gi-Oh! Players, but also for YouTube. What was it like being around for the early days of the platform?
Gosh, I mean, I think it came out in its infancy. YouTube at the time had been around for at least, I want to say, the better part of a year.
Okay, why are we watching this through the audio mixer? Why are we looking? Okay, I'm being nitpicky, but I'm just like, don't they usually have like a black background in the waveforms and rainbow or something like that to abstract this or whatever? Whatever. I don't give a shit. Actually, I do give a shit, but I'm just like not gonna spend that much time on this.
I wanted to make content for some time.
MBT's
YouTube was
Drama
really the first
Farmer?
real opportunity for a lot of people to sort of sit down, get their hands dirty, and actually make stuff that would be easily accessible.
He's
So
not
I
really
think that
drama
it was right
farming?
place, right time for me in a lot of ways, because a lot of people, there were a lot of
I
people
don't
making
know,
things
I've
with shoestring
seen
budget. You could
bigger
tell that a
drama
lot of the creators that were putting stuff up were just one person sort of riffing on a concept. It was the Wild West, anything goes, and Yu-Gi-Oh! Bridge kind of fit neatly into this sort of anime-shaped hole. There were a lot of people uploading anime content, but I don't know how many people were uploading consistently sort of a running series of anime-themed comedy videos.
Dude, okay, YGO Toss was very, very unique. It was actually funny out of all the Abridged stuff besides DBZ Abridged. Like, I've seen some other Abridged series and they try so fucking hard to be like funny. It just doesn't. Oh my god. I just think like Attack on Titan Abridged, I did not like that. I watched like a couple episodes. It was also like my friend or whatever showed it to me. Someone like he thought I would enjoy it and I had to sit through like 10 minutes or... Oh my god. I just think of there's also Sword Art Online Abridged that was not. Yeah, he's one of the YGO Toss, yeah, OGs. Dude, it took like he got taken down so much, man. I think I remember watching the why Mr. Kaiba, I do declare the Jinzo episode, and I had to watch that on like a fucking separate website because I think the YouTube channel got DMCA'd or something. The virtual world did, and I think that was like an episode like, oh my god, I'm getting all nostalgic now. Yeah, it's still ongoing. They're on I think I haven't kept up, but they're on doing the World Tournament arc, right? Because they finished the Orichalcos arc. Yeah.
When I first put it out there, I didn't know it was going to be a series. I thought it was just going to be sort of one and done. So it was as much a surprise to me that the YouTube audience and the general sort of Yu-Gi-Oh fandom latched onto it as passionately as they did. And I really am gobsmacked by it even to this day. It's so incredible to me that there were people who really got enthusiastic about the fan project. I'm a big proponent of fan-based content. I think fandoms are really creative in what they do, and I was honored to be even a small part of it.
Since then, you've become a mainstay among Yu-Gi-Oh fans, convention goers, and online spaces. What has it been like realizing the immense impact your work has had on people?
Overall, it's been a little overwhelming. I try not to think about it. I'm a pretty low-key guy. I will admit that the attention I gained from it was something I really had to get used to.
I know he streams Little Karibo. He has like a little VTuber model, or is that PNG? I think it's a little VTuber model. I forgot what it was, but it's like I don't know if he still streams. I remember last year looking him up though.
I started Yu-Gi-Oh! In a time in my life when I didn't have a lot of people, I didn't have a lot of friends, and I gained friendships through doing the parody content. I gained friendships from talking about Yu-Gi-Oh! And talking about these characters and sharing these stories with everybody. But the popularity and the attention, definitely not something that I'm a natural with. I have to sort of, most times, sort of present sort of myself as a character almost, a character version of myself to sort of get through it. But I'm always very humbled by it, and at the end of the day, people do come up to me and they say the quotes, and I often get asked, like, do you get tired of it? I never get tired of the passion that people show whenever they do that sort of thing. I think it's a huge compliment, and I used to be that guy. I used to be the guy shouting quotes at people in class. I would like come into school and just start quoting TV shows I'd watched the night before, and it's just an expression of love. It's an expression of enthusiasm, and I always take it that way. It's when people talk to me like I am the characters that gets a bit weird, because I'm not an Egyptian pharaoh. It might surprise you to learn this. But yes, I'm very humbled, sometimes overwhelmed, but always grateful.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Was one of the first properties to cultivate what we would conceive of as a modern fandom.
Wait,
It certainly wasn't the first community full of people writing fanfic, building shrines to the characters, and getting in shit fits about who Tristan was supposed to be fucking.
I feel like the luckiest person in the world to have a friend as awesome as you, Tristan.
Did she say friend? Oh man, I'm stuck in the friend zone.
But just by virtue of the time period in which it existed, it was able to become one of the first IPs with widespread success across platforms. Some kids remembered it from television, others may have picked up a Shonen Jump at the Scholastic Book Fair, but popularized by creators like Little Karibo was one of the first enormous online fandoms. The internet was becoming a more impactful driver of real-life culture daily, and in a time before YouTube was the standard for video sharing, people were willing to trek to other homepages and watch some questionable...
Oh yeah, I have a story. Like, there's a guy who wasn't into Yu-Gi-Oh! And like, you know, like, whenever I would bring it up in my conversations, he was part of my friend group. He didn't really engage with them. But then he started looking up Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged series, and I think this is like high school me. So take my behavior as a sign of what, more of like, not. Don't take my behavior as something as the role model. But I remember being so mad that he started quoting like YGO Toss stuff to me. Like he just found out about it, and like, cause he didn't laugh when I started talking about it, and then now he finally. Again, don't like I like that. I was being petty as fuck. How old are you? Decline to state. Tourists be like. Oh my god, that's how I felt about Rick and Morty too. Because I looked up Rick and Morty while season 1 was airing, and that shit was the shit. And then then people started realizing it was a good show after I was recommending them. I think it was more like I recommended it to people, and people just thought it was some weird Adult Swim show, which it is. That the weirdo, the high school weird. Reggie said 6'7". Unk is in his 40s. Just know the Unk jokes are not jokes, all right? I'm older than Jesse. I'll say that too. But like, no one listened to me when I told them it was good. Dinosaur, thank you. And then it gets popular, and then I'm being recommended Rick and Morty. Like by the people I recommended it to. You should watch this. This is really funny. Okay, yeah, I guess I'll rewatch the fucking 4 seasons. Oh my god, I'm just being petty though. I don't think tourists be like. But yeah, there were a lot of people who were quoting YGO Toss without actually being into Yu-Gi-Oh. Sorry, I was just curious when you went to high school.
NCAA fandubs. Importantly, this fandom didn't stay online. While cultural barometers like the first use of uwu were conceived from a dial-up connection, it translated to a very real presence in real life. Cosplayers, writers, and con attendees chanting "Screw the rules, I have money" to thunderous applause, permeating meat space at a time when online fandom had previously been a thing of forums and BBS.
I hate when people use meat space unironically. I hate that word so much. It's like I guess I know like meat space is like meant to be like, because there's a separation between your online persona and your how you interact with people in real life and all that stuff. But as someone who who didn't really have internet until after high school, I'm just like, bro, this boggles my mind. MySpace? No, Meat Space. It's like, Meat Space as opposed to virtual space. Meat Space just means like touching grass or talking to people in real life. Not MySpace. MySpace is crazy though. Oh my god. 6'7". Yeah, 6'7". Oh, sorry for asking. Don't worry. I'm not like. It's one of the few things I'm not gonna share. You'll have to figure that one out.
About subs and dubs. This community, and the dedicated fans and creators within it, was sufficient to keep the franchise alive, but hardly thriving. As GX faded into the distance and millennials became more obsessed with fancy lattes and renting than cardboard, Yu-Gi-Oh! Entered a period of stagnation. Merchandise disappeared from shelves, tie-ins became fewer and farther between, huge portions of the ongoing show weren't even being translated or dubbed. It's hard to explain to today's Zoomerians, who have grown up on a steady diet of Hypeland collaborations, but there was a time within the decade where you could walk into a Hot Topic.
Really? I guess, maybe? I don't know Hypeland very well. We still talking about backstory? I know, yeah. I think we're almost done. We need 2 more minutes.
And see 3
Why is the video on a phone? I think it's just a decision. Maybe it's supposed to be like, I don't know if Danny pulled out a phone but it started out, the framing was a CRT TV, and like all the editing and the filtering and the aspect ratio matched that, and then it zoomed out then it went to static and zoomed out of a phone. I don't know why it like showed like editing software for the voice waveforms or whatever. I don't know why that was a thing, but it really took me out of it. But then it went back to the CRT TV thing, and then it zoomed out of a phone. Yeah, see, there's the waveforms down here, and then goes to static, and then it zooms out of a. So it's just some like conceit that this guy is next to a cap smoking blunt. All right. This is so cinematic. Yeah, there is some intention to this. I'm watching video on a phone. True.
Fucking nothing sporting a Millennium item. This cultural drought continued until about 2017, when Konami released Duel Links, half gacha, half old school Yu-Gi-Oh! Simulator. It's clear this app was designed for a couple of months, maybe a year, of juicing the last few nostalgic millennials out of their avocado toast money. Konami was instead blindsided by a reaction they hadn't been expecting. People actually liked playing Yu-Gi-Oh! It was also the flash.
What? That's so stupid. Like, okay, this idea that like Duel Links came out with no intention of doing well, is that documented? I feel like that's just something other people felt and were surprised by it doing well because they couldn't conceive of a fan base that would want to LARP as anime characters or something like that. Is that documented at all? Like, that this was meant to be like some shovelware that they were gonna tax right off? I don't know. I don't know where that's coming from.
For a competitive scene developed at the community level by streamers like DK. This massive success signaled to Konami that they had something here, and they raced to capitalize.
What did DK have to do with anything? What? I think Speed Duel is independent of... Why would they care about Decade? My body is the Reggie-chan and turned Chocominto and Nanigaski. Yeah. Oh, Omega. Wait, I fucked it up. Don't worry. Okay, I don't know what this, like, leap... I don't think Decade has anything to do with Speed Duel. I think Duel Link's success would have more... I think... I don't know what bringing up Decade even adds to this. Reggie-chan, Nanigaski, Chocominto, Yorimo Anata. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where this is going. This is just like my favorite type of a lot of people farming DK. Yeah.
On the IP through the last few years of the teens. FYE tie-ins, a new game mode designed to reintroduce anti-synchro holdouts to Yu-Gi-Oh!, shirts, skateboards, pop-ups, Funko Pops. For the first time in forever, Yu-Gi-Oh! Fans were eating good. Around this time, another figure emerged.
I don't even know if you, like, okay, if you talk to TCG, I don't even think TCG players cared about the Funko Pops. I don't know. It's a lot of weird, sweeping under the rug. I don't know, there's some weird connections. I don't know.
YouTuber. People like Little Karibo had been making Yu-Gi-Oh! Videos forever, but tons of people had since realized riffing about card games online was a viable model for a YouTube channel.
I
Skits,
thought
deck profiles, and
watching. You don't want to say
simulators had nurtured a niche but beloved base of so-called YouTubers like Vexicus666, Mega Capital G, and Galacticon.
Oh my god, the H. Oh my, was it HBIC? He would call himself.
But emboldened by the game's renewed cultural import, the modern YouTuber was born. These showmen made weekly reality show-style series like SEMO, cinematic content like Nim Nim, and more traditional streamer humor highlights like Farfa. Yu-Gi-Oh! Had become more than a hobby you had to take pains not to mention in mixed company. It had become a movement. And the hits kept coming. During COVID, a lot of people were spending a lot of time inside. And there's only so many sourdoughs you...
Skipping all the way to COVID? Well, I guess he started. I don't know. I feel like... I know he kind of, like, mentions the Yu-Gi-Tuber era or whatever. But that's actually kind of, maybe, I mean, he does have a video on that. There's a lot of stuff before COVID that, like, contributed to the cultural zeitgeist of Yu-Gi-Oh! Hot take, stream Farfa is way better than scripted videos, Farfa. Let's go. I feel like people are just talking about COVID because that's the most recent thing, and, you know. Alright.
I'm gonna have to give this sausage here a 4 out of 5.
Card games were booming, with tons of potential duelists suddenly saddled with a shitload of free time.
I think I'm gonna get back into Yu-Gi-Oh!
Konami capitalized with the release of what remains its flagship moneymaker, Master Duel.
I'm gonna let him say something before I say anything, but...
I'm recording.
COVID
I'm here with
real,
Paragon of the community,
or...
Farfa Yu-Gi-Oh! Or should I call you Glasgow?
Glasgow YGO, far from the flesh. Bye.
No,
So
I mean, COVID was a new era for Yu-Gi-Oh! For sure. You know, that's when, like, progression series start off. But, like, I feel like people only talk about it because it's what people know in recent memory. You know? Left when Link's out release. He goes from 2006 to 2006 while mentioning some weird unrelated. Yeah, Prague. Yeah, exactly. Prague was huge. But I don't know, like, I don't know. Maybe he has another video about Yu-Gi-Tubing, whatever.
A little about when Master
cheating,
Duel
or...
came out. What was it like streaming Yu-Gi-Oh! Before the release of Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel?
It's really weird because looking at this game from the perspective...
Dude, Yu-Gi-Oh! Before Master Duel streaming sucked ass, bruh. As a spectator, not as a streamer. I didn't start streaming till like a year ago. But as a spectator, it was ass, my brothers. I was watching like the best content you could find. Okay, I mean the Farfa stream, but I didn't really watch the shit. But a lot of stuff was like Dueling Book. Fake All these fake MD players. Oh my gosh. All right. But it was like really boring, like dueling book, rating climb. And you can't even do those that well because of fucking screen peekers. I think Trish started streaming before Master Duel. I think he I didn't watch him that time, so I'm a fake fan. I'm sure he had a good time though. But as a spectator, I just could not. Why they don't just use MD Pro? I don't even. I think honestly, I don't think streaming like was appealing to me. To be fair, like I said, I didn't have internet till like regular access to internet till after high school. Other simulator other than DB. I know Farfa would use YGO Pro back in the day. I think that's where Table 500 started, but I'm not a Farfa fan. All my Farfa heads, please update me on the Farfa lore. Judge calls, yes, judge calls, yes, it is. Judge calls, yeah. That's how Coder got. Coder also got pretty famous because of the judge calls. Yeah. Oh my god. True. Are you Farfa not good in Yu-Gi-Oh? I don't watch him either. Did DB Grinder stream? I don't feel like he did. Maybe he streamed every once in a while. But yeah, I streaming before Master Duel was Farfa more like Narnia. Narni. Farfa topped his nationals a couple years ago. That is true. He did top with Sword Soul. Don't I feel like Tana's aimed towards the younger. I think I also feel that way about Coder too. I notice a lot of Coder fans are like really young. They start out really young. What's it called? But Coder does other things besides. Yes, he's really good in Plunder. You like his Plunder gameplay? That is true. Didn't he get Unchained is part of his like the fucking KB9 emojis. Well done, Satuna. You made me laugh. Yeah, Coder's one of those OG streamers before Master Duel. Who else be streaming Yu-Gi-Oh? Fuck. Nah, I don't remember. Okay. Dude, we're only 17 minutes in. I'm gonna be up here for a bit. Okay, this might take me an hour and a half to get through. Badoof, hello please. We're reacting to how to play Yu-Gi-Oh! And after that, I'll fuck off. Badoof.
Perspective of a viewer, and from the very niche 0.00001% perspective of a streamer is going to be really difficult, I think, for some people to engage with and understand. But before Master Duel, I think it was probably just a case of like YGO Pro gaming with viewers, and I guess my most successful content was essentially just dueling book drama and toxic replays.
Okay, the tour guide incident is unfortunate because this is why I can't. Tour guide is definitely implement. There's like that one's more public, but yeah, the tour guide incident is just unfortunate because I just don't trust. Okay. My blanket statement is going to be, so the tour guide incident is basically Coder, long-time Unchained player, railing against inclusion of tour guide after the new Unchained support, citing that, what's called, tour guide is too easily stoppable for one-card combo, and he didn't really say, I don't even know what else he said, but basically he said tour guide sucked. Whereas the other, I don't know. I saw other good players on tour guide, and it was pretty clear to me that tour guide was worth playing. The fact that they don't do anything anime already tells true. What's the incident? Okay, I just read that. But basically, as a longtime Unchained player, he was convinced that tour guide was bad, and these, Jesse Cotton, Pack TCG or whatever, who. I mean, I think they've played Unchained before, but they've seriously picked up the deck, realized tour guide is good, and played it. And I guess what I'm trying to say is, the point I'm trying to make is, I don't really trust veteran players too much if their first instinct when it comes to reevaluating how new cards basically if their instinct is just to play the old shit when new cards show up and not reevaluate things, you know, because I feel like that happened with when Circular came out. Some veteran Math Mech players were like, I'm telling you guys, when Circular came out, the thing I was wrong about is cutting Equation back in the day. Equation was fine. I didn't want to play Equation. I got my wish now, but that was what I was wrong about. But for the most part, people were like still stuck on like the old end boards instead of reevaluating all the bullshit you can do with Circular, you know? Go guys, like you ask the Goblin player, see how good she is. True. Ratmech, yeah. Circular changed everything. People didn't like Heat Soul, and I don't know. There was a lot of like, basically the veteran players weren't like, and I trusted like the newer players who picked up Math Mech more than the veteran players. Like I think Anthony Zhu, who's like, is he the brother or the cousin of Shunping? But Anthony Zhu and Shunping Zhu picked up the deck, and they were like, Heatsoul's pretty good in this. And like they shared some lines about how to how it works. But like I guess like, you know, the archetype Discord was not happy, and they banned Shunping from him. I remember now. Yeah. They banned Shunping from the Discord. Not even because they thought he was trolling or something. I don't know. I don't remember all the details, but he ended up getting banned and unbanned. And Shunping was like, okay, I'm not gonna say anything. I was like, bruh. What? That's why I just don't trust veteran players when it comes to new support or whatever. So the tour guide incident one is the Shunping circular incident was another. There's still like, I think I don't know why people were so heated about Heat Soul. It's not that hard to understand why it was good. But like there was really like people saying like if you play Heat Soul you have subhuman IQ or something. Like that's how much like oh my god. Yeah, I don't think Shunping cares though. Like I think he gets that a lot, you know, when you're trying to, you know, share with like other people and they not receptive to ideas and they respond in that way. I'm sure that happens a lot. Don't play Maxi, so you draw one over. Always too strong. Yeah, so unfortunate. Yeah, I've experienced in the Sword Soul Discord, when Ecclesia came out, it was pretty clear to me this card is good. Now we kind of take it for granted, but at the time I actually had to like I don't know, like if you played Ecclesia, you got backhanded replies about how shit you were or whatever. It was like really really fucking annoying, and I was like the only one like saying Ecclesia was playable. Anyway, why are we on this tangent? Okay, let's go back to the fucking video. All right. Quit strong, yeah. Sprite love to draw, yes. You're on Heat Soul, you're behind. Heat Soul didn't survive. Terahertz was also another one trying to convince people. People were not convinced by Terahertz. That was crazy. Terahertz is like almost standard. You take it for granted. I mean, now there's more things you can do, but that was hotly debated. Anyway, let's back to the
Do you load up stream? You'd sit there for 6 hours and what? You'd jam games on Facebook. You'd look for people calling each other slurs. What was it like?
I think Macedon was just after COVID. During the COVID era, we did have, of course, yours truly's MCS events, which was cool to prepare for and talk about and things like that. There was also a ton of luxury events going on at the time.
Oh yeah.
Oh yes, the luxury events. I think Pac was affiliated with Luxury at the time. I think they parted ways. Yeah, I think I started watching Pac around that time. How Firewall Dragon got banned? He was in too many loops. I think Goki and Spiral, but he was not. His wording was too fucked up. He let you summon from hand multiple times. Does Luxury still have ties to Yu-Gi-Oh? Good question. Maybe They dropped Yu-Gi-Oh. Pakawa, yeah. I never heard of them again since like Decade. They collab with Decade? Okay, Luxury Gaming. They're on lower. They're okay. You guys, nice tangent by the way. What Luxury? It's like a is it a card game store? But they sponsor players. Okay, Lorcana. All right, Lorcana. No, I don't. Okay. This looks like Lorcana. I don't recognize any of these. We don't even have any like Yu-Gi-Oh defectors. I don't recognize any of these people. Jesse also it's just Lorcana. No way. Hold on, let me see the shop. Okay, if this doxes me, I'm gonna. Okay, maybe. Okay, what do they have for Yu-Gi-Oh? Cyberstorm Axis. Wait, hold on. Supreme. No. No. It's over. They ended after series. Is this series 13 or series 12? Have you heard about the decoin? Yes, I was there when DK coin was a thing. DLM coin. Oh 07. Yu-Gi-Oh dying. Oh, that's the what's DK? DK had a crypto. I forgot what the distributor was. Oh, I see. 23 years ago. That's crazy. Timeline checks out. Would like to announce I'm no longer on Team Luxury Game. I'm great for all, but I'm excited for whatever opportunities. Wow. Okay, maybe they just. Okay, so the reasoning, I think most people would assume like there was bad feelings or something. That's just, you know, negativity bias or whatever. That's kind of natural. But it seems like, yeah, maybe they just decided not to sponsor Yu-Gi-Oh. Look at that tier tag. Yeah, there's a lot of bands. Okay, let's go back to the video. All right, no more tangents. Yeah, they probably just dropped Yu-Gi-Oh, and then yeah, the cryptocurrency. Yeah, they probably just dropped Yu-Gi-Oh, and then, you know, and then mutually they decided it was appropriate to part ways. You know, it doesn't sound like, because, you know, a lot of times when someone leaves a team, there's some scandal behind it. Or All In was April, makes sense. Yeah. Okay, that's fair. Good to know, actually. That's actually very.
One beautiful morning in 2021, Master Duel is released at like 2 a.m. What happened afterwards? Do you remember?
I love cyber sleuthing.
Yeah, it's crazy because I think any sort of, maybe like self-employed people in general reach this like real hallmark type of Watergate moment. Wait, what's the term? It's not a Watergate moment. Watershed moment.
We haven't seen how to play. That is true. We're just looking. Finally, how to play Yu-Gi-Oh! In 20 minutes in. Hey Ray, how's it going?
We're really doing a lot of crime.
There's this moment in time where everything and anything you do from this point onwards can branch off into like a billion different possibilities. That first week was incredible.
You're right.
From my perspective, just consistently streaming to, we're talking almost 5-digit numbers concurrent, like 6,000-7,000 people like for that first week or something. Unbelievable.
I remember waking up like at 8 or 9 a.m. every day and just pressing go live and then streaming until like 11 or 12 at night, like every day that week, like as long as I could. It was just crazy, right?
It makes so much sense because, oh, this thing that is basically a gift to a content creator is just dropped. But from my perspective, I do really regret not focusing way more
on
a
lot of pro players putting paper. I mean, there's other games to play. That's
one
fine.
simulator by which we all played the game.
I think Master Duel had very mixed reception, depending on which demographic you ask. But they already sold and...
Yeah, I don't think new people care about this boomer shit. Boomer nostalgia trip? Bro, they promised to teach us Yu-Gi-Oh! I know he said he's gonna make you fall in love with Yu-Gi-Oh! But I'm just like... I'm sorry, who are these people? Seriously, as a new player, how am I supposed to know who these people are? Who is this man? Don't you relate as a boomer? COVID isn't even boomer to me. That's the hilarious part. Like, they're treating COVID as like some like it is a hallmark for Yu-Gi-Oh, but it's not. It's recent. Boomer for me is Vexaicus 466, Galactic God. That's Boomer, and even then, that's probably not Boomer enough. COVID saved Yu-Gi-Oh.
Players
To the
all
anime
hyped up on
girl.
Master Duel and got into the game, and then everyone you knew was just in Discord calls with one another, playing the game, having fun, super exciting and fun for like a week. But then like the TCG players started realizing, well, hang on a second, like this isn't our game, right? It's a whole ass different format. It's like
And
Tribes
Kill
from, like,
TCG.
6 months ago.
True, you
There's
know what?
Maxi.
Yeah, you're right.
And so people started to really realize this is just a different game. A lot of like veteran hardened TCG players left Master Duel very quickly. On the other hand, the average casual nostalgic Yu-Gi-Oh boomer who used to collect the cards once upon a time, a lot of people jumped into the game and are still invested until today because of Master Duel itself. So it was massive day one. I think 100,000 players.
Like,
potentially.
okay. At the very least, put like twitch.tv/Farfa. Maybe I missed it at his introduction. Okay, I don't know. I'm just...
Counter-Strike, could you believe, within that first few days? So
we're now 3.5, maybe 4 years on from the release of Master Duel. What has it done?
There's
to
not
the
even like
community
dates or like dates bookmarking these. You know what I mean? So like as a new player, I mean like who the like you wouldn't know he like jumped from 2006 all the way to fucking 2022. Fafa, yeah, Fafa.
And where has the community landed as a result, do you think?
it's so weird. I think I'm gonna blame you for this, but it feels like the game is somewhat divided between different audiences and playstyles and attitudes towards the game and the digital game and the physical game. And I think a lot of that is projection from frustrations with Konami from all angles.
What
TCG
the
players
fuck?
are frustrated with the TCG. Master Duel players are frustrated with Master Duel.
Who gives a shit? I need to know how to play Yu-Gi-Oh! I need to know how to normal summon Blue Eyes without tributing to monsters. Oh my fucking god, bruh.
I don't know. It feels like it's in this weird position of uncertainty, but also maybe stagnation is probably the best way to look at it.
Master Duel was an inflection point for the community. Not only was Yu-Gi-Oh! Back in a big way, but everyone online, from big-name streamers to Olympians to sitting congressmen, was in. Yu-Gi-Oh's gone
I
from a
need to
childhood
know
classic to
the
a niche
best
online
40...
fandom.
Bro, he just snuck in the fucking him playing heroes against that one.
Integral part of our culture. So, once again, here's how to play Yu-Gi-Oh! We're in this in one. I'm Babe Ruth calling my shot. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a trading card game played with pieces of cardboard. Each individual card has a front and a back. Cards printed
Finally, holy shit. Okay, we got there. Dude, okay. Okay.
Many Asian territories have a different card back than the ones printed in the West, and as a result, can't be used in TCG territories. Cards come in one of 3 super types: monsters, spells, and traps, denoted by the color of the card itself. Spells are green, trap cards are purple, and everything else is a monster. Each spell and trap card will have an icon under the super
Okay,
type.
next question. Where are the magic cards? Where are the magic cards, okay? Someone's gonna ask that, alright? I'm not joking. People actually ask that.
Bubble, denoting if it is an equip, field, quick play, ritual, continuous, or counter.
This needs labels. I'm gonna forget what these are.
If they lack an icon, they are referred to as a normal spell or a normal trap. Monster cards can be
I
found
don't even know what they are. I don't know what you just showed me. I'm not joking. I'm like
the main deck, a 40 to 60 card pile of cardboard, or the extra deck, a 15 card maximum pile.
I'm very serious. With new players, you need to be explicit. You need to not miss anything. You can't just breeze through, like speed run through all. You could literally just read the rule book for this. Like
Side of your deck. We'll talk about extra deck monsters momentarily, but for now let's focus on main deck ones. Each monster card has an attribute denoted by a little bubble in the top right corner, a level denoted by a number of stars between the name and the art.
Okay, that'll help me out. The
Type and an ability, effect, flip, tune, and the like. Normal monsters are yellow, and in the box under their type they have italicized flavor text with no gameplay implications, but gives you a little peek into the world.
I'm sure someone will find this helpful, but like I'm just
Effect monsters have effect text. Cool stuff they're allowed to do under certain conditions.
I
Each card
think
can be played
what
with
this I'm hoping this video does it creates enthusiasm for like the game, like for someone, but as a tutorial it's probably not gonna do too much. To be fair, this early part where you like this early part I don't know if people will survive this. This is like a huge ass nuke. But
of the on-field zones. These front 5 are called the main monster zones, and they're reserved for monsters from your main deck. Mostly, when playing a monster card, you place it from your
okay,
main
but they which main you still have to show what the main deck is. Like you have to
one
keep
of these zones. This is called
referencing
a
that.
summon. The back 5 zones are called spell and trap zones, and they're where you activate spell and trap cards. We'll talk about these momentarily, but spell cards can be activated as many times as you like, and trap cards must be set face down, then flipped up at the right opportunity at least 1 turn later. Here on the right is your graveyard, or GY, a face-up zone.
Okay. Alright.
Where monster cards go when they are destroyed, used as material for most extra deck summons or otherwise used up, and spell and trap cards go after use. Underneath it is your deck, from which you will draw 1 card at the start of your turn. On the left.
See, he didn't even call it like the main deck either. Like he used that terminology previously and then didn't use it again. So it's like I'm not saying I don't know. I've talked to new play. I'm talking to someone like they'll get confused. Like they're I'm not saying it's a simple concept, but like if you don't or you aren't careful, like or aren't consistent, it's gonna be confusing.
We have the field zone, where you may play exactly one
GUI
field
is
spell,
overrated.
and underneath it, the extra deck, a face-down zone where you place up to 15 extra cards before the game
Transcend cards. Okay, I'm not gonna.
begins. Finally,
I don't even know what that is.
Banishment, where monsters that have become banished through card effect go, and directly above your second and fourth zone are the extra monster zones. This was nice, right? Explaining the game board, the anatomy of a card. Well, we've now reached our first impasse. See, Yu-Gi-Oh! Isn't just a game board developed by a few overworked executives in 1998. It's a map whose topography represents decades of successes and mistakes. And one of the most visible of these is the extra monster zone. In 2016, Yu-Gi-Oh!'s format was in chaos. 6 months of one silly monster combo was being followed up with another 6 months of another silly monster combo. There were still dark times.
Why do I care about this? That is actually super annoying as a new player, because I think a lot of in people's excitement of talking about the game, they'll just give you random bits of history that you don't give a shit about. Like you ask someone what a pendulum is, they'll be like, "Oh, pendulums. Okay, they're both monster and spells, but did you know that one of their best cards was Firewall Dragon and it got banned during pendulum format? Also, the rules back then you could summon 6. You know, just like all this bullshit history. Like, okay, did you know? Like, okay, my next question: what do pendulum cards do? Oh, that's really simple. Okay, Magic Spectre Kyrion. You know what? If a new player is interested, they will ask. I'm not saying they're not interested in that, but it's not what it's like. It's just like I will say that I say this because I'm guilty of doing that when talking with new players. You know, I'm very guilty of doing that shit. This is not what they need.
For Yu-Gi-Oh!'s cultural import, and it was near impossible to beat back accusations
Let it back, guys. This is all Pepe.
With mind-numbing combo decks like DDD. In both a debut of a new mechanic, and at least in part, an attempt to slow the pace of play, Konami released their most controversial rule change of all time.
Nobody gives a shit about this. No one cares about how MR4 ruined the game. Who is this for? Did you know 6'7" number is the height of a basketball player? True.
This rule, taking effect with the release of a new summoning ability in 2017, required that any monster summoned from the extra deck be summoned in one of 2 zones specifically relegated for extra deck monsters, the extra monster zones. Now you can only control one of these zones, and upon summoning a monster to one of them...
Yes. Okay, introducing extra monster zone is true, but now that you look up like Master Rule 4 or whatever, it also has some obsolete rules that don't fucking matter anymore. They're obsolete. The pendulum zones. The board he's using doesn't even match up with what he's describing. We didn't learn Master 1, 2, 3, 4 that line. Oh my god.
View of your opponents. The new extra deck mechanic unveiled alongside this change, link monsters played off this as well. Each monster had arrows pointing to other zones, which indicated that each linked zone was also permissible for an extra deck summon. In short, if you were playing an extra deck combo strategy, you'd have to not only find material in that combo for link monsters, you'd have to buy them. This change was met with uproar. While many players did align with the goals of the extra...
No one cares, dude. But yes, like I said, I'm pretty guilty of like when a new player asks a question, I'll be like, oh, it's time for Unk at the the Mr. Krabs campfire with SpongeBob meme, and but they don't give a shit. Oh my god.
Comprehensible. This was both, 1, not an effective solution. The decks that were good before were still good in the new Master Rule, and 2, completely cynical.
This is a scripted video.
To solve a problem you created. Cool. The backlash to this was so unthinkable. Konami reversed in part this Master Rule in an addendum announced on and
have you scripted a video 2 years ago?
Allowed synchros, exes, and fusions.
Okay, you can't just. I'm just saying like.
Now the EMZ languishes is a general embarrassment, and a holding facility specifically for link monsters and face-up pendulums. More on those momentarily. Okay, that's the board. Now let's talk about the cards. The first and most common type of card we'll discuss is monster cards. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a game about summoning monsters, a sentence that really freaked out a lot of housewives in the aughts. Each turn, the turn player can perform a normal summon by placing one of the monsters from their hand in the main monster zone. Each monster can be normal summoned in attack position, or set in face-down defense position. If the monster you're attempting to normal summon has more than 4 stars, you will need to offer a tribute. 1 monster on the field to the graveyard for monsters with 5 or 6 stars, 2, 4, 7, and above. This is the platonic ideal of Yu-Gi-Oh! Gameplay. Each turn you put your best guy on the field, and you compare stats with an opponent like some sort of demonic version of war. It's the type of Yu-Gi-Oh! You probably remember from...
I had a thought, but it has something to do with this, but I'm kind of wondering, is he trying to get people into the TCG like this is supposed to be a primer for like you trying to get into TCG. I feel like it's perfectly acceptable to introduce someone to Caveman Yu-Gi-Oh! And have that person, I guess because the Master Duel, there's no outlet for like Goofy normal summon. But like you gotta start somewhere. I guess if you start at Master Duel, you have to learn the hard way. And you kind of have to gamble on the deck you choose. Modern TCG? Yeah, okay. I mean, okay, that's really hard. I feel like you have to start somewhere. You have to start, but if you have Master Duel, it kind of holds your hand as well. It's just knowing what your opponent cards does is very difficult. Honestly, even choosing a deck. Start with Traptrix. Go Farm is great for introducing basic mechanics. But even then, it's just like a whole... The annoying thing about Go format is you have to know all these stupid-ass rulings. Which are good to know, but... I don't know, I've seen MD primers that just tell new players, here, build this deck, and then, like... What's it called? People will just copy the deck, and then that seems decent enough, but...
From your childhood, either playing by yourself during recess before the teachers wised up, or watching the television.
And I feel like that's what most players are, like, new players are okay with. They just need a little bit more guidance when it comes to something they're unfamiliar with. Like I said before, like, when they see that deck primer, and, like, when the first chance they'll ask when the format changes is, what card do I replace with this card? And that's not something they have the tools to answer on their own. But they'll always ask that. Like I said, if Called By goes from 2 to 1, they're gonna be like, what the fuck do I do? It does not match the guide the primer that I looked up. I need to find somebody to, like, literally tell me what to do. Can I imagine starting the game in Modern? How did you learn Yu-Gi-Oh? Can you up your volume a bit? Sure. Just brute forced it? That's pretty much how I did it. I brute forced it. Which I do not recommend, because because brute force using Dueling Book was horrible. I had to hang out in forums to, like, interact with people. It's where I met a couple good friends. So that was kind of a plus. But it took like I would say 3 years of brute forcing to figure it out. Like, and there was less resources back then. I just I mean, I wasn't even competitive, so you know what I mean. I didn't even play real decks or whatever. Point is, I didn't take the game like metagaming. Like, I didn't get to the point where I could metagame on my own for like a good 5 years. So I don't think the brute force method is that good unless you really, really like the game. Why are we doing DB not shiny buttons?
Saturday morning. I call this implied Yu-Gi-Oh! It's the Yu-Gi-Oh! You're taught in these How to Play guides. The Yu-Gi-Oh! The Master Duel tutorial tricks you into thinking you'll experience. The Yu-Gi-Oh! Lamented for at length by YouTubers who knew everything went to shit when those white cards moved in. But it's never really been the Yu-Gi-Oh! That's been played.
Why is this? This doesn't matter for new players. They don't care. If you're gonna make them play Modern, they don't give a shit about history lesson. Just teach them the Modern decks. Oh my fucking god, bro.
Circa 1999, Yu-Gi-Oh! Was played like this, but it
now let's go back to 1999.
By the time the TCG got its Cheeto-covered hands on this cardboard, our understanding of what a game of
This
Yu-Gi-Oh!
is the 5th history lesson. I'm sick.
If players only got one normal summon a turn, then cheating that limit would net incredible tempo. Enter special summons. A special summon is a normal summon, except it's not. You can only perform them by card effect, but playing cards that enable them is paramount. A special summoned monster can be summoned in face-up attack or face-up defense position, unless otherwise specified, does not require tributes for high-level monsters, and importantly, does not use your normal summon for the turn. As early as 2003, everyone was playing cards.
I feel like if you're gonna talk about Modern, I feel like you should focus on this like way earlier. But I don't know.
Will, Monster Reborn, and Premature Burial. But the selling point of a significant amount of strategies involve how...
I don't think he explained the TCG means. That actually might be a problem.
Summon a monster from deck when destroyed, allowing you to toolbox through flexible options from the deck. The Rock Spirit could special itself from the hand in an earth-heavy deck, allowing huge tempo swings when paired with your normal. Finally, in 2005, only 3 years after Yu-Gi-Oh's arrival in America...
I'm sure someone's gonna find this helpful, okay? But I'm just saying, like...
This card turned the game on its head. Huge swings off the back of special summoning were nothing new, but now everybody could do it. And the worst part? It was fun. Instead of slowly managing a setup over the course of a dozen turns, games...
But it is very documentary. Like a documentary thing, like, it's still. I think it's what this reminds me of. It reminds me of that Rubendale video, like where it's like also like documentary style, and it makes you. If anything, if it makes you interested in Yu-Gi-Oh a little bit, that's kind of a plus. But as far as like learning the game, I've still yet to see. I don't know. I feel like I just look up Master Duel Primer. Here's what you need to know. Here's what new pack. Here's what URs you need, or something like that. I feel like that's just gonna be more helpful. When they see 1 hour, they're gonna know it's a video essay. I mean, those are super popular for a reason.
Started dealing huge damage right away, and Konami responded in kind. Cyber Dragon became the template for decades of design. Over the next few years, the normal summon would transform from the backbone of gameplay to an afterthought. Yu-Gi-Oh wasn't about comparing attack stats. It was about special, big combos, big damage. Let me show you what my deck can do. This transformation was aided by similar.
I feel like new players will just they're probably not even familiar with the if they started with Master Duel or something like that and they got their asses beat and they're looking up this video. I don't know. For example, that could be one profile of a player that I could envision. They're already gonna be familiar with a bunch of special summons. All right. Who never watched the anime nor played Yu-Gi-Oh? Yeah. I mean, that's fine. Like, okay, if the documentary is interesting, because there are things like I it was kind of an interesting watch. Okay, let me see what this is. I might not get to it because I wanted to fuck off after this, but can this Magic player learn? Oh, that actually is interesting. By the way, we already have an example of a Magic player who did really well. He was Corey McDuffie. He won one of the Nats back in like 2016. Corey McDuffie. So we already have an example of a Magic player that like. But okay, to be fair, it what is this like 2025, 2024? Maybe Yu-Gi-Oh has changed. Its principles of gameplay has changed since then. The humor didn't really hit, but other than that, oh, okay, that's fine. This looks like something I would watch on another. Okay, I'm gonna watch. I've committed to watching the MBT, but I think I want to go to sleep after that. But I will bookmark this. This is something I would watch. Thank you.
In the extra deck, this stack of cards.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like these like. There is a Cardfight Vanguard player literally playing modern Yu-Gi-Oh. I don't know if he has had history, but I see him on Twitter. He's not doing the best, but he seems to have a grasp on Yu-Gi-Oh. He's playing fucking, was it Yumi Mitsurugi? K9 or something like that? Some deck. He's playing Justice Hunter's decks. And he's primarily a Cardfight Vanguard player, or from what I've seen of his accolades. So if a Cardfight Vanguard player could pick up Yu-Gi-Oh, I think modern Yu-Gi-Oh. I think a Magic player could. It's not okay. Like, it's not that cooked.
Prepared before a tournament and sleeved up in a different sleeve than the main deck can be consulted and summoned from at any time. Originally, the extra deck contained only one type of card: fusion monsters. Fusion monsters are purple and usually have 2 or more named monsters right under their typing. They can be summoned using the spell card polymerization and by sending.
Why did he open up
from your
donuts?
hand or field to the graveyard. Once you've done that, you can special summon the
okay. I
fusion
kind of
monster
like
extra deck
this.
to any of your main monster
I
decks.
do like this. This is actually kind of good. American compliment analogy using donuts.
Or the extra monster zone. Now, not all fusions work this way. Some can be summoned by banishing named monsters, and some don't have any material at all. They're summoned by completely different mechanisms. In any of these cases, the card will clearly explain the conditions under which you can summon them. Polymerization isn't the only way to summon these monsters either.
Okay, one thing he probably needs to bring up. Imagine a burger. Yes. What is banishing? You didn't buy that for the experiment, that's for sure. Oh, you know what? If he's gonna talk about obscure rulings, he should definitely talk about the one where if an extra deck monster goes to the graveyard, can you revive it with Monster Reborn? That one comes up all the fucking time. That even people who are experienced at the game after like a year, they get fucked up by it.
Many archetypes will have their own special fusion card that's an upgrade over the basic one. At Yu-Gi-Oh's advent, these cards were mostly unsummonable trash, with a few exceptions. But everything changed at the release of 5Ds and our second extra deck summoning type. Let's rev it up! Synchros. Synchros are white.
Does
They
legal
have 2 or more
summon? Yeah.
materials listed under their typing. One tuner.
I only learned that because I played the video game. And I was like, I'm going to send Master of Illusions or something like that. summon Blue Eyes. Blue Eyes gets destroyed. Blue Eyes Ultimate gets destroyed. And then I Monster Reborn it, and I couldn't do shit. So I was like, what the fuck?
And one or more non-tuner monsters. They can be summoned by sending any monster and a tuner
Not
monster.
this shit? Okay, I don't know what this was supposed to... Okay, you lost me. The Synchro Summon Donuts? You lost me.
These cards were mostly unsummonable trash, with a few exceptions. But everything changed at the release of 5Ds and our second extra deck summoning type. Let's rev it up! Synchros. Synchros are white. And usually
Rev it
have
up,
two or
it's
more
your
materials listed
favorite.
under their
You
typing.
say.
One tuner and one or more non-tuner monsters.
Okay, I don't know what he's trying to do with this. I don't know what he's trying to do with the donuts. Okay, I think he lost me, brother. I love tuna.
They can
I think he should have used a separate donut again to make the tuner distinct from the rest of the donut. Like the levels, I guess, because tuners are lower leveled in general, but it's like such a stretch. I think he should have made that. If you're gonna keep the donut, I think he should have made that donut distinct. Also, he put two donuts together to represent a fusion summon. But the whole donut is but how am I supposed to, like, it doesn't make sense. Like, that's something you're retroactively, like, I guess I know we're trying to explain it, but that's something after prior knowledge you're retroactively explaining as someone with zero knowledge. In my MD, I was thinking that if I send a Terry Exterior to the graveyard Dogger, I'd revive it. Yes, that's a yeah, it's a really common one. Yeah, bruh. Oh my god. Okay. Let's see if I can get through this without thinking about donuts.
be summoned by sending any monster and a tuner monster, a classification denoted on main deck monsters by this ability text, to the graveyard, provided their levels combined equal the level of the monster you're summoning. Start.
Okay, I guess the levels are equal, but...
Just Dragon, for example, could use a level 4 tuner and a level 4 non-tuner. Unlike fusions, these monsters require very little in terms of a main deck requirement. No polymerization, for example. Upon release, it became immediately clear that playing the maximum number of copies of each individual monster was the way to go. It gave you
Who cares? Oh my god, this gets... He's trying to be a documentary so bad. Okay, it's fine if it's just a documentary, alright? But, like...
As a result, Konami shaved the maximum extra deck size down to 15, where it remains today. Then came Xyz. Xyz monsters are black, and usually have 2 or more materials listed under their typing. 2 level 4 monsters, for instance. These can be summoned by stacking any monsters with the same level on...
Okay, alright. One tuner was one or more non-tuners until it's on. Yeah. People, yeah. Unfortunately, Konami has printed so, like, a lot of pretty, like, exceptions to the rule. Like, there's, like, fucking Chaos Angel, there's Visas Amritara. Honestly, Gotham's, too. Gotham's is another exception, but no one really did shit with him. Yeah, Harpies. There's a couple others. X-Sabers, yeah. Gotham's is the first example of breaking the rules. In fact, it's such a, like, no one really caught that. Ursartic. At least Ursartics, like, tell you the summoning procedure. But they're fucking weird. They're weird. Red Nova, yes, Red Nova. Oh, double tuning, yes, double tuning. Oh, you know what also fucked me up? XL Synchros. Requiring a Synchro non-tuner. The concept of a Synchro monster being able to be used as, you know, Synchro material was not obvious to me. Even though there's no gameplay rule telling you could not do that. Bish Balkan's kind of weird. Yeah, Bish Balkan. That's good. That's another one. But yes, also that took me a while to wrap my head around. Like, what did Gotham's do? Gotham's, here, I'll show you Gotham's. Gotham's is he's Gotham's X-Saber. Legacy of Duelist isn't bad to learn. Yeah. Legacy about there's people who literally started out with Legacy of the Duelist and then played Master Duel. Look at this. 1 tuner plus 1 plus Earth monsters. Do you see what makes this unique? If you don't see it, I'll tell you. But I'll just give you one guess. You get it. Yeah, you get it, right? All right, tell me. What do you get? What do you get? I'm just going to highlight this part. Because I assume you got it. Doesn't say non-tuner. Exactly. Yes, exactly. So you can use 2 tuners for this, man. Exactly. But people bring him up, but he wasn't playable. So I don't think he entered most people's conversations. But yes, exactly, yes. Gotham's with 3 Arbellum? What the fuck?
Top of each other, then placing the Xyz monster on top of the stack from your extra deck.
When you
For
learn
many players,
synchros
this
can
would
be
have
used as
ranged too
synchro
far. These
material,
cards
but not
required no
conventional
main deck concessions
Xyz.
whatsoever,
Rip.
and decks that otherwise didn't intend to use the extra deck could now
Yeah,
use
oh,
it.
you know what also fucked me up? Utopia says 2 level 4s, but I thought you could also... There was nothing telling me that I couldn't use 3 level 4s for Utopia. Now it's obvious, but... Nowadays, Xyz are printed with the text 2+, 1, 2+, 3+, 4+. That wasn't there before in Xyz era. 2+ is such a godsend. That's a new thing that's a new design quirk that they've materials not on field thing. Oh my god, that was fucked up. Yeah, that was fucked up too. I mean, this one is, if you read the rule book, you'll realize that. But like, I didn't realize ranks are not levels either. That's another thing that you have to be clear on. Did he mention that? That's another thing you really gotta point out.
Matchup spread simply by playing a monster.
Rulebook, too much text.
It's important to note that this is about the same time the role of the extra deck began to shift. What had begun as a holding facility for corner case monsters had become a sort of second hand, an always accessible toolbox that allowed decks with clear weaknesses to get out of jail free on the back of a Castel or an Armades. But near the end of the lifespan of Xyz, the extra deck evolved into its final form, a group of cards that could be integrated into your combo setups. Foregoing the principle that the purpose of the extra deck was to be reactive, playmakers started to weasel their way into the always accessible extra, and rather than performing a combo string based on their opener, duelists began performing the same combo strings over
Why am I
and over
looking
again
at
with
VDBZ
100%
right now?
consistency, aided by cards in the extra. As early as 2012's wind-up format, the extra deck had become an assemblage of starters.
Oh my god, another history lesson. I'm fucking dying, bruh. Look, if this is in service of appreciating Yu-Gi-Oh's history and all that stuff, I'm cool with that. I'm just not really... I don't think I'm getting the concept of Yu-Gi-Oh.
Board pieces and
I played with Xyz starters that had rank ups, transferring materials, but then F-Zero doesn't. Oh! Yeah, that's so weird. That is another question that comes up, actually. The text of transfer the Xyz materials. Is that a new thing? I feel like it's not new. But you wouldn't know. Not having that means you don't attach Xyz material or something like that. Unless you're familiar with the card pool.
Each link monster can be summoned by sending the materials listed on the monster to the graveyard and then placing the link monster in only the extra monster zone and only in attack position.
Why is the donut like this? What is the donuts in the... Okay, let's figure out.
Pointing to its neighboring zones. These linked...
No way. Okay, the donut example does not work for links. This is not
additional extra monster zones. Notably, if a link monster points to an opponent's main monster zone, then your opponent may summon a link monster to that zone. Finally, you may perform an...
Just use the link monsters. I'm so sick. Okay, that is...
Extra link by way of co-linking monsters in a U shape between the two zones, in which case you may utilize both extra monster zones, locking an opponent out of their own links. Link monsters have been controversial. During Master Rule 4, duelists thought of them as a tax on the pet decks they had constructed decades ago. They're much more straightforward to summon than any of the above summoning types, but that means that if any of them have effects that are even remotely powerful, they're immediately suspect for a ban. Links have been responsible for more unplayable formats than any other summoning type, despite being around for less than a decade. Most memorably, Summon Sorceress and Firewall Dragon caused double digits of formats where top decks would kill you before the first turn
Firewall
of the duel.
Dragon!
Suspected because Summon Sorceress was a promotional card, and Firewall Dragon was the ace monster of a popular anime character, Konami refused to ban these cards for years.
Yeah, that's annoying. When it's not on the card text, you have to know the rule in the first place. So C39 does, I believe he says transfer, but you have to be familiar with the rest of the card pool to understand F-Zero doesn't do that. Yeah, funny thing back that I thought links were the hardest summoning guys, even though it's so easy for most decks that don't care about most arrows. True. Yeah, a lot of things are not on the card. Yeah. I think Yu-Gi-Oh relies on you knowing what other cards say you can do to know what not to do. That is actually annoying. You're gonna find churros for link arrows. I just feel like he should have added like appendages to the donut or something to represent the arrows, because like it's
after their original print. On the other hand,
so
link monsters are intuitive. They're a more straightforward version of all of these mechanics. They feel like the
we are reacting to MVT's How to Play Yu-Gi-Oh, And he has a lot of history lessons that I don't think new players give a shit about. But if it fosters enthusiasm for the game, because sometimes people like, you know, the history lessons. But if you want, I don't think this is a very good like tutorial.
Of Yu-Gi-Oh! And regrettably, they're extremely fun to play with. It's these two shifts in design.
Oh, this is a
the
nice
special
looking
summon
Junk
as the main action
Warrior.
taken by Yu-Gi-Oh! Players, and the extra deck as a second hand that are responsible for how Yu-Gi-Oh! Plays. Unlike other card games, in which a deck can perform completely differently each game based on the opener, a duelist...
Also, he's using donuts to represent all the summoning mechanics, and I'll let the Synchro one pass. That one was a little suspect, but the Link one did not work. Nice Junk, yeah. The Link one did not work for the donuts, okay?
At an event with a clear end goal in mind. This is what my deck does. Uninterrupted, they will be able to do that thing with 100% consistency, and the game will be determined by the effectiveness of the opponent's ability to stop.
He's using consistency. Okay. Consistency is like a known word if you play TCGs, but like this is jargon. You need to avoid that. Well, whatever. I'm not gonna go on my consistency rant.
Their thing, as well as how the opponent's thing stacks up against it. Now that we've got a decent understanding of the different types of monster cards, let's deal with the most important part of them, the paragraph of text under their type line. Any monster card you're going to play is going to be saturated with effects. Back in the day, players were content with a card that did one thing ever, but as decks became more consistent, they started playing fewer and fewer cards with more applications, to the point where despite the lengthy text on cards, after only a few...
I'm just sorry, this example is so, like, as a new player, I don't even know what those cards did. Like, half of those cards you showed me on the screen, I don't know what those do. Consistency is a normal word. It is not. It means it like in card games. It doesn't mean what it means in real life. He should have titled it The History of Yu-Gi-Oh. These audience no, he advertised it as someone who started with zero knowledge of the game can like pick it up or something like that. This is why making guides is so hard, because of like jargon, you really have to imagine you're talking to goldfish. I don't mean people who lack attention span. Like these people, like if they run into something unfamiliar, they're not gonna know what you're talking about, or like you're unless you like literally go step by step.
Games of Yu-Gi-Oh, you'll be familiar with the majority of what's being played. Regardless, here's how to read cards you're seeing for the first time. There are 4 types of effects a monster can have: an ignition effect, a trigger effect, a flip effect, a quick effect, and a continuous effect.
Okay, this actually is very something new players do kind of struggle with, because ignition, quick effect, and trigger, I know those intuitively. It's like, how do I describe it? Quick effect tells you what they are, so I already know what those are. Ignition effect and trigger effects are a little bit trickier to explain, because I just use intuition. Like, I don't even have like an explanation for what's the difference, because you have to read the text. The quality of always being performing similar of always having. Okay, what does that mean in the card game? Like, it doesn't mean anything as a new player. It's jargon. It's like saying spin. Yes, spinning. Like, it's a form of pop. When people say pop, that I've had the new players that have no idea what the fuck I'm talking about when I say spin and pop. Like, they don't know what the fuck I'm saying. So I have to be like, oh, okay, my bad. Pop means... Actually, I don't even say pop again. I just say, sorry, I meant to say destroy a card. What is pop the baby? Okay, my bad, Farfa viewer. Sorry. If and when, but never is. If and when, but never is. Balance, yeah, that's another one. Like, as you get more familiar with the game, like, understanding jargon is helpful, because, you know, you can communicate with other people who are knowledgeable about the game and pick up what they're saying. And, you know, it's like a new language. But, like, as with most new languages, you got to start with, like, something people can grasp. Piercing? Okay, Konami made that put that on their own. Just so that you pick up the card and spin it around. Okay, so I'm interested to see how he explains this, because I actually don't think I've seen other people tackle this, because this is very, very difficult. For me, I just, unfortunately, I don't even have a good way to explain ignition, quick effect, and trigger. It's like, for me, it's intuitive. unfortunately.
a monster can have.
Which is such a challenge to communicate with someone. You understand the word consistency, but you're right that probably not everyone does. I have my own rant about the word consistency, but that has nothing to do with new players. But
effect, a trigger effect,
select and target.
A quick effect.
Oh my god, I remember that. Yeah, select and target in old text. That comes up today also because there are old cards that don't have PSCT, and then. But this is as someone's more familiar with the game, they start, talking about. This is just like common questions that come up in rulings. And at that point, you're probably motivated enough in the game to ask questions and learn, so. Choose. Oh, fuck choose. Oh, my God. Okay, let's get to this section. I'm not going to. But yeah, this is all. I'm surprised if he doesn't have a PSCT section, because that is something that. Like, as you get more and more into this game, that is very, very helpful, too. But, like, maybe not book effect. Book effect. Oh, yeah, the book effect. Yeah, I'm going to use my book effect.
And a continuous effect.
Yeah, because that one's also harder because you're referencing a previous card, like Book of Moon, and relying on someone being familiar with Book of Moon to know what you're talking about. Same with Towers. Though Towers, no one remembers Apocalypse 4 Towers. No one remembers him. But the fact that it's still in use, because boomers remember Apocalypse 4 Towers and now apply it to every single, because it's the precedent for all the other cards that come with it. But that has its own history and all that shit. Also, trip over PSCT? Yeah, I always have to refresh my memory on that. Has a Rhoda effect and a Book of Effects. Oh my god. Rhoda's another one. That one's even worse. Because not only are you relying on someone being familiar with reinforcement in the army, you're also relying on people being familiar with the abbreviation of reinforcement of the army. Like, that one.
An ignition effect, a trigger effect, a flip
okay,
effect,
let's go.
a quick effect, and a continuous effect. Ignition effects can be activated, should you like, at any time during an open game state in your main phase. A good way of thinking about it.
He just said open game state, like I'm supposed to know what that means. Bro said open game state. I just asked, can I ash?
It is anytime you're just fucking around and could theoretically set a card or something, you could use an ignition effect. A trigger effect can only.
Okay, that isn't the worst explanation for what an open game state is. That actually isn't the worst. Actually, like, not bad. I will say, not bad. But I would avoid using words like open game state, even though they are correct terminology. I don't know. It's hard because here's the other struggle that players face. I don't know if you interact with judges, but judges get really upset when you use words or like jargon that don't match up with the gameplay text. You can't, like the word fizzle. That word is a no-no when you talk to judges. But we use that as a shorthand to teach new players how to explain effects and how they resolve and all that stuff. And I'm sure it creates more problems than it actually solves. But fizzle on it, dial, yeah. So this is difficult. This is hard. I don't think there's an easy solution. I think judges will have to get fucked and have to like I don't know. Judges got fucked.
A good way of thinking about it is anytime you're just fucking around and could theoretically set a card or something, you could use an ignition effect. A trigger effect can only occur when a specific event occurs. For instance, Mystic Tomato summons a monster when it's destroyed as a result of battle. A good rule of thumb for these cards is if their use case comes up, it'll trigger. This will make more sense as we get to nonsense like the damage step, but often if it's intended to work, it will. A quick effect works like an ignition effect, except it's quick. It can be activated as an ignition would, but also in response to other effects or activations and during any phase of the game. Finally, a continuous effect.
He just used the word speed spell 2 in this explanation. Like, oh, yeah. I mean, it is correct gameplay terminology, but it's not, like, something that comes from reading the card. You know what I mean? Like, most of the people, if people aren't reading the rulebook, they're relying on the card text to figure things out. And that's not actually stated on card text. Quick effect is actually stated on the card effect. And I think it's very, very... Could just point that out, but... Not all cards say that. The old cards say during either player's turn, I forgot about that.
is an effect that applies.
Does Pleiades have a reprint? Constellar Pleiades. Does he still say during either player's turn and not quick effect? Please tell me he has a reprint. Oh, thank God. He says quick effect now. What? Where did he get reprinted? Oh, Quarter Century Stampede. Okay. Because I feel like for like a long time he didn't have he had the old text. All right.
Continuously while the monster is face up on the field. I should note that there are a few effects that don't fall into any of these categories that we've just decided to call unclassified effects. There aren't a lot, but if you just read the card, it'll explain how it works. Effects are not to be confused with conditions. Conditions are parts of the effect.
Oh no, unclassified effects and conditions are very confused a lot. And part of it, the problem is they're not translated correctly from the OCG. The OCG text, I think, is very clear on what a condition is and what is an unclassified effect. But there's a lot of, like, even though we have PSCT to, like, fix most of these, there is still some discrepancies. I even get confused. I think one of them, like, the Link 4 B Trooper, or is it the Link 2? Could be Link 2. If you imperm him, you can still... He has a text that says you cannot special summon monsters except insect monsters or whatever. But if you imperm him, it's written like a condition to me. But if you imperm him, it's actually it's an unclassified effect, and you can actually make like Verite for DPE if he gets negated. So that is something that trips me up, but.
Text which are not effects and can't be negated. They'll usually refer to
as during either player's turn always.
Oh,
nice.
By banishing a light in the dark, even though that part of the effect text stops mattering once he's on field. There's one more part of the card we haven't talked about. Prior to the effect, you may see some words followed by a colon or a semicolon. Words prior to a colon refer to the timing during which a card can be activated. Words
I think he needs to say that this is like problem-solving card text that was introduced, and I think you have to mention this is problem-solving card text or whatever, because it's just. I know he's just trying to teach new players the colon, the semicolon, the punctuation, but like. Conditions are written as a number text in OC, but TC doesn't have it. Yeah, that makes sense. Bruh.
You see some words followed by a colon or a semicolon. Words prior to a colon refer to the timing during which a card can be activated. Words prior to a semicolon refer to the cost that must be paid in order to activate the effect. Even if the effect is negated, you'll have to pay those costs.
This isn't actually correct, but this is where judges get fucked in service of newer players. And just for newer players, because you can have things be with a semicolon to be like activation requirements or something like that. This isn't necessarily true, but judges got fucked after whatever.
One final note about costs is that they aren't effects. Cards that get a benefit if they're sent to the graveyard from a card effect, therefore, won't trigger if they are sent to pay the cost of a card. But cards that benefit if they're sent to the graveyard for any reason will. If this sounds like you're just
you need to specify what's the difference between Shaddoll Dragon and Performance Trick Clown. This is like, this is like speedrun.
A grammar lesson, sorry, but it's not going anywhere anytime soon. On that note, let's talk about conjunctions. Yu-Gi-Oh! Uses 4 conjunctive words on their card text. Then, also, and if you do, and. If an effect says to do A, then to do B, those effects happen in sequence, and A must happen for B to occur. If A doesn't happen due to some trickery by your opponent, then sorry, you've missed out on B. If an effect says do A, also do B, both effects happen at the same time, and either can...
Is this the example that from the PS... I think this is an example used in the PSCT article. Mass Ninja Ebisu? Damn. Alright. I think he should also highlight what's A and B. Like, this is not, like... You have to read this, pause the video and read this on your own. You know, I mean, you have to pause the video anyway if you highlight it. But this is like, I don't know, this is asking a lot for one person though. Like, Konami approved example, yeah.
Happen independent of another. If an effect says do A and if you do B, both effects happen at the same
time.
I'm
90% sure this is example used in the PSCT article. Memory of an adversary from Abyss Rising says in part Mass Ninja Ibisu from Order of Chaos. Okay, there's no heraldry change. Oh my god, if we see Hard Earth Dragon from Cosmo Blazer. Hello, sir. I'm not saying he ripped from the article, but I caught his ass.
must happen for B to occur. And finally, and. Do A and B.
I'm gonna get something to drink. God damn it. I'm not saying it's wrong to not to use the article. I just clocked him, okay? I just knew because I've read that article so many times.
Simultaneous, but you've got to do both or neither. Let's take a breather. I got that in my head. Iron Maiden, baby. Come with me Friday, don't say needy. Sure. Okay.
What a bop.
PSCT, take 1. This is a lot, I know. There's a reason Yu-Gi-Oh! Has gained a reputation.
He mentions PSCT, but like there's no like through line or like this is just like a, for all I know, this is just some skit. And then this guy just said poop shit come taint. I don't know what that stands for. I didn't even know that this is related to the skit is related to what I just saw.
In recent years as a game for lawyers. A significant amount of card power has to do with how effectively duelists have scrutinized its text, but I can at least attest to the fact the alternative is
Pee poo poo.
In 2011, Yu-Gi-Oh! Released something called problem-solving card text.
Okay, never mind. Why didn't you start with this? This feels like, I feel like you need to start with this. Because, like, you just talked about problem-solving card text at the beginning. Okay. See, there's the article, conjunction functions.
Resulted in the bloated but functional rules above. Before that, there was simplified effect text, which was better than nothing, but still extremely imprecise. And before that, there was nothing. Cards worked or didn't based on the interpretation of whoever was the head judge of the event you were at. Here's a great example. Last Will is a card so powerful it saw consistent play until its banning, despite the fact that no one knew how it worked. How many times can you fetch a monster? Is it every time a monster is sent? Can you activate this if a monster hasn't left the field yet, hoping the effect will be active later? Does using that pocket effect start a chain?
Shouldn't you, like, throw up Last Will? I think it would break the immersion of the skit, which is why he probably didn't do it. But, like, okay.
Can your opponent respond to it? These questions were so hotly debated, the communities that play historic formats that include this card still get in arguments about how it should work. Speaking of hotly debated and frustrating grammatical arguments, let's talk about missing the time. Even if your interest in Yu-Gi-Oh! Is relegated to pointing and laughing from the commander table, you may have heard of missing the timing. If this is you, by the way, enjoy the next 8 universes beyond and leave us be. Missing the timing is the new player turnoff. If you can make it through this, the rest of the video will go down like an if-then. Missing the timing is a...
I don't think missing the timing... Okay, I'm being honest, bro. Missing the timing is bullshit. But for the most part, like, if you run into it in the game, you're just like, what the fuck just happened? You know, and then... I mean, you have to find somebody to explain it to you anyway, but it's not... I don't think it's... Alright, let's see how he explains missing timing.
Community-created piece of jargon used to refer to the quirkiness that occurs with a very specific type of effect activation. Many cards, mostly monsters with trigger effects, will bifurcate these effects by mandatory or optional. Mandatory effects will be worded like, if X happens, or when X happens, while optional effects will be worded like, if X happens, then you can Y, or when X happens, then you can Y.
If or when X happens, if or when X happens, then you can. That is true. When mandatory effects, he's gonna go on to probably say it, but when mandatory effects, so when people talk about missing timing, they usually look at when, and they're like XDD when missing timing or whatever. But there are mandatory effects that say when that don't miss timing. So it's kind of wrong to be like missing timing is when. Yeah, mandatory effects do not miss timing. How many relevant cards can still miss timing? There's a couple ones in the game. That see play as well. Ubel. That came up, Ubel, but that's an old card. There's some modern cards that do miss timing. I'd have to look it up, but it is very rare. It is pretty rare.
When you can effect, the last thing that happened has to be the trigger condition being met. And when I say the last thing,
yeah. The BIS card, I know what you're talking about. That is indeed old card. There are some modern cards that miss timing, actually. Believe it or not.
The last thing.
Oh yeah. On normal summon triggers that miss timing. Yeah. Genmu's a Okay, we're like 44 minutes. I don't think the last 30 minutes are going to save.
Let's use one of the classic timing missers, Duke Frog, to explain. Duke Frog is on your side of the field. You activate Pot of Greed, and your opponent chains Raigeki Break, targeting your Duke Frog. You resolve the chain, and looky there, Duke Frog is in the graveyard. Time to search. Well, not so fast. At the point that Duke Frog...
Again, these are probably not cards I'm familiar with. Like, as a new player. This is a very famous example people use, but... Okay, whatever.
The graveyard, you were still
Will he show the
Pot of Greed.
text?
He missed his chance. And the timing.
But okay, this graphic's unfortunate because this shows when, but it does not highlight that you can. Can I go back a bit?
Well, not so fast. At the point that Duke Frog went to the graveyard, you were still resolving the effect of Pot of Greed. He missed his chance. And...
No, he doesn't highlight that you can. Dang, you clicked on his profile? Pot of Greed, Okay, so my bad. People will be familiar with Pot of Greed, but Boomer example, Duke Frog, all right, don't tell me you know what Duke Frog does. Yeah, he should probably have highlighted that if he was gonna do this. But
the timing. Okay, well, what if instead he's minding his own business when your opponent instead fires a Soul Taker? Destroyed, so let's search again, right? Wrong again. Soul Taker performs an action, then gains life. As explained above, a then conjunction happens sequentially. Something's going on while he's being destroyed, and therefore he's missing the timing. Synchro summoning with Duke Frog, fat chance. The last thing that happened was a monster being summoned.
This is actually one that people just do. This is something I've tried to explain to people, and it's very difficult. It's actually very frustrating for both people. Well, actually more for the person I'm trying to explain to, because I don't know how to describe this, because like Black Rose, Dupe Block, more like Poop Block. Yeah, that's right. Thank you. Oh, I did look at the banner. Is cute. Is that Shuckle drinking himself? Drinking bro's berry juice? This example of like the last thing that happened being the summon is so unintuitive. I don't even have a good explanation for this.
Missing the timing. The good news is that this doesn't come up often. Konami's done a pretty good job ensuring they never print a card that works like this again. But Konami's hardly perfect. Let's finish up our discussion of monster cards with an easy one. Abilities. Many cards have an additional word by their type line.
Oh my god, now that I remember, when Squiddy would play on Dueling Book or Dueling Network or whatever, he would say ability instead of fucking effect. That was his thing.
Another quality of them. Flip, Tune, Gemini, and Spirit. The latter three aren't particularly popular, and we'll spell out how they work in their effects text. So for now, let's talk about flips. As discussed earlier, when a monster is normal summoned, it can be normal summoned in face-up attack or set in face-down defense position. Provided it wasn't summoned this turn, a face-up monster can change its battle position once per turn, and the monster may use that change to be flipped face-up. If a monster has a flip effect, this will trigger it. If a monster with a flip effect is attacked, it will be triggered as well. Let's move on to magic cards. Gem!
Do we need to go faster?
We're cool. Okay, so the other flip take is fine.
Okay, how do you want to transition out?
I don't know.
Ugh. Holy.
Yeah. Let's talk about magic cards. Spell cards, actually. If you'll recall, Yu-Gi-Oh! Used to be a send-up to Magic the Gathering, so early sets called these teal cards magic cards. Unfortunately, it turns out you can't call the cards of a game that isn't magic cards, so they were pretty quickly changed to be spell cards by the release of Magic Ruler. Hilariously, that set also had to have its name changed to Spell Ruler. Anyway, there's 6 types of spell cards denoted by their icon, and like monsters, they can be played either face-up or face-down. Firstly, our spell cards with
I told you they're gonna say they're gonna. That is some.
These are called normal spell cards. They're one-time use cards with a singular effect. You can activate a spell card during.
That is when I came back to the game, it fucked me up knowing that, because I watched the anime and they made it. I don't know if they made a distinction between magic or spell cards, but they mention it. Either or. In the dialogue or whatever. And then when I came back to the game, I was like, "What the fuck happened to my magic cards?" Because I think I owned some cards that said magic card back in the day, but I don't have those anymore. But so I was really surprised to hear that everything became. I didn't mind the change too much because now that I don't have to. Okay, Boomer, shut up. Let me have my history lesson. Actually, it's not even a history lesson. It's just me. It's just my. What am I supposed to say when I'm reacting? Very good. Very good. Video composition. Anyway, spell card change. I was surprised. TCG having spell instead of magic in OCG. Rip. Yeah. Cuck TCG succumbing to Magic the Gathering. Back in my day. Yeah. You know what? You're gonna one of these days you're gonna be saying that shit. I'm not gonna make fun of you because I'm a better person. But someone else is gonna make fun of you, and I'm not gonna say anything because I'm a terrible person.
is whenever you're just fucking around by placing it into one of your unoccupied spell and trap zones, declaring the effect, and then sending the card to the graveyard. Next up are equipped spell cards. These cards affect a face-up monster as part of the activation. Usually they give it some sort of benefit. You can equip an equipped spell to either player's face-up monster, and it remains on the field as long as that monster is face-up.
Did you know already saying bigger ones are better? You gotta play it on sometime. Yeah.
Field once they are activated, and usually, but not always, include a continuous effect that will continue applying as long as they are face-up. Field spell cards are just continuous spell cards that end up in the field spell zone. Equipped spell cards, field spell cards, and continuous spell cards also function in a strange way with respect to destruction. Yu-Gi-Oh! Takes great pains to differentiate destruction and negation. If you activate a Raigeki Break targeting my Diane...
Oh my god, yeah, this is a common one. Mystical Space Life. This is actually a very common new player thing.
Master, I'm still getting
not this stupid spell. You don't like peace? What's wrong with Messenger of Peace? Okay, finally we got the labels on these. Earlier he introduced all 6 of them and I just forgot them because I'm a new player. Finally! Oh my goodness, this was much needed. MSC does negate now? Yeah. Yeah, it does. Yeah, we get it. Yes, if you have... What's the Radiant Typhoon trap? Yeah.
Activated effects to resolve. Quick play spell cards are spells that can be activated during any phase of the turn. These can be activated on either player's turn, but in order to activate them on an opponent's turn, they'll need to first be set on your side of the field. Notably, when you set a quick play spell, you may not activate it on the same turn. Finally, let's talk about the last 2 kinds of spells. Ritual spells are used to perform ritual summons and operate exactly like normal spells. This is a kind of special summon that requires a ritual monster, colored light blue, in your hand and material from your hand or field. This whack-ass summoning condition is a holdover from early Yu-Gi-Oh! Before people realized a 3-card combo you have to draw isn't very good. Ritual monsters aren't particularly prevalent, but to make up for their whack-ass summoning condition, the super type is often given just... Ugh. No, I'm good. The super type is often
doing anything else besides playing Yu-Gi-Oh? Don't worry, bruh. We'll play Yu-Gi-Oh! Tomorrow. Don't worry.
Additional cards to hand. So don't be
I just got back home, bruh. What do you want me to do? 12-hour Yu-Gi-Oh! Grind for the second time in a row this week? Bruh.
If they're broken. Which leads us to the last type of spells. Pendulums. Depending on who you talk to, are the super type that put the nail in Yu-Gi-Oh!'s coffin. Unintuitive, covered in text, and responsible for some of the weirdest rulings imaginable, it's not surprising to see animosity for this summoning type. That said, I always found it misplaced. Sure, they take a little explaining, but once you've heard how pendulums work once, you get it. Pendulums are cards that act like both spells and monsters.
Only 12 hours, Ash. 72.
And rightmost spell and trap zones. While occupied with a pendulum card, these zones become pendulum zones. The cards within them are able to use their pendulum effect, written here, as any continuous spell would. If any of these face-up cards on the field would be sent to the graveyard, they are instead placed on top of your extra deck, face up. Once per turn, if both pendulum zones are occupied, you may perform a pendulum.
I like pens. I grew up with pens, so I have no animosity to them. Like I've mentioned before, like the way Konami introduced pens was very slow. Very deliberate, I would say. They started out as normal monsters with like no fucking effects. Some were just normal monster with only pendulum effects. Some were pendulum monster effects with no pendulum effect. Slowly but surely, they ended up becoming more complicated. I think the worst design choice, I think, for pendulums was treating the monster effect that triggers when it's destroyed. So like Plush Fire. Its monster effect triggers when it's destroyed is very, very weird. Like, that's, I think, when you have trouble understanding pendulums. How you can destroy something in the pendulum zone, trigger its monster effect in the extra monster zone. That is when pendulums got weird to me. 2.5 minutes of ads. Me coping for Pattersail archetypes since she's getting reprinted? One day. I mean, the difference is I have single pendulum summon in rank. Yeah. Also use pens in school. True. Pants grab. Grandma, but grandma... Oh my god. No way. No way Pants Grab showed up. Like Poison? Plus Poison, yeah, exactly like Poison. Purple Poison, yes. I think that's when pendulums become like, what the fuck are these fucking cards? Yeah, exactly. Purple Poison is a good example. But the first one I think was Plush Fire. But yeah. At that point, that's when it started to become like
pendulum effect, written here, as any continuous spell would. If any of these face-up cards on the field would be sent to the graveyard, they are instead placed on top of your extra deck, face up. Once per turn, if both pendulum zones are occupied, you may perform a pendulum summon, special summoning any number of monsters with a level between the 2 monsters on your pendulum monsters box, called a pendulum scale, from your hand or face-up extra deck. The monsters in your extra deck specifically have to be summoned to an extra monster zone. Okay, still with me? Now, you may not believe it, but that last paragraph has been the death of thousands of duelists. If you find yourself a little bewildered by pendulum, don't worry. There aren't very many good ones. Konami has at least taken the criticism of this super type to heart. Lastly, let's talk about trap cards.
I mean, they're alright.
Trap cards are part of the allure of Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards whose existence on the field makes an opponent play differently. Many card games allow you to interact with an opponent via powerful onboard tricks or secretive hand shenaniganry, but in Yu-Gi-Oh! Your cards are on the table. This mind game between players, is that set card a spell they just put face down, is it a trap they can't activate, or is it the one card that will cause my entire strategy to crumble, is one of Yu-Gi-Oh!'s biggest strengths. So it's shocking to see that the cards are so simplistic. There are only 3 types of trap cards, but they all share the same characteristic.
I feel like Konami is committed to supporting multiple summoning types at a time, and just naturally you're just gonna see less pendulums. I don't think it's like some Konami agenda to hate on pendulums, but there are pretty difficult to design around. We do have Almonica as a recent example. There's probably more recent examples. We have Sulfa Quartz that are also getting support, so they're not above supporting existing pendulum archetypes. Oh yeah, the Draco, true Draco cards. What are you saying? What fucking boomer dinosaur? What are you trying to say? Meteor? What do you mean by meteor? Yes, that is true. I was there when the meteors hit the dinosaurs. How you can negate the summon to unaffected by everything monsters? Oh yeah, that's true. That is actually true. Yeah. Honestly, the idea of being able to activate cards in that is weird. Newest pen, I remember single Archfiend. Oh, yeah. The Archfiend Ritual deck. Yeah, that's true. They're not above supporting pendulums. They just do it in more interesting ways. And then the traditional way, it's just relegated to legacy support. But they're also committing to supporting fusions and synchros, like Z's, links. They're all committed. They've committed to supporting all of those at the same time. I'm kind of impressed. So, I mean, it's kind of, it's fun to be like, pendulums get cooked by every single, new threat that comes out, like Detonator, the Pendulum Negatinator. Pretty funny. To this day, I don't understand. Does it make sense? Yeah, it's like definitely unintuitive. Ryuge. Yeah, but Ryuge isn't like a traditional pendulum, you would say. But it still kind of does the... At least it is using the mechanic. Shorting when monster is summoned is in a superposition, it's both on the board and not. Yeah, it's weird. Same with Bell. Bell negating the activation rulings. Just click shiny button. And yeah, my bad. I forgot about that. I forgot I could just do that. Yeah. Synchro, XZs, fusions, links.
Before they can be activated.
Enneacraft, yes.
You can place one face down in
Okay, Enneacraft, I would say, it's almost there. It's almost to like it doesn't pendulum summon, unfortunately, but it does utilize everything else unique to pendulums. I actually didn't remind me. Does it have a way to get things out of the extra monster zone? Or sorry, does it have ways to get things when they're sent to the extra deck? Do they have ways of recycling from there? I feel like it's closer to traditional pendulum if it can do that. If it can't, then fuck. Novell gets a pen summon? Oh, yeah, Novels. Novels is interesting. I like the idea of using the chefs as continuous spells. Actually very good of abstracting the chefs from the food. You managed to spell to get your spell stuff? Okay, gotcha. Okay. Don't remember? Okay. Okay, if they have that, then I think it's closer to pendulum. They just don't pen summon.
Starting your opponent's draw phase, you can activate a trap card whenever
there are monsters that say this card summon cannot be negated. Yeah, but you have to know that that's a thing, right? Like those exist for the other explanation, for your ability to be able to like say like, oh, you can negate something that's unaffected.
Or just what it says on the tin. Single use goes to the graveyard after activation. Continuous trap cards are a little different. These cards, like continuous spell cards, stick around. Usually these will have ignition effects that you can activate in response to an opponent's action, or a continuous effect that will warp the entire game state. Like continuous spells, they must remain face up to apply their effects. A destruction effect will cause them to resolve without effect. Finally, counter traps are trap cards that are spell speed 3. They're differentiated from normal trap cards based on the position they occupy in a chain. Chains. Right.
I know he's mentioned spell speed too, but there's no like through line connecting between those like concepts. Like spell speed 3 is it feels isolated. It is, like I said, it's correct terminology as far as rulings go, but it's like, what does spell speed 3 mean? If you tell a player why they can't chain to Solemn and you reply to them, it's spell speed 3, they're gonna be like, what the fuck did you just say? No, they're not gonna say that, but that's not gonna explain anything. Unfortunately, you actually have to be like, only count. You have to say something like only counter traps can chain to counter traps, even though that's not always correct. Spell speed 4. New players don't care about terminology. What spell speed is my Sonic Duck? There are 472 links and 375 pen monsters. Even though links came out later, single archetypes had multiple pen monsters. It does seem less represented. Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, links are easier to design anyway. They printed a lot of fucking links when they were debuted as well. They had to compensate for a lot of fucking archetypes. But yeah, I don't expect pendulums to catch up anytime soon. I imagine the gap in gap is gonna widen anyway. The gap is gonna widen and widen.
Okay.
Okay, maybe he explains the spell speeds here. The
Chain
bum
is
age
way
was
of
a
creating
mistake.
system for taking actions, then responding to an opponent's actions. Whenever an opponent activates a card or effect, a chain is created. Then you may respond with an effect of your own. If your opponent declines to activate an effect, you may add a second effect of your own afterwards. Once both players are done adding effects, the chain resolves backwards in full. The last card activated all the way down to the bottom. This ain't magic. You can't let some of the stack resolve or target things further down.
This is a good thing to point out, actually. When Magic players ask about, Master Duel, they're always confused about why they can't Ash Blossom something in an earlier chain link. You know, the concept of chain blocking is very unlike the stack. To be honest, I don't really... When I play games that use a stack, it's very intuitive, actually. I actually kind of like it. But I don't play Magic, by the way. I'm just talking about other games that use the stack. The Croach, yeah. I imagine there's some symbolism going on about Maxi. I don't think it's like... I don't think that's lost on me. But also, it's probably just a fucking cockroach. The tricky, yes, the tricky.
On the stack, one big chain resolves all at once. But that's not all. You're also only allowed to respond to chain effects that have a certain spell speed. You can only respond to
Oh,
chain
there we
effects
go.
of
Finally, we got the
speed 2
spell
or higher,
speed.
And you must respond with an effect of equal or greater spell speed. As an example, every type of spell except quick play spells and every type of monster effect except quick effects are spell speed 1, and therefore can't be used to respond to a chain. Spell speed 2 effects include quick play spells, quick effects, and almost all trap cards. Spell speed 3 is exclusively reserved for counter traps and usually closes the chain. Let's see an example in action. You normal summon a Neo Spacian Aqua Dolphin. You pay the cost for his effect, and your opponent responds with Forbidden Chalice, which they set a turn prior. You respond with a Magic Jammer, which is spell speed 3. Your opponent has a second...
That's a Magic Drain. That's a Magic Drain. They're almost identical cards. Almost. They're not quite the same though.
Chalice set, because Forbidden Chalice has a spell speed of 2 and Magic Jammer has a spell speed of 3, they cannot respond. You look at their hand and discard a piece of Exodia, let's say. But what happens when more than one effect meets its trigger condition at the same time? Well, that's governed by a principle called Seagawk. Many of you may think you're already a master of seeing Gawk.
Oh no, Seagawk. Oh shit. I'm very interested in how he approaches this.
But what I'm talking about is simultaneous effects go on chain. When multiple trigger effects would occur.
Okay, yeah, this is a pretty advanced concept. You can go on playing the game without ever hearing this fucking acronym. You can literally again, if you tell a new player what Seagawk is, he's obviously gonna explain it, so I don't mind it too much. But yeah, no one. Isn't it player priority? I believe so. I believe that if you're talking about turn player mandatory, that should be it. I've never heard of this. This is the first time I've heard it. That's what I'm telling you. You played this entire game without ever hearing this fucking acronym. Yeah. But not the acronym. Yeah, that's what it stands for. Yes, yeah, see Gok 3000.
At the same time, they're activated in the following order. The turn player's mandatory effects, the opponent's mandatory effects, the turn player's optional effects, and the non-turn player's optional.
This is so hard to explain to new players. It's good he's pointing this out, but it's what, I think this is pretty advanced. This is I kind of know it intuitively, but sometimes this fucking thing actually makes a difference at high level of play, because some people don't actually pay attention to this, and that's how you see misplays occur I think some misplays manifest because one person is not familiar with how to operate this. So I think this is kind of advanced, but.
Effects. If there are 2 or more of any individual type of effect, the turn player may order them as they wish. As a final note, the turn player always has the first shot at starting a chain with a quick effect. If 2 effects meet their activation conditions at the same time, and one is a high...
That is so fucking annoying. In TCG, declaring that you have a quick effect that you have turn player priority for is so fucking annoying. Because some people would be like, shotgun their quick effect, and you have to be like, you have to tell them immediately, I have something. But at that point, if they reveal hidden information, they'll be like, nuh-uh, you didn't miss it. And then it's he said, she said, and it's like, fuck me, bruh. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what you're talking about, Genmu. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, but if you know about like being able to do, it's like how I can't Kali Yuga immediately. Yeah. You learned this through osmosis? Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. I know because Kali Yuga M1.
Another, you can chain block with some clever chain ordering. For a classic example, Sword Soul will often summon Chi Xiao using a copy of...
This is actually a pretty good example of using Seagok. Like, a new player isn't gonna like naturally be like, oh, I am applying the concept of Seagok. But this is actually, I really like this gameplay loop of that Sword Soul. I don't think new players pick up on it too much. I've seen, you know what I mean, but like, it is cool. Chainlink 1, Chainlink 2 be like, yeah. I see Gok, I eat Gok. Grok is this Gok, yeah.
When Moye is sent to the graveyard for a synchro summon, you may draw a card. A nice little bonus, but nothing to write home about. And when Chi Xiao is summoned, you may add a Sword Soul card to your hand, often a game determinative action. Since both effects are optional, ordering the chain so that Chi Xiao is Chainlink 1 and Moye is Chainlink 2 insulates against cards like Ash Blossom, which may negate the effects of cards that add a card to hand. This is the...
I will be... Sometimes you can do both, but that's not the point of the video, okay? Sometimes you can do the other way around, and it's correct. But that's not the point of the video. I'm just saying Sword Soul... that's just another decision you can make in Sword Soul. Okay. But I will say this is... I don't know. I like Sword Soul for being doing that. I did a 14 win streak in the Master, but... Nice!
Full skeleton of Yu-Gi-Oh! Action?
No. I know he said you can choose the order. I'm just being like, oh, check out this cool thing you can do with Sword Soul. I think his explanation is completely fine. You know, Sword Soul is cool like that. Is Sword Soul a baby deck? I've taught my brother Sword Soul, and without my guidance... Okay, do you want to know what happened? The first thing he did after I taught him Sword Soul, like the basic gameplay loop, he activated Chi Xiao, targeting his own Barone. That was first game out. When left to his own devices. Sword Soul's #1 modern YGO friendly starter deck. Yeah. It is pretty friendly though. I wouldn't say it's that difficult. You can explain it kind of simply to someone. Is a toddler deck at least? But yeah, the first thing my brother did was use Chi Xiao to negate his own Barone. I'm like, oops. Did he negate it with Barone? My lawyer has advised me not to speak. But it is pretty friendly. I will say, like, when I told him the combo, he was like, it wasn't like he was running out of time or anything. But run.
Action. Now that you know everything there is to know about the cards, let's talk about the duel. The goal of a game of Duel Monsters is to win. You can do this one of 3 ways. Either by bringing an opponent's life points from their starting total of 8,000 to 0 by dealing damage with your monsters, spells, and traps, causing an opponent to draw a card while they have none left in their main deck, or by resolving an alternate win condition. This card is useless. 99% of the duels you play will be decided by life point damage. The remaining 1% will likely be determined by milling. A popular deck at the time of recording, Runic has the ability to pivot to this win con in board states where they've completely lost control of the field. But despite its rarity, the win condition that looms largest in the psyche of your average duelist is the alternate win condition. It's not hard to see why. The very first complete duel played on screen in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime involves Yugi drawing all 5 pieces of the puzzle, and the alternate win condition Exodia obliterating a game he was otherwise losing. In fact, the first release of the head of Exodia in Japan was responsible for a devastating riot. At a tournament at the Tokyo Dome, attendees were told in advance that they could pick up a premium pack containing the only ever printed...
You tell us 3 years ago, really?
Enough for 65,000 people to swarm the dome, overwhelming the single vendor with nowhere near enough to distribute. Since then, these alternate win conditions have only been playable a few times in total, and mostly by the same guy over and over again. So I'm here with Jeff Leonard, probably the individual more responsible for getting cards hit than any other. I see you've got your 2 namesakes there in the background.
That's right.
So you are known in the community for a number of things, but probably the most important one is
a popular deck at the Time of recording?
One of
Oh, I see. Yeah, it's probably when he was still hosting the Chalice Line monthlies, yeah. Raxodia Obliterat. Raxodia.
Round card Final Countdown and its associated partner in crime, Mystic Mine, and the other centered around Exodia the Forbidden One. Two different alt win conditions.
The Mystic, yeah, the Mystic Boomer.
Finding Mystic Mine was like the perfect card because I'd always played stun decks against my son Jason's combo decks. But then after that, after those years that Mystic Mine was around and I got to inflict so much pain, then I had to find something different to do. And that's when Jason finally said to me, hey, why don't you just play FTK decks? There's not a lot of hand traps in the format. Why don't you just try to play an FTK deck? So I played Bishop and FTK for a while, and that was a ton of fun. And then along came this Exodia combo. And
the stun against Sun? Have you heard what Jesse's dad also plays bullshit like that? Jesse's, I think it's Chainburn. No hand on the board, never no CG. Yeah, nice format. Literal child abuse. Hugs are big in this stuff. I think specifically Jesse's dad is Chainburn. I think it's Chainburn. Oh my god, yeah. The Unks? Yeah, when's my stun arc? I'm about to play Deep Fissure and Malice.
Said, stop right there, we're going to throw everything at it to make it happen.
So you very famously played this deck in a feature match against one of the best players in the game. And what was that like? Was it cool to have the crowd hyping you up as you searched Exodia pieces?
Absolutely amazing. I mean, you just can't imagine the feeling of being on that stage. And what was kind of lucky about it was our round got started late. And the
Fissure not stun? Okay, fine. Can you recommend me any stun cards for my Malice deck?
And by the time we were in game 3, I mean, there were so many people up there and they knew what was going on. And then just the fact that just somebody mentioned one more piece and that got going in the crowd. And it was so funny.
One more piece. The crowd is chanting. One more piece. This is a historical moment here in Indianapolis. Oh my goodness.
And then Justin Singh was just like the perfect opponent for me. When round 4 started and I saw his name on the list, I said, well, this is it. It's either going to happen now or it's not going to happen. And so when they brought us up on the stage, it was just fantastic.
That's fantastic. You mentioned playing with your son. How did you get into Yu-Gi-Oh?
Oh, we've been playing ever since he was 5 years old and started watching the show when it first came out. We got the 2 structure decks. He had the Yugi, I had the Kaiba, and we've just been playing off and on for 20 plus years.
This is so adorable. I love hearing Jesse's story talk about his dad too. It's so heartwarming. I love it.
The YCS is just recently really competitively when he probably turned 16, 17. So the last 10 years, it's just really been so much fun for us to hang out and have something to do together and talk about just basically every day talk about Yu-Gi-Oh, and it's a great thing.
Something that I think about, like whether I would do something similar, but I don't think I'm having kids. I think we made it a decision to just like not have kids. But it's all right. I guess I'll live vicariously through Jeff Leonard.
You're known for playing Mystic Mine. You're known for playing Exodia. Have you ever considered playing like a normal deck?
No chance, Joseph. Let me tell you something. A 55-year-old brain works.
Let me tell you something. When the Unk hits you with the let me tell you something. Kids.
Than a 25-year-old brain. You'll get there one of these days and you'll find out. But Jason told me, hey, you can probably remember one combo, right? One combo. And I was like, I don't know if I can. But I did learn one combo. I was able to practice. Remember, I was on that MCS with you, and I wanted to do it after we got.
Get the nieces and nephews in the Yu-Gi-Oh. You know what? Actually, I might do that. That actually isn't like a bad idea. Oh, 25. They said 50. Oh. I thought he said 55, but yeah, 25.
Pull off Exodia on Master Duel, and I remember you saying on the telecast, if this boomer can remember to push the buttons, he's going to win this duel. And that's exactly what happens, is I have to remember the right buttons to push.
Well, congratulations on an unbelievable achievement. Thank you so much for taking some time out of your day to talk to me.
You bet. Thanks, Joseph.
I should note that duelists playing competitively are only given a certain amount of time to complete a best 2 out of 3 match. If that time runs out, both players lose. While each duel is different, they all start the same way. Shuffle your deck, then give your opponent's deck a shuffle or cut as well. Roll a die to decide who starts, and you're off. Shuffling is a contentious point among Yugists. I don't know if it's a genetic memory from growing up watching.
Make a better how to play Yu-Gi-Oh video despite MBT. Why? If this is just ends up being like a documentary, highlighting, Yu-Gi-Oh's highs and lows or whatever, I think that's fine, I'm just like very I don't know. I don't think a video does that. Personally, I don't think a video is that good, of a medium. You kind of have to explain to people, and as long as you understand that, when you're it doesn't even apply to Yu-Gi-Oh. If you're explaining math to somebody, you have to go step by step. You can't introduce jargon. You can't if someone gets lost, they're gonna get lost pretty early. You have to be patient and like go back. You know, it's not like a Yu-Gi-Oh thing. You know, how to teach your grandma how to play Yu-Gi-Oh? Like the to teach the nieces and nephews to learn Yu-Gi-Oh. But I could just do that verbally. You know, I could like just be someone, you know, who's supportive. Like I don't need to send a video and be like, here, watch this video and you'll know everything. If you have any questions, let me know. What is 1 + 1? Step 1, normal dormouse. What's 1, what's plus? That's true. That it is. What's 1, what's plus?
Always a good practice to make sure your opponent's deck is sufficiently randomized. After determining who goes first, it's time to proceed through the phases of the game. First up is the draw phase. No draw on the first turn, otherwise the turn player draws a card from the top of their deck, then proceeds to the next phase. This liminal phase actually serves an impressive purpose. It's the first time an opponent...
Also, the other big thing, they have to want to learn as well. You know, if I can't send them like a bunch of resources and expect that you can't lead a horse to water and expect them to drink, especially they have to want to. Like, I mean, if it's nieces and nephews, right? Like, if you're cool, they'll want to spend time with you, you know, and then then it works itself out, right? But that's the other thing.
Quick effect during the turn. Often, players who want to shotgun an important effect as fast as possible will do
What's
so.
what?
Fine.
What's what?
And seeing your opponent smirk and send a dimension shifter to the graveyard.
Who are you,
Next is the standby
Jaden?
phase. This is a pass-through phase, and frequently doesn't
Don't play
This
Yu-Gi-Oh?
will often reference costs that must be paid during the standby phase, and like the draw phase, it's an opportunity.
When
for
are you
opponents to activate
coaching
quickly.
me?
Third is the main phase.
I'll
The main
link
phase
my
is where the
Metafy.
action of a turn will happen. It's the time in which you control your cards to set up before launching.
Oh,
an
you
attack.
should open the
During this
Dueling
phase, you may
Academy.
perform as many special summons as you like using the effects or abilities of your cards. Change the battle position of a monster, but only if the monster was not played this turn, and only once that turn. Set spell and trap cards in your spell and trap zone. Activate as many spell cards as you like, and as many trap cards as you like, provided they've been set for at least a turn, and activate the effects of your monsters. Once you're done with your setup, you can proceed to the battle
Oh my
phase.
god, what is
First turn.
this?
This one's exactly what's written on the tin. In the battle phase, your monsters battle. There are 4 sub-steps to this phase. First is the start step, in which players can activate spell speed to effects before an attack is declared. Next is the battle step. The turn player will pick 1 attack position monster from their side of the field and 1 monster on the opponent's side of the field, then declare an attack. To determine the winner of the battle, look at the attack and defense stats of the 2 monsters who are battling. If both monsters are in attack position, the monster with the higher attack wins.
When
Losing
you are
monster is
born
destroyed.
in a
Losing
YGO
2
player
stats is
household?
subjected to
Okay,
life
I'll
total.
check
If
that
both
out.
monsters are destroyed and no player takes damage, with an exception for 0 attack monsters who cannot crash. If 1 monster is in attack and 1 is in defense position, use the defense position stat for the defense position monster. If it is less than the attack stat, the defense position monster is destroyed, but the player does not take the difference as battle damage. Finally, if the defense stat is equal to or higher than the attack stat, both monsters survive, but the attacking
It's
player
kind of
loses the hit.
tough because like we finally got to more like, you know, Yu-Gi-Oh specific, like how to, you know, does he mention 0 attack monsters cannot attack each other or cannot destroy each other by battle? That's another random one that comes up, not all the time, but every now and then. But it is something that like, yes, okay. I imagine okay. But it's just interspersed with all these like asides to history, which is like
between the attack stat and the defense stat. If one player has no monsters on their side of the field, a player may attack their life points directly, dealing the entire attack stat as damage. This stuff is pretty intuitive. Big monster beat little monster, defense position defends, attack position attacks. What's less intuitive is the order in which these monsters deal damage. Let's talk about the damage step. The damage step is performed immediately after the battle step ends if an attack is still occurring. Like Magic the Gathering's layers, this is to resolve finicky rulings weirdness that have built up like rust over 3 decades of carving a rule set into an understandable shape. But unlike Magic the Gathering's layers, this one does come up pretty frequently.
Yep, it's the lug nut. Fixed it. Please have a seat.
Usually duelists will shortcut this or not mention it at all, but it unfortunately does have pretty significant gameplay ramifications.
10-minute
It's divided into 5
gameplay.
subsets. Let's begin with the start of the damage step. As a general rule, once a duelist declares they're moving to the damage step, certain new rules apply. Duelists may no longer activate spell speed to effects unless those cards have a provision that states they may activate during the damage step. An exception to this rule is spell trap cards or quick effects that directly alter the attack or defense of a monster.
There's a lot of exceptions. It's not just altering attack and defense. It's also negating the activation. I'm sure he's going to list them all. But there's also negating the activation of a card. There's one more. There's one more, but I don't know it off the top of my head. But he'll probably
the
list them.
activation, not the effect of a card or effect, and mandatory effects. Note that spell speed
Mandatory, okay. This is what I learned. I figured out it was a lie.
specifically can be activated at any time during the damage step. Next is before damage calculation. During this step, if the monster you're attacking is face down, you flip it up. Third is perform damage calculation. From this point forward, you may not activate cards that modify the attack and defense stats of monsters.
Not the stupid orange, disgusting orange.
Not yet sent to the graveyard. Fourth is after damage calculation.
Negating activations, effects that specifically mention the activated damage step, and effects that are triggered by location changes. Oh my god, the last one I probably can't even think of an example for. Bruh. I guess that's just like when cards are destroyed by battle.
Monsters are still not sent to the graveyard. This is a step specifically for the benefit of cards that mention it. And finally, end of the damage step. Monsters that have been destroyed are now sent to the graveyard. Once there are no longer any effects to apply, we once again return to the battle step. The damage step plays a finicky role in Yu-Gi-Oh! With clever use of your points of interaction, you can manage your
He does an
individual
example?
in such a way that your
Nice.
opponent's responses
Okay.
are very limited.
Unk still got it.
My God!
god! It impacts card quality too. Cards like Forbidden Droplet are much more playable as a result of their applications during this weird, unrespondable step. One of the most debilitating things you can hear as a duelist in combat is the phrase, proceed to the damage step.
Oh my god, give me a good drop, please.
So Alex, I'm happy we could have you on today to talk about the damage step, something with which you are intimately familiar.
Who is this guy?
Damage step. Yes, I am quite intimate with this, for those of you who are fans of the progression series. But the damage step is a doozy, that's for sure.
To give people who are kind of newer to the game an overview, what exactly is the
Somebody
damage
gets
step?
started
damage step
by
is this
Catastor?
weird
Oh,
part
okay.
of when you're attacking, or I guess if your opponent's attacking you, there's multiple sub-steps of the damage step that basically, to boil it down simply, certain cards can be activated at certain points within the damage step, and once you pass some of those thresholds, you're no longer able to activate certain cards or effects. But it's a very timed window that certain cards can be applied, and your knowledge of it can actually make or break a difference in the game.
But you personally have spent a lot more time in the damage step than most viewers, is that correct?
Yeah, when we did Prague Season 1, I played Blackwing, I think, for like 40 episodes in a row, and Kalut
I need
was one
to
of the,
explain what
stars of
attack
the damage step
modification
alongside, with our
for
good old
me.
friend Honest, if we're looking back during that time as well. Those are two of the classic examples of the damage step.
That-
You hear
if
those
you're
two,
using that emote, that
fateful words
sounds
from the opponent when
like
you go to attack, and they go,
it's
damage
way
step,
more
and you fire your eyes out
complicated.
because you know you're gonna get bodied.
Let's just get a hypothetical going. Let's say
This
you
is
have a
famous
card like Shore of
masochist
the Flame
Simo
with a
Edison.
1900 attack when monster on your side of the field. What does deploying a card like Kalut look like?
So for those who are unaware, Kalut is a hand trap of sorts that says, during the damage step, you can discard it from your hand to the graveyard, and it gives a Blackwing monster 1400 attack. This is relevant because when you declare an attack, on attack declaration, there are certain cards that can be used. But once you pass, once your opponent rather passes priority over to you, that they don't have any response to the attack declaration, that is when you can, in the damage step, deploy your Kalut. So it's after this type of effect has bypassed, essentially. So now they can
Yeah, one of them like was Honest Chain Honest. That one would get people so much. I mean, if you resolve effects backwards and you think about it, I mean, I guess that's more just how chains resolve more than rather than. But it's also kind of weird because you could also activate. You could also get into disputes depending on when you activate Honest. I think you can activate Honest like at different periods of the damage step. So it's like, bruh. Damage step more like I'm not gonna look it up.
use these types of trap effects to be able to stop you in combat, unless they have a card that can be activated in the damage step itself.
All right, well, thank you so much for hopping on.
Just Droplet. My bad.
Damage step.
Oh, there's another weird thing where you can like attack directly while a monster's still present. I forgot how it works. It happened in Tenpai. This game too hard. When do we play tic-tac-toe? The first Honest wins? Yeah, the first Honest wins. What's that ruling again? I think it involves Droplet. Like that scenario where I think it involves Chandra as well. What happened in Tenpai? There's the weird situation where like in Tenpai you can like attack a monster, or if a monster is summoned at the start of the damage step. Okay. Can you not Honest in a new chain? Yes, you can Honest in a new chain, but it's like it gets weird with the activation requirements. And the direct attack was already declared. Okay. Makes sense, yeah. But it looks weird in Master Duel because the monster is there. So like you can summon when you summon something with Chandra. And then it gets sent. I think if it gets sent by Droplet or something like that. I don't know. I would have to see it again. It's so stupid. The arrow already going, yes. Okay, you know what I'm talking about then. You know, I don't even have to say anything. I think you got it. All right.
I will Kalut.
Gamma when a monster summon was negated.
All right, and then you would only gain 14, which puts you 30.
No, shut
Damage
up.
step. Yep, I'll activate Kalut.
Okay.
I'm actually going to Kalut in damage step.
Okay, so I'll take another 14.
So the attack will continue, and I'm actually going to take... oh no, just so then damage step, I just Kalut here.
Yeah, you got it.
I'll activate a second Kalut. Good game, buddy.
This is just Kalut compilation. XDD funny moments.
Back to the battle phase. Each attack position monster may attack one time. Once you're out of attacks, or if you decide you don't want to declare anymore, you enter the end step of the battle phase, another opportunity to activate quick effects. After the battle phase is over, then you enter main phase 2. This post-battle main phase is identical to the one you took before battle. This one's weird philosophically. Main phase 2 serves a pretty important role in Yu-Gi-Oh! Often your opponent's setup turn will result in a few monsters specifically designed to curb your ability to set up yourself. So you'll set up minimally, run over said monsters in battle, then do a full setup afterwards. This is unquestionably a holdover from Yu-Gi-Oh!'s days as a Magic the Gathering ripoff, and in future products like Duel Links and Rush Duel, they've done away with it entirely. Importantly, you can only perform a main phase 2 if you perform battle phase, so you will not have one of these on turn 1 or on any turn where you declined to enter the battle phase. Finally, you'll enter the end phase. Once again, this is an opportunity to activate spell speed 2 effects. The turn player will also need to discard down to 6 cards in hand if they're carrying more than that. And that's a turn. Your opponent proceeds through the same steps, and you'll continue until someone hits a win condition. And that's how to play Yu-Gi-Oh! But it's only really half the story. It is how to play Yu-Gi-Oh!, but I may as well have just told you how to make a meal you have no intention of ever cooking, or how to fix a car.
Channeling with stars, channeling to Gamma. Yes.
It's the process of mastering the damage step, or ensuring you never miss the timing.
That happened to me when I Alan Bershin XZ summon with, you know, circular Sigma, and I Gamma them. I'm the GOAT.
cultural osmosis, entering a community and finding out which of the 1,000 niches you'd like to fit into, or if you'd like to carve one out yourself. If you want to take the plunge and actually start playing the game, you have a few options in terms of how. Master Duel is the gold standard of online play. This client was developed by Konami and is completely above board. The downside is it costs money. While it's very free-to-play friendly, you can't exactly hop to a different deck on a dime. What's more, it lags behind paper card releases by a pretty substantial margin, about 3 months out from the TCG. But it's not your only option. When faced with the prospect of being a cheap bastard, Yu-Gi-Oh players suddenly become rocket scientists. For the entirety of Yu-Gi-Oh's existence, there have existed questionably legal free simulators to play the game. If you want to try out cards immediately, Edo Pro and Yu-Gi-Oh Omega are where you should be. These are automatic simulators like Master Duel, and as a result are good for players that aren't yet comfortable with their cards' incredibly long effects. Both are completely free to play and download, community created, and are updated extremely quickly.
I hate the UI on fucking YG Omega. Also, I have to download it, and it's like a big ass download, and I have to update it manually. I don't know if Edo Pro still gets updates. I actually liked Edo Pro because you didn't have to update manually. Omega Shiny. I hate the stupid particle effects that fill my screen too. Questionably free. Where's MVP Pro 3?
Finally, Dueling Book is an in-browser simulator, and likely the largest simulator at the time of recording. It's what everyone from weekend...
Edo still updates? Yay! Okay, I might go to Edo. The only thing that scared me about Edo was anytime I opened up Edo, my command prompt would just like show up. I don't know if that indicates anything bad. Also check out, what's it called? Check out the feed. I don't know if it updates. Like, sorry, I don't know if that actually indicates anything. Like, I got like a virus, but it scared the fuck out of me.
Stuff before you load in. So rather than a step-by-step guide through a Snake Eyes setup, here's a more realistic example of how a game of Yu-Gi-Oh plays out. It's 2001, and you've just achieved the miracle of consciousness. Only a few short years after realizing you're in control of your own actions, you make the decision to watch an episode of a show on Kids WB. It looks sort of like Pokemon, but edgier. You're enraptured. You beg your parents for packs of overpriced cardboard, and you jam casuals on the playground until your teacher gets a call from a concerned mother about devil worship and decides to intervene, taking your cards away. In the years following, you keep Yu-Gi-Oh in the back of your mind.
You think it's a series?
Fun or engaging.
That kind of makes
later,
sense.
You're pawing at your phone during a period of unemployment and see Yu-Gi staring back at you from the App Store. Duel Links is
No, some programs just work like that? Okay,
good.
good.
For you than TikTok, you download it and give it a go, and you're immediately back. You can't believe how much the game has changed. When you were playing, games lasted dozens of turns, but now you're comboing off from the first second of every duel. What's more, you're having fun. A few months into a daily Duel Links grind, you see an in-app ad for Master Duel, the Steam client for the real version of the card game. You decide to try that out as well. It's an impressively hard learning curve, but you persevere, due in part to a desire to prove to people online you won't get filtered. While looking up guides on YouTube, you run into a Twitch streamer. You start checking out the community, and soon you're spamming Pop the Baby memes in Farfus chat. You start making friends from Twitch chat, from Discord communities, from
as opposed to fake Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel
One duelist reaches out to you. Hey, we're gonna try and go to the next YCS. You in? Your friends book the cheapest hotel near the convention center they can find, and try to sneak 9 people into a 2-person reservation. You stay up late in the business center, trying out different lines versus your friends' different strategies. The next day, you head to the convention, sit down in front of someone you've never met before, wish them good luck, and that's...
You in? I gotta watch that again, one more time.
Dozens of turns, but now you're comboing off from the first second of every duel. What's more, you're having fun. A few months into a daily Duel Links grind, you see an in-app ad for Master Duel, the Steam client for the real version of the card game. You decide to try that out as well. It's an impressively hard learning curve, but you persevere, due in part to a desire to prove to people online you won't get filtered. While looking up guides on YouTube, you run into a Twitch streamer. You start checking out the
I have something else to say, but I'm not gonna say it.
You start making friends from Twitch
It's just
chat, from
silly.
Discord communities, from
It's
tech
not
Discord
even
groups.
that
Finally, one day, one
funny.
duelist reaches out to you. Hey, we're gonna try and go to the next YCS. You in? Your friends book the cheapest hotel near the convention center they can find, and try to sneak 9 people into a 2-person reservation. You stay up late in the business center, trying out different lines versus
I
your
feel
friends'
like he's
different
just talking about his like experience. I mean, that's probably where the love letter goes in, but it's just like, all right. I mean, hopefully you can replicate that. It's kind of hard. I mean, what is your stream meme, Reggie? What does that mean?
The next day, you head to the convention, sit down in front of someone you've never met before, wish them good luck, and that's...
Okay, that was trying to be cinematic. Okay, good. Okay, my bad. My bad. I didn't know he was the director. Do people actually start playing Yu-Gi-Oh from Duel Links? I think so. I don't think it necessarily has to mean. I think people literally. I think like it has a lower barrier of entry. I know I had like a couple of classmates who just played Duel Links. There was a guy who played Master Duel without fucking he played Master Duel during like it was one of my master classes for my masters. He was just playing Master Duel. He does because it's pocket, less known, yeah. I think duels used to have a lower, now it's pretty complex. I don't know, I feel like I don't know, I imagine buys is not that hard to. I don't know, buys happens to be popular every time there's a fucking meta that doesn't include it. So I just imagine that those people are just content. Nice master but Iman. Okay, I see your get Froki with it. I'll be honest, I think Suikun's very good this format. Like, I have to play very conservatively while playing Mega Altaria. Greninja is strong. Greninja EX is nice, actually. Do you play Greninja EX? There were two guys that used to play Duel Links Showdown all the time in my college class. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't want to mess up this guy's focus. He was playing Duelist Cup, like stage 1. He was playing stage 1 Duelist Cup. Yeah, 1EX. I like the 1EX is basically the water boat guy. It was really annoying to face against other people. You went 14-1? No fucking way. Fuck off. I'm pretty sure I've only played like 25 games, but I got on a loss streak earlier, so I'm pretty sure I'll probably finish within 50 games. Bruh. Oh my god, this season's goofy. I gotta say something. Yeah, win streaks are broken. I queued into Choreo game 1. Yeah. Oh god, my freaking spacebar button. Dude, Choreo is so annoying too. I have to just ignore them. I don't want to build for those fucking decks. They're too fast. They're too fast for my Altaria. Yeah, sleep time. Alright, let's see if we can get some videos. I don't know if I can remember one combo. Okay. R.I.P. Unk. How to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Look inside documentary. That's exactly my thoughts. I don't think it's a very particularly... Honestly, I'd even say it's not a very particularly unique Yu-Gi-Oh! Tutorial. If you just look at the tutorial. But I guess the uniqueness comes from the documentary, cinematic aspects interspersed within. If anything, it's just gonna be like, okay, I don't think as a resource it's that helpful, but it could inspire somebody to be like, wow, this made me made Yu-Gi-Oh! Look so cool. What's the 7 replies? Fine. You gotta pepper in a little story to sell all the technicalities, like jangling things by accident. That's how my history professor taught. That's how I never studied a day in my life for a history test. But okay, but the mechanism of learning Yu-Gi-Oh! Is because you're getting interested in it. You know, it's not because he taught you how to play. I don't know. I feel like I mean, it probably works if the documentary interests you. But I don't know. I've seen some what's called GOAT format documentaries and Melee documentaries that didn't really interest me. And like, oh yeah, that Melee documentary, people were like, you have to watch it. You have to watch it. I've had so many Melee players that make me want to watch it. I watch it. I'm just like, yeah, it's all right. You know, it was interesting. I will say, like, I liked it. But I was like, they were convinced I was going to become part of Melee. This is Yugi Circle Jerk. I was also questioning the necessity of the history listen, but I'm coming at this someone who knows the game's technicalities better than the average player. I know this due to frustration. Maybe you're right about the need for narrative to lead people in. Yeah, I don't know. As a technical thing, I just don't think this does it. But if people get, you know, wooed by the narrative, then sure, whatever. It's nice. I think my issue is that it isn't even a full documentary. For 20 minutes were, but the beginning with Danny seemed like it would promise. That is true. I don't know what that was like that about. Promise some more discussion on the combo game that Yu-Gi-Oh! Has become. Then I don't even think even hand traps were ever explicitly brought up as a point of discussion. Though Shifter and Ash were mentioned once. Like he talks about chain blocking in the Seacock section, but never really why you'd want to do so. At least explain for the new player this video seems designed for. This is fine. I don't care. I don't care that that's there. New players aren't like that. Like it's just like the history lesson, type shit. Like, of course, it's important to know why, but you need to do before you even get that far. I would see this as 3 videos. One that's more the first part with people like Rada, Cavalry. Bro, wants the fucking Yu-Gi-Oh! Avengers. Describing the online landscape more than through the 2010s. That is true. He just skipped the COVID. Bro, Then the last 75% of this video, and finally one that describes how modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Actually plays with examples of combos plus modern interaction, saying what makes the game so beloved at the high level, plays from recent tournaments, the light behind sitting through the alleged 37-minute uninteractive combos. I understand that's like 2 more years of work, but despite how much I like the presentation, I feel like I can't really show this to non-Yu-Gi-Oh! Fans to properly get into the game. Simultaneously doesn't have enough to warrant watching the latter 3/4 as a long-term Yu-Gi-Oh! Fan. I feel like even just showing what average turns like would have gone a long way. Oh, what the fuck? Well, I don't know what they mean by this. I don't know what because when I think of average turn, I'm like some Yu-Gi-Oh, some like Master Duel replay where you just see cards vomited on the fucking table. But if you mean like tutorial, this is the draw phase. When during the draw phase, you're allowed to draw 1 card. This is what's called. This is a resource that's guaranteed each turn. Now is the standby phase. Standby phase isn't always used often, but sometimes what's called certain effects can activate. You have the option to activate certain effects during this turn. During the main phase is when you spend the bulk of your time. And then I don't know, battle phase is mentioned and they make fun of the battle phase for not being useful or something. I don't know. After some thinking, I guess my main criticism is this. Danny's issue is that being taught how to tribute someone didn't prepare him for sitting through Raizu combo, and despite being wonderfully written and produced, the video walking you through missing timing damage also doesn't prepare you for sitting through Raizu combo. Kind of secondary, the first 20 minutes really is begging for its own 90-minute video while being skippable by people who just want to learn how to play. This is Maxi. You'll get hit by it and lost. They're good tutorials, sir. It's a follow-up on this. Is it how to play Yu-Gi-Oh? Is it a tutorial or a documentary? I know the green text. Photo Chad. Rice eel combo scary for casuals. MBT the movie Bonds Beyond Cards. That is indeed a movie. I know that's a nickname for MBT. But the guy just said BBC and refused to elaborate. Fuck off. I hope this video blows up and does well. Clear a lot of effort went into it for one, and it's also half tutorial, half long form content I enjoy. One can only hope. I think it'll be fine. I think it's fine. And you didn't prepare me for Malice combo, Buffalo Explode. BBC. Yeah. You can tell how much of an earnest work of love this video by the fact there's no acknowledgement that Farfus at 6'7" here. Alright. Okay. Danny nominated for the Oscars of this? I did like his expression when the camera was zooming in on him. You know, got that bit of a Kubrick stare. Soaking in the vibes of people nerding out on their game only gets stun knock at 1901. Smooth as hell watch, incredibly high quality. You know what, that's fair enough. It's like this guy is like so happy that Little Kuribo's in this, but he doesn't have too much. I don't know, this feels like this appeals to people who are already playing the game. Like, I'm sure people who have watched YGO Toss before, but like this guy's just like nostalgic for my brother. Can you watch the YGO family thing? Oh, god damn it. I did say I would watch it.
叫做上学能不能给我300块钱？我要买教辅资料。
教辅资料？
过来
！300块去买教辅。
I'm gonna request something. Can you help translate this for me? You may need to get on voice for this though. Unless you can just type it in chat. Yes. Wait. I need translators. I'll be on PC. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Short react stream for stream for at least one. Right. Genwu the go. Okay. Let me fix OBS. Orm. Okay, I don't have to do screen share or anything, right? Okay, I don't think I have to do that. Well, actually, I don't know if... I was gonna straight up... Like, you know how I was watching those Italian... No, okay. It's okay, we're all thankful for your hard work. It's like when I was like watching all those Italian and like I paid no attention. Well, to be fair, they were just gonna list cards, those deck profiles. Okay, I am here. Orm. Okay. Okay, this. Oh, I see the call. I see the call. All right. Say something.
No. Okay, I said let me see.
Oh, I see. Okay. All right, I'm gonna play. I'm gonna full screen this. Okay, I'm gonna. Well, okay, how are we gonna coordinate? Do I need a pause, or do you prefer?
Yeah, you have to pause when they change the text.
Okay. All right. So first.
So, okay, so first one is like when you are born. So you know, like royal family, kind of.
Yes.
Or like every generation does this thing.
Mm-hmm.
So it's basically saying that when you are born in like.
Okay.
That plays like for generations.
Like a dynasty? Is that like
Yeah, something like that.
Okay. All right.
台老试驾。
妈，下周上学能不能给我上2块钱？我要买教辅资料。
教辅资。
Okay. Just that one piece of dialogue.
Okay, so he's saying that mom. Oh my god, you skipped like 3 lines. Okay, so
fine, I'll go back. I'll go back.
He's saying, okay, it doesn't matter. He's saying that mom, next week, I need $300 or like $50. Less than $50 to buy, like supporting materials.
I see. Okay.
Like for studying.
Got it. Okay. $50.
That's the mom.
Okay, what's the mom? What is? Okay, I'll make sure to pause every time there's a change. Okay, what is she saying here?
She didn't say anything yet.
Really? Okay. Oh, I see. This is still dialogue from the previous character. Okay.
Yeah, but they pan to like the mom face.
All right, he explains something, and then Passionate Duelist shows up.
And then that's the dad would be like, "Come here."
Oh my god, he has the cards right there.
Yeah.
300块去买教辅。
He has the cards.
So he's saying that $50 to buy supporting like for studying.
Oh no.
你怎么不去买减中幺303呢？
1303, I recognize that. That's a set code.
And he's saying that why don't you use that money to buy like certified Chinese? And 1303 is like that box name.
Yeah, it's one of the set codes. I'm pretty sure that's what's it called?
还买教辅资料？
It's like the newest one, I think.
Yeah. Burst Protocol.
你怎么不去买减中幺303呢？还买教辅资？
Okay, next part.
Yeah, he's saying look at
Oh wait,
buying
saying
supporting materials.
你看隔壁。
Basically, he's angry.
Okay.
He's not using the money to buy parts, and he's saying look at the kid, like the other kids.
Yeah. Oh my god. All right, just let me know if I can continue.
Oh, you can go. You can go.
一家的孩子发生日当天
Yeah, you can go.
Okay.
就买了，还看了百岁黑龙。
Oh yeah, he's saying that. So the kid, like the kid that's like other kid, bought
Yeah.
it on the release date.
Oh my god.
And even got a Starlight Black Dragon. What about you?
Okay, that's pretty funny.
Continue.
Oh my god.
对不起，我知道错了。
说了
Continue.
Okay.
多少次啊？你要回答没
Sorry,
有
I know
连
I'm
锁。
wrong. Like I know I'm wrong. He's saying like I told you how many times already. Oh, he's saying that you have to answer no chain link.
No, do they know what the fuck? You have to answer no chain.
And he's saying yes, no, I have no chain link.
Oh, I see. I have
Yeah,
no
instead of saying no
response.
sorry, you have to say no chain link.
That's so good.
Abandon.
Abandon.
Yeah, you go.
Abandon. Abandon. Abandon.
Oh, that was awkward.
I don't need to translate this.
这卡名的效果一回合只能使用一次，一包含以下其中任意一种效果的魔法陷阱高效果方式。
手机切回。
And then now he's saying like, oh, this card once per turn, you can only use one effect now. Monster trap, when effect starts. And then his dad saying that go back to what you were watching on the phone. He was studying English words.
Okay. Well, is it like, how do I describe it? Like he was looking at English words, and then someone he saw his dad come up and switch back.
No, his dad came here, so then he started to
switch, right?
Like to switch his tab and be like reading the card.
Okay, that happened to me.
His dad is like switch back to what you were watching.
Get your ass back here.
Yeah, what were you watching?
现在
Pineapple.
背单词，你知道周六是什么日子 ？YCSC 一年一次的盛事，你还是背单词。
Remembering words? Do you know what? Yeah. Oh yeah. This was okay. Stop.
Okay.
Stop. So basically, this was released right before YCSC. Like China YCS. So he's saying that. Do you know what date is this Saturday? It's YCSC, the grand annual event. You're still here. It's basically he's like, you're not practicing VO1.
Bruh. Wait, this is really good. I'm not gonna lie. If I were to see like some other YouTuber try this, like fucking, oh my god. Okay, I'll keep going. I'm not gonna throw any more shade. All right, I'll keep going.
今天 BOE，你想干什么？
下周一学校要月考了，我的英语
Yeah, you can continue to go.
月考。
Keep going. Okay.
He's like, what are you thinking?
月考每个
Okay,
月。
he's saying that. Okay, stop. So there's a thing where kind of like end of the month there's like an exam.
Okay.
Stop. So he's saying that like his dad is asking, what are you thinking? Like, why are you not playing Yu-Gi-Oh? And then the kid is saying that, I might fail English, like the subject. I may fail English.
No.
And then, like the monthly exam is gonna come up, and then the dad is saying that the monthly exam you have it every month, but YC, and then the next line is gonna say, YCS is once per year.
都有 YCS 一年就一次，孰轻孰重，你分不清吗？
是我没有连锁。
Okay.
Like only annual. Yeah, he's like, don't you know what's more important? He's like, yes, I have no chain.
I have no chain link.
And the mom here. And he's like, yes, I no chain link.
Yes, no chain link. I'm gonna start saying that whenever.
And then the mom be like, picking up the phone, be like, yes, like washi.
Okay.
你好，是帅东同学的家长吗？
是的。
哦，跟你
I just stopped, but I'm waiting for the stream to catch up. I don't know if you want me to keep going.
Okay, yeah, he's saying that like the teacher is saying like, oh, it's like, are you like the parents of this kid? I need to tell you something. I need to speak to you.
Okay.
您说件事情吧，
It's not
就是
it's not
上
lagging
同学
for
上
me.
课老师不听课，一直拿个白纸在上面写什么泪观哀歌，他这样子学习态度是不行的呀。他那个纸被我没收了，我现在发给您看一下。
Okay, stop. Okay, stop. Bruh.
There's a lag. There's a delay unless I like.
Oh,
screen
okay,
share.
it's fine. So okay, I know. Okay, so basically, the teacher's saying that, in class, your kid has a white paper, and I don't know what he's saying, like what no he's writing on it, but he's writing tear limits, and he's saying that if your kid continues to do this, like basically, like your kids are gonna fail the class.
I see.
Like that's the teacher, and then the mom is laughing right now and saying that, oh, I understand.
Yeah, that's chill. He's chilling. You got a pretty long stream delay. Oh, maybe I'll change it. But I feel like it's like, is it longer than? I'm not gonna worry about it. But okay, I'm gonna continue.
处理的。哎，你看我们家小东长大了，上课都会煮卡煮了，煮的还是你当年最爱的猪肋。
Okay, it looks like he's showing. The mom is showing.
Oh, here, okay. Yeah, so the mom is telling the dad, "Oh, look, our son has grown up. Look, he even knows how to deck profile now, and he's even using tier limits the deck that you like to play, like your favorite deck that you used to play."
Oh my god. Oh.
哎呦，不错，小子。哎，他怎么带了后伤
Oh no! Not the roundabout.
Oh, he's saying, why did he fucking add a Horus in? Basically, not pure tier limits.
What is? Oh my god, that's crazy.
He had Horus cards in the deck, like the deck profile that he and then he's that's it. Movie continues, so they're gonna be more.
Huh? It's to be continued. What do you mean?
They said to be continued on the JoJo thing, so there's gonna be more. This is like episode 1.
Are you kidding me? Oh my god.
Yeah, did you not see the to be continued?
I did see the to be continued, but a lot of times
so there's gonna be more.
I didn't know it actually meant something. I've seen there's a lot of fucking roundabout memes that just end with no fucking continuation. It just cuts off right before someone's about to trip over and hit their nuts or something. That's how the meme I'm used to. I'm sorry, I'm not used to being a sincere use of the meme.
I'm assuming they'll do more. Maybe they don't. I don't know. This is the first one they did. If they're gonna do another one.
When was this published? What the fuck?
It's like last week.
Nice. Okay.
November 20th.
Yeah. I was just the Horus thing made me laugh. Oh, that's true. Yes. Okay. Yeah, that's right. The Horus made me laugh because there were people who said if you play Horus, you're trash in tier. You should ask Walter. You should ask Walter if you should play Horus.
I don't think he plays Horus. From his deck profile, it's just tier.
Yeah, just ask him. Just ask him his opinion on Horus. That's all I want. Would Reggie forgive his son for playing Nabla and Mathmag? Yes, of course. What's wrong with that? What's wrong?
I only showed you this because you said that forcing the kid and stuff.
Yeah. You have to...
Yeah, I was like, this is.
Someone would ask me if I would be the fun parent or the strict parent, and I think I have to. I think I would end up being the strict parent. I would become that dad. I think. Oh my god.
No three Nim and Bill, bro.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Exactly. No three. Yeah. There's no 3 dibs. That's crazy. Okay, thank you for this. I think thanks for hopping on and helping a tourist out. I think I'll call it. Oh my gosh! Thank you for the raid as well. Yeah, I think who I'm gonna find someone to raid. But check part 2. Is there a part 2? I see.
No,
VS.
there's no part 2 now. Right now, this is just. If there's part 2, I'll let you guys know.
Yeah, let's go. All right, let's go raid. Good night, streamer. All right, thank you. Who else on? Okay, I'll just say. Okay, I'll say hi to Matt. He did raid earlier, last month. Sorry, yesterday. I'm fried. Oh, looks like he's doing a tournament. There's some Draco Tail. I wish. Okay, I was planning on streaming finishing stream way earlier, but the fucking MBT video took so long. I don't know. Did you have any final thoughts on the MBT video, Genmu? Oh. She left the call. MBT, yeah. Okay. I don't know what I was expecting. I didn't expect you to stay in the call, so I don't know why. Okay, thank you for the response though. All right. Okay. Thank you for joining me. I thought it was fun. I didn't feel like playing Yu-Gi-Oh, but also because I just got back home and I was like, I'm learning to drive, guys. I went into the street. Luckily, I did not crash or anything like that. But I was going like 25 miles per hour, so I don't think the people behind me were that happy. I was going 25. I think that's below the speed limit, but whatever. All right, bye-bye. Went in the street? Yes. Soon. I will no longer be passenger princess. But I will miss those days. Okay, bye-bye.